Welcome, everybody. Season 3 of Quake Pro League starts today, right now. I am 40 Lines, joined by the one and only ZSX. Dan, it's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I haven't missed you, but I missed this, so it's good to be back.
I miss this too. I miss that. That's what I miss.
Sure.
I hope you've been well. I hope everyone has been well. Yeah, it's going to be a great long day, but there have been a few changes, Dan, to the league. So I'm sure people have already read the blog post, but we'll explain a little bit about it. 16 players. That's right. We've lost a couple players. Dehang, I don't know if it's retirement per se, but he is going to sit out at least this season. And then we actually axed Sib, Garpy, and Waz.
Great terminology, yeah.
Sorry, somebody had to go. It's a bracket thing. It's a situation. But 16 players, and the best change, in my opinion, Dan, is we get to see everyone fight everybody. There's no more regions per se. It's round robin. It's global. Everybody battling everybody. You love to see it. We get to see some great matchups. I mean, Drama Cypher day one right now. It's going to be some good changes.
It's needed, and it's nice to see. I mean, a few years ago, I don't think anyone would have thought FPS cross-region would have been impossible, so it's great to recognize that it's been a success in that aspect, and whilst we're in this predicament, the situation, it's the best we can do is what we have. So it's amazing to see even better matchups week in, week out, and that means only better competition.
Yeah, best we can do with what we have is kind of how you explain me, I think. But we're coming off a great season. Wenger, of course, the reigning champion. For those playing the home version, there was a land thrown by Maestro. Big shouts to them. Rafa actually ended up taking that one with a clutch 25 HP rail. But in terms of the Quake Pro League, Wenger reigns supreme. We're going to see him later on today and see what form he is in, if he is in championship mode. Everyone battling for seeding right off the bat. This is going to be one long season. No stages this time. So all the way through until hopefully, a LAN to end it all and kind of determine who our next champion is going to be.
Where can we find all the information for you?
Oh, yeah, there's links. I have links. Hold on. Wait. Quake.pglesports.com, as always, for all the bracket statistics and everything. And if you haven't listened to anything I said, which why would you, click that link in the chat for that. And then there's the Quake blog, which is very important and actually covers everything, region, crossplay stuff, everything that we've covered. And I can't even post in the chat. I've been banned, so that's great. But the first match of the day, Dan, we're going to start off with Base and Razy. If we could take a look at the schedule and kind of guide you through what the meal plan looks like today. You like that? That's for you, because you like to meal plan.
I do, and that was your best impression of tech support, so I'm really proud of you today. But we have a great schedule ahead of us. As you said, we've got some good cross-region matches to kick it off. Obviously, the first one is EU versus EU, but it's good to see these two coming at it straight off the bat. Both performed very well in London just last month, or 6 weeks ago or so. And it's a spicy one to get us started. Nosfer Sparty, there we go, cross-region. And Nosfer played again very well in London, so we didn't see Sparty there, so it's nice to see what kind of shape he's going to be bringing. And that's the big question here, because we've seen some of these players already, but some of them we haven't. Drama Cypher, again, I think Cypher's the big question mark for us in this aspect. Is he going to come into this season with the level he was showing us last season? Because he has been a little bit hit and miss in the past. Whereas Zeniku and Chain, Zeniku was on the up and up, whereas Chain struggled a bit last season 40, so I'm not sure what you see in that matchup, and I'll let you finish off the rest.
In terms of Zanaku Chain, I think Zanaku has the edge. He's been playing better and better, of course, in London, having a great showing. Then we got Saigib, Rafa, Kilson, Avek, Cooler, Wenger, some bangers to end off the day. Again, Rafa, reigning supreme on LAN, but Wenger is the reigning champion for Quake Pro League. But again, starting off with Razy Base, and unfortunately, Razy had a great showing again on LAN, but he just seems to run into these problems, Dan, where he beats Wenger, fine, but then he runs into Rafa. Or he beats Rafa, fine, runs into Wenger. And he's just always just consistently getting these second places. And I think the problem may be that he has to make these lower bracket runs, and it may be a question of endurance. Eventually you get gassed in these long tournaments.
That's definitely a huge factor. There's also a big question mark over his, mental capacity to take it to that final level. I think we could safely say he looks the strongest in the build-up. He looks the strongest in the early stages of tournaments. Well, as you said, he meets a roadblock along the way, and then it's, the endurance kicks in as well. So there is some areas he can improve, but he's always the one to look out for as well. And Rafa, he's got a lot of luck on his side, let's say that.
No comment. Luck is maybe beating Sparty, Base, Cypher, and Kilson all in the lower bracket, then running into Razy, and then finally dropping. Sure, yeah. He's washed. Third place, absolute wash. But anyways, Base versus Razy. I think we got the pick bans. We can get into those shortly. It's going to be an absolutely wonderful start to the day because look at that brand new map, Insomnia, right off the bat. We got Sorlag and Ranger on that one. We're going to go back to Vale, Galena versus Death Knight, and then we're going to round it out with Awoken, Athena versus Nyx. Dan, how do you feel about this lineup?
I mean, we didn't say it in the intro, but I'm really glad we have a refreshed map pool. So I'm excited to see this season just on that alone. I mean, honestly, no one's seen Insomnia played at the highest level beyond the odd streams on Pro Channel, so we don't know what to expect going into this. But Base picking it, that kind of gives you an indication of what he wants to do on that map. Normally, he likes to pick the slower pace maps, and so picking the Sorlag up there, he's picked a champion with speed and stack to formalize his defensive positions. But I do like the Ranger pick, and you and I were discussing it before. It gives Razy a lot of maneuverability, a lot of mobility with both the orb and the rocket jumping, particularly on Insomnia with that multi-level setup.
Absolutely.
Yeah, moving on to Vale, pretty standard in that aspect as well. We know what we're going to get at base on the Galena, just want to try and build that overstack up, and then the Death Knight. That was kind of the star of the show over in London, and you know what you're going to get with the Death Knight. And if Razy can pull out the Flame Strikes, it makes Base's life very difficult, because it doesn't matter how much overstack you have when you get absolutely clobbered by that. And then the remaining map, new terminology, Awoken. Probably my favourite map to watch. Excited to see Blood Covenant back, but I still like to watch Awoken and Nyx. Bit more unusual, but it's been sneaking its way back into the meta against the Athena. And I like the Athena pickup again, because what that provides Base is just more speed than the Nyx, if he wants to play defensive.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing Base kind of lock in that Athena eventually in a best of three, becoming a bit of a connoisseur of late with Athena. But Nyx versus Athena going to be great, but that starting matchup, man, I want to see Insomnia played at this level. I can't wait to see it. The map pool that we actually briefly mentioned, Awoken, Blood Covenant, Corrupted Keep, Insomnia, Deep Embrace, Vale, and Ruins. That is going to be your Season 3 map pool. So goodbye, Molten Falls. Goodbye, Exile. Sorry, but Insomnia, looking forward to it. And in terms of this specific map, number one, Sorlag versus Ranger, you alluded to it a little bit. You like the stack and the speed of Base. You like the orb to kind of mitigate space and maybe take high ground. But in terms of players on these champs, who do you think is going to take this first map, Dan?
I honestly can't say. Without having seen the map
that
played,
was easy, okay.
I just can't say. I don't know how much practice these people have been putting in over the last few months. It's impossible to say on a map like Insomnia.
Fair. All right, I like it. Well, lock in your predictions based on that, because Dan dictates the market. A little bit, I think, 150 per win on map, so that stays true throughout Season 3. 150 for the winning map, 50 for the loss. So you want to make that bankroll, get that Skrilla, and again, you are playing for seeding eventually. So we will see how this shakes out, but we will get into Base and Razy in a short minute to kick off Season 3, and it's great to be back. It's absolutely great to be back. Big shouts to everyone for being here. And I know more formatting stuff while the players are locking in their last changes. So Quake Pro League goes for 2 weeks consecutively, and then the third week we'll have the challengers. It won't be on this broadcast, but the community members can step up and they could cast as they like. There's going to be 8 qualifiers, 4 of which are global, 4 of which are region-based, so more chances to get into, that big bracket at the end here, which again, hopefully, is a land in.
Are you going to cast it?
Yeah, sure. I might be able to hop on a cast. Do you want to cast it with me?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is bad enough.
I was
Okay,
just
I
wondering.
understand.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I've seen you and Wenger cover some games. Maybe, me and Rafa can cover some. I don't know. It depends on schedule. These players, again, they're playing for seeding now. They're playing for money. Everyone's busy. Everyone's busy, Dan.
The budget duo. That's fine. New season.
You or me? I don't know.
New season, new graphics as well. I'm enjoying the light mode graphics. And
everyone blinded by their monitors. Yeah, it's great.
That's the only reason I look as pale as I am. I'm not this pale normally, trust me.
Right, sure. Okay, Vampire Dan. I hear the game loading up slowly in the background chat, so we are going to get into it. And it's very exciting. Insomnia, again.
Why did you come dressed as Fresh Prince today? What was
Fresh Prince of Persia, Dan. Fresh Prince of Persia. Also, yin and yang. I mean, you look like, you can use a pick-me-up, so I decided to brighten the spirits a little bit. If the overlay doesn't do that for everybody.
Exactly. I was balancing that out. Don't worry about me.
I'm always worried about you, Dan, because I love you. But I love Quake. We're getting into it. Map number 1, Season 3 begins right now between Base and Razy on Insomnia. Let's go. Base with a quick rail right off the bat. And that position is what I was talking about earlier, Dan. I feel like that's going to be a very strong position for any player. Here's another great rail from Base. Yep. Almost gets another one. Razy has to be careful right off the bat, taking big damage.
Yeah, and with those angles, we already know the rail is going to be such a critical weapon on this map, but Razy is the one that's already got the high ground. Base got to be, got to be careful, actually using the air control nicely to skirt himself away from danger. Razy obviously missing that first rail, but exchange from Base, setting up over to try his choke point here. Picking up that heavy, and they do trade items once again.
Base just barely missing out on that rail here. Re-upping, though. And playing it nice and slow. Again, as we mentioned previously kind of off stream, this plays a little bit like Blood Run, a lot of choke points, a lot of ability to catch your opponent and do big burst damage, so you do have to be careful running around corners, getting into these rooms. Base kind of has, in my opinion, the best position because you could take a look at Mega, you could deal damage, you could drop back to the heavy, but here we go. Razy trying to make a play on it. A little bit of a dire orb flood, but the LG is actually going to bail him out here. His Base has to drop down, hitting a rail in the spit with the rail combo. Almost gets it. Wow. Somehow, Base turns that around, and Razy is hurting right now, still taking spit damage. That's going to give him a GPS signal to him, but he misses with the rail, Dan.
I love that push so much because of the recognition from Razy that Base didn't have the rocket. He knew he could force the issue. Because you understand the damage output that's going to come out of there. You understand that Base only has that lightning gun to defend himself with, and Razy appreciated that, but the tables have turned. Base has the right weaponry now to make a defensive stand. Feels confident enough to push in for this item, but it's the wrong choice. It's Razy raining down the paint from above. Rail into the orb combo, and already we're seeing the power of the orb here with the Ranger, just having the ability to convert the frag. And now Base is going to already be forced into a position where he has to make more moves.
Huge burst damage from Razy. The LG denying the rocket jump up, so Base doesn't even get the Mega. Now he's in a bad way. He's going to go down again right before the heavy. Razy looking strong here, and the split between the items is going to let him just freely move his way back to the Mega. Base trying to defend that jump pad, which gets him access, but Razy does have the dire orb and can potentially make the switch, but Base actually wins out on this Mega.
Big engagement here by the rail. Razy just bouncing around these pillars, but he will be going down. Thought he connected with more damage than he did right at the end. Either way, Base pulling it back to a one-frag game. A bit higher tempo than I thought it would have been, and in the part, Razy really want to force an issue here. He knows once again that there isn't a lot of Base has to work, and he does some decent damage, but not enough. And Razy gets a clean pickup. Will skirt his way back onto this Mega big rocket coming out from Base, but it's not going to be enough. Doesn't have the weapons again. Keeps coming in aggressively with the speed of the sword, and he's caught Razy down below. High intense action on Insomnia.
And Razy, his rockets are just missing the mark. We're used to seeing big chunky damage, and he's getting little 10 to 20 chip damages in. Good work with the machine gun here. That's going to push Base off. He's going to concede.
Yeah, Razy's not letting Base stabilize at this point. Base, you can see, he's really trying desperately to claw his way back in and slow the tempo down, but Razy is continuing to put that pressure on, unsettling Base. Now he himself is in a better position here to begin to stabilize. There's a long time between the items, so that would give Base a little bit of breathing room to get his weapons up. And that rail again will open the door for any sort of push to come up from Base, and he's got the position on the high ground to take away this next heavy.
Razy does grab a 25 to take at least another rail, but takes a little bit of damage and he's back to being railable. Needs to be careful. There's a jump pad play. A little bit of a feint there from Base. Again, just tempting Razy to go for it. He will with the dire orb and gets away with it. He can't keep getting away with this, Dan. 4-2, good rail there from Base. We're going to see Base play a little more defensive here, and he might drop in on this next heavy now that he knows that he has Razy kind of low. No rockets as well. That's really bad, but he might get floated. Base has to be careful here.
Yeah, he hit a nice throw from above, though, so that's given him more confidence to keep contesting for this heavy. Somehow none of the acid spit does anything to Razy. He gets away, but eating that rail is pretty painful because it means Base will just jump on him, and that was too aggressive from Razy. Might even be able to convert on here as he spawned over by the light armor, but Base does forfeit that, knowing he's not got a lot of stack himself. the chip damage from Raze is crucial because it stops base from building a sufficient stack to keep the pressure up. So that's the one thing Raze's been doing really well. Even though he's given up a few frags here and there, the return pressure has kept base on the back foot.
Absolutely agree. And we saw that positioning with the Dire Orb. He just took the Dire Orb, got that kind of godlike position up there, and just handled his business with an easy frag there on base. Maintaining this 2-frag lead for a little bit as we hit the halfway point. And now he has Dire Orb back again. So Raze, knowing that the Dire Orb kind of makes the difference here as base, just dying to get any kind of position he can, playing against it, but the rail, Raze will miss. He'll hit with a follow-up machine gun from base, trying to chip away as much as he can, putting the screws to Raze, saying hit your shots or die, and there's the Dire Orb. It's a little bit too late, and base takes the frag. Wow.
I love the confidence, but it's one of those where if it doesn't work, it looks really bad. But nevertheless, Raze once again right in the face of base, and he's in this mindset where he's unwilling to let Sorlag settle. He's unwilling to let Sorlag build any sort of sustainable stack, and that's why this pressure is so relentless. It helps that he has a stack advantage, sorry, should I say a score advantage until then, but that frag could be costly because now base has a little bit more time to pick this clean lead, get the health he needs, and then get across. If he does some damage on this Mega, it could actually be huge for base. He's trying to pressure it. Raze hasn't picked it up, and he's taking a lot, but what?
Oh, that's the get off me Dire Orb right there, Dan. Oh boy.
I thought
Raze takes this one back by force.
Yeah, I thought that was the perfect play from base. You know, he just timed to pressure Raze off a bit, but there's a Ranger for you.
What a rail by base after missing 2 easier ones in my opinion, then hits that one up the jump pad. Mega's going to be first, so base is going to make his way over, get that stack going hopefully as he is trailing by 1. 7 minutes in, and Raze almost has the Dire Orb back. We saw him use it to snake the heavy away, and we saw it, oh wow, Rails exchange. We saw him use it to get the frag, so Raze diversifying his bonds with the Dire Orb, Dan.
Yeah, and this game's been a bit awkward at times, you know, not as clinical as we would have seen in the latter stages of Season 2. I think it's just a little bit of rust is showing at this point in time, as you mentioned, with some of these rails. You'd expect people to hit, but nevertheless, another big contest over by the Mega, and this time base does come out on top, but again, he's taken a lot of damage. So it will just be a matter of time until Raze pushes in. This is why base is going to potentially slow it down a little bit, just to make sure he can preserve his stack. But as I say that, Raze has caught him in the corridor here. Mano a mano, and base comes out on top, but at what cost? 44 health to his name.
4 health, does grab the heavy, extremely weak, can heal off this blood pool for a little bit, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. As Raze almost had him dead to rights, the spit kind of bailing out base on there. Amazing LG from Raze, but base has the lead with 8 minutes left, and what better way for base to kind of start playing defensive is that 1 frag lead, and he just goes into turret mode.
It's pretty much the first time all map we've have a bit of peace, a bit of silence. And as you said, this is now definitely favouring base. He snuck in and got a free heavy. Not sure if that was a mistiming from Raze or if he just completely misread the positioning of base. But now he's also in position to steal away this Mega scot-free. Doesn't even need to use the spit as well. Then that is huge. This is base territory.
Base is firmly in control, but he does take a little bit of self-damage with the rocket jump, trying to deny all the items. And Raze is able to hit a rail, but now it's returned from base, so that evens it out. A little bit of LG, and Raze might go down here. He does have the spit, but he's not using it. His rail ball, the Dire Orb doesn't work, but Raze somehow connects at that rail to tie it at 7.
Oh my word. There is no way he should have got that frag, and as cleanly as he did. Look at the stack he's built. He's not taken any damage in any of those engagements. Whereas base, as you rightly pointed out, had taken away all of the items from Raze. 7-7, 1 minute to go. You know, this is a good advertisement for Insomnia 40 straight off the bat.
Big LG misses with the rocket, but around the corner, the pillar play. Raze able to take the 1 frag lead with less than 50 seconds, and you can't help but think why base didn't use the acid spit earlier, and there's a Dire Orb as well.
Slam dunk.
Oh, desperation plays coming out from base now as he rocket jumps to get the heavy, but he has 30 seconds to make 2 frags, and his movement flub, that's going to cost him, and now Raze just has to play this game of plus back, which base is all too familiar with. Can he use Sorlag's movement to get across? He's wasting time trying to use that railgun. In 20 seconds, Dan, I think this may be done.
think you may be right, 40. He's just got to run away. Even if he gets a frag now, it's almost impossible to get that follow-up. And he will get a frag here, but he'll hopefully prove me right with the almost impossible. And with 3 seconds to go, it will be Razy's game. And I think one of the defining factors of that particular map for me is that you could sense that the players had a very good understanding of the pathing and the routes of their opponent. It was quite predictable, and so it really came down to the clinicalness in these engagements, like who was hitting that first rail, who was hitting that opening rocket, because if you were missing that, that's when we saw the tide switch. And there were so many crazy moments, particularly from the side of Razy with the clutch rails to finish off base. It was more a matter of execution than strategy that saw Razy come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, the die roll coming up huge for Razy, whether it be repositioning or just getting the slam dunk frag, as you mentioned. But base, what was super peculiar to me is the fight in heavy. He doesn't use the acid spit. I don't know whether it was still on cooldown or not, but he could have used that to his advantage and made Razy bleed out. But Razy hits a clutch rail on his way out, uses that momentum to just take the map by 1. Absolutely insane.
I'm 90% sure it was not on cooldown. He just was confident to take the frag, but this is what could happen in Quake Champions. The fight gets turned on its head and Razy gets away, and you root your decisions. You want to protect the resources for future engagements, and it just doesn't work like that. Look at the dodge around the acid spit in there and the conversion. Absolutely pixel perfect. And it was really these engagements over that Mega where we saw all of the chaos happen.
And that play right there, I think Razy was going for a cheeky telefrag because he was like, you know what, I'm a little low, let me just go for it. Doesn't work out. But this fight right here, no acid spit from base. Dire Orb doesn't go right, and then the fadeaway, Razy somehow gets it, and just an incredible play, and that was really where it all went wrong for base after that.
Yeah. And the theme of Razy, the strategy of Razy was constant pressure. You cannot let Sorlag build that critical mass, build that overstack, because that's when she becomes incredibly difficult to pin down. He did have that respect for base and obviously the defensiveness that he can still if he gets to that point. And so that's why we saw these what might be seen as irrational pushes, particularly off the spawn, particularly when he's low. But the whole emphasis was just keep base low. He was willing to forfeit his life for that. And 8 to 9, you can't argue. It was a close game, but Razy just pulls out on top.
Really, really good game there. And a fantastic, as you said, advert for Insomnia. Welcome to the map pool. And the name of the game was keeping Overstack away, and I think it's going to be the same going into map number 2 as we're going to see Galena versus DK, and Razy has the DK, has to make sure that Overstack does not come into play for base, otherwise it's a nightmare against a Galena.
It is, but at the same time, base has to be a bit more respectful.
That flame strike.
Yeah, you haven't got the overstack of the Sorlag to work with, so... And you're going up someone with even more burst potential. We know base plays an amazing Galena, particularly on Veil, and it's often why it's banned out against him, but Razy also plays a very, very scary Death Knight, so we'll have to see. I'm favoring Razy, if I'm honest.
I think maybe with the burst potential, I think it might be Razy, and Razy just has this ability to make frags happen when they shouldn't. We've seen it on map number 1. We've seen it all throughout the history of Quake Pro League. I think it's going to be a little bit more of the same, but, base, very good defensively. Veil kind of plays that way in terms of especially the telly up to Mega, we'll see. But then again, Razy can just rocket jump up and do whatever he wants with Flame Strike. So we'll see if it gets hot and heavy. I do hear the sounds of us loading in, Dan, so we are going to be in map number 2 shortly here as we take a look at the predictions. Who locked in what? Are you listening to Dan? Because he's kind of the man, Chad. It looks like the 59% for Razy, so still fair play. I mean, base is a fantastic player. It's not a shoe-in for Razy by any means, but they believe. They believe. They're going with you, Dan, on this one.
As they should.
Whatever you say, Dan, as we're going to get into Veil, map number 2 again. Best of 3 between base and Razy for Quake Pro League Season 3, and we are live, and we are going to start out right on base here. As again, the Galena, the totem goes down immediately. He wants to build that overstack. Razy just wants to get a good, clean flame strike, get that big bursty damage as soon as he can.
Yeah, overstack is obviously name of the game. Question is, will he be able to build it? Only a tribal to work with.
Just trying to chip away and getting 11 damage on that one as the heavy will go. Razy trying to make his way back. There's the flame strike, but actually null and void, but Base still doesn't have any weapons to really defend the position. He's going to drop down for rockets instead, and that's going to add a big delay to that Mega after that pickup.
Yeah, we know the power of Veil with a split like that means Razor can control this whole map, understanding exactly the movement of Base, reading him like a book, and now Base is in a little bit of trouble. As you said, there's already a huge split between the major items, and what can he do here? He's only got a rocket ready down below. It's super dangerous to even be in the vicinity, and he doesn't do any damage. This already is beginning to snowball out of control.
Yeah, this is danger territory already here as Razy hits another rail around the corner, and he knows the items are up. He's just going to control the map, Dan. And another rail for Base. Another one here. Does he have a totem to fall back to? He does, but now those time vials give him away. Shotgun blast to the face, but the rockets are too strong from Base. That overstack, Dan.
There you go, and that's what you get for building it so quickly. A little bit arrogant, I would say, from Razy to drop down there. He knew that Base could hear him. He knew exactly where Base was, but Base comes out on top this time and prevents the snowball from proceeding further.
That's the walk in the park that he thought as rails exchanged from players. Fantastic shot from Razy there, kind of falling down that slow Base. Taking position, great rail. Again, the flame strike won't do any damage. The rocket will miss as Razy pokes with the LG here. One more rail from Base, goes through, doesn't dodge the rocket. Straight to the chest from Razy, and he's going to win out on that Mega and potentially this heavy, and he does. Full map control and a rail, Dan.
Yeah, but he's going to chase down his prey here. Base picks up the light, but it will cost him his life, and this time he doesn't do the damage he needs to prevent any further damage. However, the items have begin to merge, so that gives Base a little bit of a lifeline, and Razy maybe mistiming because he could have gone out and pressured Base. He's now letting him get some free weapons, which is not what he needs. Nevertheless, he will be able to pick it up, work his way around to the Mega, sorry, to the Heavy, but Base is in the vicinity now. He knows the timing, and there you go, great rocket jump across. He does eat a rail, but dodges the Flame Strike and gets out on top, so that's the best situation he could have hoped for.
Not bad at all. Razy does take out the totems, hits a great rail. Base gets a rail of his own, knowing he has Razy trapped. There's a 50 shard. Might come into play here, and Base is actually going to take his lead as he just wants to maintain Mega positioning. Good rockets, good rail. Can he get the frag? Good return rail from Razy, and finally Base is like, I just need this item.
Yeah, but he's done the job. He worked the map better than Razy, and whilst Razy might be doing more damage, Base is actually playing the map better in terms of positioning and movement. That's why he won himself that frag, got himself back into this engagement.
Flame Strike's not really doing anything for Razy right now.
He's using it more as a zoning mechanic, but it's not even being used that well in that regard, so definitely a factor he needs to improve on.
Oh, we hit him with the gauntlet around the corner, Razy, you're insane!
Okay.
Oh, this boy, this man just did that.
Week 1, Season 3, and we're already seeing the disrespect.
Not missing a beat, and that was tactical. That wasn't disrespect. That was, I'm going to hit you with the flames, and then I'm just going to LG you down, and Base is wondering which one of y'all kicked me, because that was just such a good play around the corner. 3 frag lead for Razy here. Mega in the pocket, going over to Heavy, might be a little bit too late, but does have Flame Strike and Rocket, so he's going to do big damage at the very least here. Base trying to fight his way out of this one, doesn't hit a rail, can't really hit the Rocket either. And 6-4. It's the Razy show right now.
Bro, don't tell me that's tactical.
Well, whatever it was planned at the very least. We saw Razy just stand there, and he's like, if he comes through here, he's going to get bopped, and bopped he got as another rail from Razy.
Yeah, Razy's feeling himself now, and as you said, like, that type of play shows you the headspace he's in. He understands this game in so much detail, and I'm still of the opinion Base is actually playing this map exceptionally well. Just Razy, from a combat point of view, is playing it even better. So whilst Base strategically is making all the right choices, he just hasn't got in with the damage and the thought process of how can I attack my opponent. That's where the wavelength Razy's playing on is completely different.
I mean, you talk about damage, 1,000 points in favor of Razy.
Right.
So it's pure damage, and again, keep in mind, the Flame Strike's not really doing a lot. So this is just pure play from Razy. And heaven forbid the Flame Strike start hitting, because Razy might be up 10-11-2 right now.
Exactly. So that is definitely credit to Base. But You know, Razy's looking on good form. There are some elements of, particularly his aim, that are still a bit rusty, but when it comes to the mind elements, the mental side of his game, he's still very sharp.
Very sharp indeed, as he does bully his way onto that Mega, doing an immense amount of damage. Razy trying to grab the scraps. What a rail around the corner, but the rocket right in his pocket. Razy is potentially going to get fragged here. There's the rockets. Can he land him? And he finally does, but look at all that damage he did, Dan.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage. Base is still keeping in this game, though. For all this credit we're giving Razy, it's still 6-3. It feels like it's a lot bigger, but there you go from downtown. A big flame strike this time will force Base to retreat onto that Mega. It is the full utility of the item, though, so that's the perfect situation for Base now. He's in a great position to start wrangling back control, and Razy will forfeit all potential damage here. Question is, how can Base find a way in that where he doesn't take too much damage? He knows the Flame Strike will be up soon, so he needs to be extremely wary of any of these close combat situations in any sort of choke point.
And this is just immaculate. Watching this read of the read of the read as Razy is just kiting him around the map, and it's so good, Dan.
Both have great reads of themselves, and Razy's taken the last minute and a half now. He's given up all the items, but he also hasn't been seen. He's a ghost in regards to Base, and that rocket basically brings them back to level playing field.
It is always amazing to see someone potentially, there's still time, but out defense Base. It's a taste of his own medicine kind of a thing, and it's always interesting to see, as he does have a totem that he can use in the middle of a fight here. He's going to try and hit this rail. That's a great start. Almost does get another one, and now Razy in dire straits right now. He's going to jump out the window trying to get that 50 shard here, and Base is going to leave up the heavy. Gets another rail, and that shot is just so good.
Every one of those shots was so good. And
oh no!
As interesting as Razy's defense is, and I say interesting because it's quite unorthodox. He takes these unusual positions where he just essentially hides in some aspect. He does some decent damage here or there. He didn't do enough pressure on the map, which is why we see such desperation coming out from him now, because Base is on the offense with full stack. And Razy just cannot do anything. He can't get onto these major items. It's not even if Base is going out to put the pressure on to prevent it. Razy is just forfeiting it. And it really could come back to haunt him, as there's still a long time in this map to get a comeback. Base, but again, has to be wary. He doesn't want to go into these choke points. He knows he has enough time to be methodical in his play.
That's exactly what it has to be to try and find Razy and get at least 2 frags. And Razy finally switching it up and just using that jump pad to get out of rail range. We've seen Base hit that rail so many times, and Razy's like, no more. I'm just taking the jump pad, getting out of line of sight. Good rocket there to try and prevent Base from any kind of push, but the heavy is just right there waiting. And another good rocket. He drops down, though, and this is going to be an awkward fight. The flames are going to strike. Totem saves
that was
his
what
life.
he was so scared of, but he does time it well with the Mega to pull back on. No heavy up for a while, but he's caught Razy midair, and this will be the conversion. He doesn't want to take any damage, and he doesn't. 10 seconds to go. Razy has to make a play here. What spawn does he get? He gets the rockets.
Totem to the face.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is.
45 seconds. There's nothing he can do except hide. There's no major items. There's nothing for him to work with. Question is, will Base guess right? He's heard him. He knows where he is. He'll probably take the jump pad back down. He's just going to wait around, and hopefully Base second guesses. He does delay, and that's cost him 10 seconds, 40. Could that be the decider, as he can't find where Razy is? He's on the mid ground. He knows where he is now. He hears the rocket. He's going in aggressive now. The flame strike comes out, and look at the damage.
Potentially heartbreaking here. 12 seconds, and Base just needs this frag. He's got to figure it out. There's the fake rocket jump. Rocket jumps up to the heavy machine gun, but doesn't make it in 5 seconds.
Painful.
Oh, and Razy is going to run away with this one. Another map with just a 1 frag lead, but Razy puts that one in the pocket. And wow, that one was a close one, Dan.
There was a few Sika-Pliat moments at the end there where he just couldn't make the distance, and I have to credit Base. Like I said, the pressure from Razy for the first 6 minutes or so was insane. But Base found a way to stay in the game, and that's why it was as close as it was. And in all honesty, he really should have converted. There was some interesting defensive tactics coming out from Razy, where he is very difficult to read, but Base was finding it in, he just couldn't convert, and then right at the end, whether it was pressure, whether it was sloppiness, whatever it is, he was making his own mistakes that cost him the game.
That just pummel into LG. Just, I don't care what you say, Dan. Tactical, absolutely tactical.
Yeah, I could see that.
And I mean, to start the game the way that Base did, and he just didn't have rockets for so long, he didn't have really any weaponry, and to still, as you said, keep it this close, really is a testament to how well he was playing and moving around the map eventually. But Razy, again, doing Razy things, the unorthodox kind of defense, and then when it all goes downhill, Flame Strike in a corridor, you're not going to get through that, even with a totem. So Razy kind of playing to the advantages of the champions, doing exactly what he needed to do, and still just barely scraping by. So Base knocking on the door 2 maps in a row. Can he take the third? I mean, technically, Razy wraps this one up. Again, best of 3, but we play all 3 maps. And we're going to go to Awoken, and it's going to be Athena and Nyx. And do you think Base has what it takes to kind of put himself over on this third map?
I do. I think, well, we've seen 2 maps where it's 2-0 to Razy, but, you know, there's a 1 frag difference per map. It could have gone either way. I mean, I felt Base probably played better, particularly on this map, and should have taken this map. And he has a great Athena. The Razy Nyx is definitely good, but an Athena play to the highest level will definitely take the Nyx and should take the Nyx. So the question is, can Base execute at that level again? If he can, he will take this map. Otherwise, we'll have to see. I think Razy's playing some good Quake, and you know, the Death Knight pick on the last map was perfect. We said the Flame Strike utility wasn't optimized, but just the threat of it was keeping Base at bay, and then there was that one huge Flame Strike right at the end that completely obliterated the stack of the Death Knight. I'm sorry, of the Galena. So I think Base can take this. Whether he will is obviously another question.
We'll see. We'll see. It'll be an interesting game. Hopefully Base is still in the right headspace after those 2 admittedly heartbreaking losses, but he knows he's close. I think he knows that he could take this one again. Playing a lot of Athena. We've seen him be very, very versatile on this one, especially on Awoken. I think it's going to be fantastic. But Razy starting off with a hat trick would be pretty nice to this season, Dan.
It would reflect the Razy of old, but definitely not as commanding as we've seen in the past. And it was some good play throughout, but there is definitely elements of rustiness that we can see creeping into his play at times. So whether that continues throughout, we'll have to see. But it's been a great series to start us here in Season 3.
What a way to kick it off, indeed. Are we going to see another pummel here? Is taking a look at the predictions, 60% for Razy. So no love for Base, but we'll see. Maybe Base can provide all the love he needs to push him over the edge on this one. Map number 3, Base versus Razy to close out this series. We're going to start off on Base, and he's going to get that railgun right off the bat with that Athena making his way back. Almost gets some damage, question mark. Just barely missing out on that open window.
Cheeky rails off the spawn, none of the connecting, doesn't matter. Razy though does have a stack advantage though, but Base has the right weaponry and position, so he's going to feel more than happy over here. Up on corridor, also the Ghost Walk coming out very early to prevent damage, but he goes aggressive with it. Base realizing that not enough done, and Razy tries to go in aggressive. 2 rails to come out. Will he just take away the heavy? He does, and the rail is critical. But there's no Ghost Walk, so he has to find a way in here. And here we go with the machine gun. It doesn't take much.
And I was going to say, that was best case scenario, knowing that Razy literally backed himself into a corner, didn't have Ghost Walk, hitting the rail, stealing the item. It's best case, and he makes it work, almost connecting with another rail, as Razy needs to be careful. Still no Ghost Walk! Why do you need a Ghost Walk when you can hit a hundo? What a rocket!
God,
wow, Razy.
Get out of here. That was such a random ass play. But Base going in aggressive once again. And this is one of the problems I was going to talk about in the intro, is we have seen it in the past, is that Base could be a little bit too enthusiastic with the Athena at times. Razy's making it pay. Been clinical to start this game.
It's just Razy things, man. As he drops down, almost gets a big pop rocket. Good misdirection there with that grapple. To not commit to the jump pad and get away for the time being. A little bit of LG here. Razy just chasing like the Terminator. LG on LG. Can he melt him down? Has to use Ghost Walk. But we're seeing a fearless Razy, and that's always scary. Takes a rail to the face, almost hits one on the way out, and this one should be a frag, and it is for Base.
Yeah, it's finding that balance, as with anything, finding that balance. Perhaps that time is a little bit too much. And there's another big rocket to the face. People just love smacking the big rockets on these little models. And Base does manage to tie it up. There's 3 seconds before it. Of course, why wouldn't Razy come charging in with a shotgun? Why wouldn't he do that? Could somebody...
Base was ready for it.
Yes, Razy needs to unwind W just for a moment, I think. And he's going to continue with the pressure here. The Ghost Walk comes out once again. He is not sparing that ability at all. This is already a bloodbath.
Absolutely, as he makes the nice jump up, and the LG almost catches off base a little bit here, but he does correct and smacks down Razy a bit. Razy's in a bad way here. A little too early for the heavy. He has to get out of there. And okay, base luckily had another grapple, flying a little bit too close to the sun on that one, Dan. What a play! What kind of hook was that? That's incredible!
Literally Jumanji.
Sure. As base looking to get this frag, should be easy here as Razy does make it up to jump pad, grab for 25, but the hook, the rail won't be able to do anything as base can fall back on this mega, and this is the momentum that base really wants.
He's timing these approaches really well. I think Razy's now regretting some of his decisions to be so aggressive, but those pushes just before the major item spawn, actually base has been doing really well all series long. This time now we have to see Razy check the tempo of the game, and that's exactly what he's doing. He realizes pressure hasn't been sustained. He knows now base has a stack advantage. He tries to go aggressive here, and base is getting stuck between a rock and a hard place, eating rockets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
That was very unfortunate, and that rocket's going to be even more unfortunate, but the rail will keep him alive. Can he hit one more? Razy, does he want to tempt fate? He does! Baits it out somehow, and LG's him into the corner. Razy is just fearless, Dan.
I mean, I don't think base expects some of these maneuvers. It's just catching him off guard. And the big mistake, the double back from Razy through the Ghost Walk to get the conversion frag to just before tying it up. That was the key. And now base has to find a way back into this game. He's taken a strong early position now, so he will get that mega. And with a lot of time now before the heavy, base can put some pressure onto Razy to try and get a double pickup.
Walk in play here for Razy. As he almost gets clipped by that rail from base here. Heavy is going to be up. Base is going to slowly make his way towards while trying to control middle and maybe get some damage. Razy just keeping the high ground for now. Trying to play off sound and wait for that mega. Does hear the hook. Does hit a little bit of rocket damage as base goes flying across towards the banana now. But all in all, it's a mega pickup for base. So the stack looking pretty good here. And that rocket, not bad at all. Razy should pop Ghostwalk here soon, but he's hanging on. 54 HP, and there comes base. The grappling hook speeding in, taking that frag and taking the lead in.
Absolutely. Great read from base as well. Realizing that Razy wouldn't go for that rocket, so the double back around is absolutely superb. And base is saying, well, if you can go aggressive, I can meet fire with fire. And he did take a big shotgun to the face, but that miss rail will spell the end of Razy. Does a lick of damage with the rocket, but not enough. It's just before the mega, but there you go. Razy gets the perfect spawn, steals it away, and he's sticking around with that machine gun, but he's done a lot of damage.
Not bad at all, and you saw Razy a little bit trying to use it mid-fight there, but had to be very careful because he knew he'd get melted, but doesn't make it work. Base up by 3, starting to gain a little bit of momentum here as the Veil's Exchange will miss. Base will grab the heavy, and he's got 3 grapples in his pocket again, Dan, for traversing the map at his leisure.
And we're getting to that point now where base is building a fairly significant lead for a base, in so much that he can at any given time just turn on that defensive mode, and it'll be very hard for the Knicks to form a comeback. He'll have to be using that Ghost Ball extremely competently, because the speed of Athena and the mobility of Athena is just too great. And we might even be seeing that now as base is playing a little bit more reserved than we saw in the opening 5 minutes. And Razy will have to check himself, yeah.
Yeah, Razy with the chase there, not getting the frag that he wanted, but very, very close. As a rocket makes the difference and makes him skirt off here. Another rocket as Razy tries to wall jump over. It still takes some damage, and now the positioning on this heavy. Nice little jump from base. Should get free damage here. Pops him up. LG, even with the rail on the way out, 10 HP for base and a heavy. Hanging by a thread, Dan.
And you can see Razy getting slightly desperate there. He knows he's done a lot of damage as well, so he's going to come in aggressively. And how are we hitting so many full rockets? It's insane, and that does stall the aggression of Razy. He's coming again. He's only got the machine gun. It's just not done enough. You can hear it peppering away, but it's like an airsoft. Not really doing anything.
3 minutes left, and you're right, Razy just won't stop coming. He needs to get a frag to at least open the potential up for a comeback. But Base, so versatile with the hooks, he can just jump around the map. You can see him start conceding items and just keeping distance and doing fantastic damage, Dan.
Yeah. Such a great angle, and Base is playing clinical now. He knows he's got more than enough of a lead to see out this game and just doesn't want to make any big mistakes. As I say that, he senses an opportunity but doesn't execute, so he will get out, counting his blessings to get out of there with his life. Razy's Ghost walk back up, and it has to be popped once again, and that will mean he needs to retreat. Base, though, doubling back. He knows he can hit this rail, but Razy predicting that. Great awareness from the Maestro player. Base coming flying in. Razy's already early, and he has to make this risk. He's not going to work out, and it really looks like it's going to be good games to Base here. 40.
Solid play from Base. He's just got to do it for 2 more minutes, and it does look like, in fact, he will ruin the hat trick attempt as 2 big rockets around the corner. Razy doesn't really have a choice. He just has to chase. Maybe not that blatantly, but it doesn't matter as Base is more than willing to just rack up these frags to really secure the victory. There's the hook up. A little bit of pummel action? No, a little bit of LG instead. 13-5. So fantastic play from Base here.
Couple pummels out, and obviously Razy has thrown in the towel here with a minute and a half to go. Slightly frustrated, I guess. Again, it comes back to that balance of the aggression. And if you saw the adjustment from Base, once he had built that slight lead that he needed to feel comfortable, and as soon as he reverts to type, as I said, going up at Base Athena is incredibly scary, and it didn't work out for Razy on this particular map. But this is slightly different. I feel in the last couple of stages we've seen Razy move away from his more traditional aggression, and it seems to be coming back this season. So I don't know if that's a sign of things to come, because if it is, it's fun to watch, and he needs to find that balance. But yeah, this was a great series nevertheless.
Great series indeed. What a way to kick off Season 3 here as Base is just adding to the body count. Why not? When you go back into the website and you look at these stats, you're going to be like, what in the hell happened on Awoken?
Yeah. I mean, there is a time and a place where I think we should maybe allow a GG if it's in the case, but there you go. It's just going to...
There's no way out, Dan. Once you're in the arena, you're locked for 10 or more minutes, and that's the way it is. I mean, right. I know nothing about the UFC. I imagine that's similar to how it is. As a base
if you literally kill someone, they can't get out. Is that way?
I don't know. Are those the rules, Dan? I try not to watch those sports. They hurt my head. Why are they fighting all the time?
I hope frag difference isn't the thing, because otherwise Razy's going to be in for a bit of trouble later this season.
You might. And he's just making it worse, but that'll be it. Finally, somebody threw in the towel. 23-4 is going to be the final score here, as a bit of a blowout there from Base. It was obviously a little bit closer, but Base able to keep his head in the game, take at least map number 3, but Razy wins out on the set with the first 2 very, very close games. Fantastic set to start the season. And what do you say? I mean, it hasn't been said already. Insomnia's in the pool. Fantastic to see, but in terms of this last one on Awoken, it was just... Base doing Base things, even though Razy was just serving up these rockets, Base found a way to overcome that and just get at least 1 map on the board today.
Yeah, Base showed us why he's such a highly respected player in both maps, well, every single map, should I say. You know, the way in which he managed the pressure of Razy. I feel there were some more clinical errors, particularly on map 1. Map 2, he just couldn't find a way to finish off Razy. Some good defensive play towards the end, and then this map, he managed to stabilize off of a rocky start. And as soon as he had that lead, he had that buffer, he reverted to type, and Razy just put on too much pressure and too much aggression. Slightly uncharacteristic to have that level of lack of composure, and Base fully deserved it, and it could have been a 2-1 Base on another day.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we see Razy with the plus forward a lot, but he's usually, as you said, better at reeling it in and kind of calculating it. But this was just, you know what, pedal to the floor. I'm going to see what happens if I hit my shots. Great. And he did hit a lot of shots, but we saw Base survive with 10, 15 HP, able to string those together, grab the items, and just pull away with it after maybe a little bit of frustration from Razy. But 23-4 is indeed the final score on Awoken. But overall, Razy takes it 2-1 over Base, so big shouts to Razy. Solid start to the season. Base, great performance. I mean, losing the first 2 maps by 1 frag, again, heartbreaking, but it's a testament to how good Base is, and it could have gone either way based on 1 or 2 decisions.
Absolutely, and I'm sure he'll be happy enough. I think he'd be a little bit frustrated, particularly on Vale, because of those sloppy mechanical mistakes towards the end of the map that potentially cost him that. But nevertheless, we're going to have some wacky encounters, at least for this week, as players begin to find their rhythm, try and get back into the groove of things. We've got a new map pool now, even though they would have practiced it. It's a completely different ballgame when you move into this environment. So I'm sure we're in for some chaotic encounters for at least the first couple of weeks.
Absolutely. And speaking of chaotic, we got Nosfa Sparty coming up. Again, we're worldwide now, round robin. But first, we're going to take a quick break. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back. It's good to be back, but we will see you in a short bit with Nosfa Sparty. And that is how a bill becomes a law, Dan. Oh, yeah. Welcome back to Quake Pro League Season 3. We've already seen one set go down, and it was pretty fantastic. But I know a lot of people are waiting for this one, Dan. Swapped it up this season. We got intercontinental play all throughout, and we're going to get Nosfa Sparty in just a few minutes.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for a better brawl for our first global league game, as we have the Beast from Brazil up against the Swedish superstar in Sparty.
The mayonnaise man himself. The party is here, Dan. It's arrived. And I'm excited to see kind of what form both players are in. As you said, Nosfa, great showing on land at Iron Fist back in November. Sparty, unfortunately, couldn't make it, so you kind of wonder, is he raring to go? Is he still going to start up slowly throughout the season? Again, day one of a long season, but it's going to be exciting nonetheless. Nosfa always delivers just, lightning in a bottle. And sometimes, unfortunately, that bottle can break and it just goes everywhere, but we'll see exactly what Nosfa will turn up. Sparty, rail-heavy player, can go crazy or just kind of be a shadow of himself. Should be interesting.
Yeah, I think both of them, more than other players, do definitely rely on their mechanics. I feel that Nosfa's been under the radar a little bit for the last couple of seasons, partly because obviously Maxter's been on the up and up and maybe taking the light of South America away from him, but he's always been putting in respectable performances and getting himself into decent standings in the leaderboard quite quietly in the background. So he came up with a bang, a couple of years ago, and I guess he's just found his natural level at this point in time. So definitely, again, looking at him to see, is he going to take it a step further? Particularly now, I was going to say the NA scene, but we're in a global league, so this matters so much. But particularly now, Dahang is taking a step back. It does open that door for a bit more breathing room for the rest of the North American leaderboard. So looking at him in a new light.
For sure. I mean, never forget the 1-0 on Blood Run versus Wenger back in QuakeCon. Remember when LAN was a thing? Anyway, we got the pick bands ready. Let's take a look at exactly what we have on the menu between Nosfa and Sparty. Dan, run me through it.
My eyes. We have Vale with same matchup as we saw before. It's a very traditional matchup in the Ranger versus the Swordag, almost back into early meta. And we already saw Vale come out today. We know what to expect. Sparty with the pick, though. He will be looking to use the rail, play those angles, which there are a lot of on Vale. And then we move on to Blood Covenant, and I remember back in the day, this was actually a Nosfa speciality, and I haven't seen it in so long, I don't even know what to think anymore. We've got almost the original meta in the Nyx versus the Visor, so excited to see that. It is definitely played at a much faster tempo than we saw back in the day, so interested to see how Nosfa plays this one, because we understand, the limitations that Visor has now, so he will have to play nice and steady up in that high ground. And then we're going to end up on Ruins of Sarnath with the Strog on Nosfa, which he has been playing very well up against the Galena. And Sparty's going to have to slow the tempo there. He can't afford to overexpose himself, which he has a tendency to do. So he's going to have to play disciplined to really pull off the Galena on Ruins.
And we'll see if he kind of uses that tried and true strategy of, okay, I'm going to get overstack and I'm going to play for the heavy and you're going to have to come into my Temple of Doom. Or, if Nosfa's going to be able to string together a couple rails and maybe just slide around the map and take everything at will. But taking a look at this breakdown, Dan, how do you feel? Who do you think is going to take this one?
I'm slightly leaning towards Nosfa. I like particularly the Strog pick on map 3. The Ranger equally is an amazing pick on map 1. We know the Visor can work if it's played right, and so Nosfa's going to have to slow it down. I have more confidence in Nosfa victory here, probably leaning towards a 2-1 though for Nosfa.
2-1 for Nosfa. We'll see if the chat follows you with their predictions. I think that's well within the realm of possibilities, but again, I think the wild card is Sparty able to hit 70-ish% rail and just changing everything and flipping it on its head. We'll see if that happens. Again, starting off on Vale is going to be maybe a little bit rougher to hit that. We saw the Ranger versus Sorlak matchup earlier on Insomnia. Might be more of the same if Nosfa knows how to use that Dire Orb, closing the gap, just getting that big burst damage, but we'll see. I mean, 2-1 sounds fair to me to Nosfa. No disrespect to Sparty. I think I'm going to hop on that train as well. We'll take a look at chat in a second and see what their predictions are. But I heard the sound, Dan. We're getting into it. Series number 2 for the day between Nosfa Sparty. And again, for those that have their minds blown, yeah, we're doing intercontinental play all throughout the season, round robin action. There's no more regions per se. So everybody has to fight everybody.
Yeah, it's just not enough Americans to have a league anymore. So we had to combine the two.
NA in shambles right now. No, somebody had to go. Sit down to 16 players. Everyone plays everyone. I kind of like it. It's nice. It's nice. The first worldwide match right now, set 2 of the day for QPL Season 3, and it's just so good to be back and see that just pasty white face of yours. I love it. I love it.
It's going to be a long season, boys.
It is. It's going to be very long, yeah. Getting into it slowly. I heard it. Never mind, it's a lie. Psyching you out, chat, just like we left it, Dan. Some slight technical difficulties, but, just hanging out until we figure it out. So let me take a look at the predictions.
We have to get a little bit more used to that now. We've got, this divide.
It's my fault.
Well, it's always
my fault.
Yeah. I don't know why we work with you sometimes.
I don't know. Is it really called work? I don't know. 74% in favor of Nosfa.
Okay.
Wow.
That's a bit disrespectful. We also have to account for now, which we didn't last league, and obviously we're used to it in terms of the bracket play, but server choice, and so we have to understand that plays a little bit of a factor in the predictions as well. So chat don't have the full information to make those predictions. That's what I'm saying. Just
blasting in the dark is what they're trying to do, but we'll see. I think the overview does give you a note in the bottom left, if I'm not mistaken. I could be, because I get everything else wrong, what server it's on, if that matters, but your prediction should already be locked in, so it doesn't matter, and I have gotten confirmation for production. It does show up on the HUD, so if you have any questions about score or where the server is and you ask in chat, you will be banned immediately by me, because it's all on the HUD.
But was it on the pick ban?
I don't think it was on the pick ban.
Andre, was it
but
on
again,
the pick ban? He's ignoring me. He's literally ignoring me. It's fine. I don't think it was.
Usually it's me getting ignored. This is great.
So that's what I'm saying.
This is equality in the workplace.
You don't have the full information when making your prediction choice. It's back, and it's not.
I already said that it's a shot in the dark, Dan. I already addressed that.
It's not. It's definitely not on there. But I don't know if I'm kind of missing something that should be too obvious to divulge. Is it? Because I don't actually know how they're deciding it for the league.
If you look deep in their eyes, I think that's where
I have a question. Why was it that Base gets a lovely refresh photo with like a fake tan, and we've still got this one of Sparty?
First of all, how dare you? You don't know if that's fake. Okay. Second
of all, it could be real, but come on, it's a pandemic. Has he really gone from Russia to Bora Bora for a few weeks? He might have done.
I mean, he could. Yeah, he could. Maybe just a bunch of lamps in the house.
Either way, he was
tanning bed. But he was buy a tanning bed.
He was looking so fly. I reckon he just did it himself and was like, "I just need to update my look, my brand." It was really good.
Look, you can gush about Base. You don't have to make it a backhanded compliment. You could just say, "Damn, he looks good." I mean, that's not weird.
Literally what I'm saying.
Right. We are getting into it, Chad. I promise. I just kicked something. I think it was actually Nick. She hopped on a cable. It's the work from home thing. She just chewed through it. We're trying to get into the server and bring you the action. Vale, Sorlag versus Ranger going to be the first map. But let's just take a minute and be happy that it's Quake Day. It's been a while. Quake Season 3 finally here for the Pro League. We're going to see a little bit of DJ Wheat later on, that unemployed degenerate. But yeah, it'll be...
He's actually a bum now. He's living up to his look for once. That's amazing.
it'll be great to have Wheat back as well. The crew's all here.
I'm sure
we just need a game.
Yeah, I'm sure Twitch chat, I was going to call them Twatch for a second. Twitch chat has missed the 40 and Dad podcast. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, this is where the content is, for sure. And... once we get the server sorted out, it's going to be such a good game. It's going to be such a fantastic game. It's going to be one of the best games.
God damn Brazilian internet. I'm just throwing it out to Brazil. God damn Brazilian internet.
That's just probably something. That's probably not right. I don't know.
Can I just say,
you're doing it wrong.
You look like a miniature you.
I am.
You just, like one of those Russian dolls. Like every season we've just taken out, and there's a smaller body.
I wish I was getting smaller and smaller. I'm huge. I'm glad the camera cuts off right about you. It's disgusting, Dan.
I mean, you're looking good, unless that's like a moo-moo, and you're just like...
It is.
Very round under there, but yeah.
Very round, yeah. I'm plump. I'm pleasantly plump. I'm chunky but funky. I mean, what do you want from me? I'm trying my best out here.
Oh, God.
I swear,
the
Quake is coming. The Quake is coming, chat. Just hang in there. We like to tease a little bit, build up just anticipation for the game, because again, first one around the world that's during regular season play.
This is
pray.
Great
I pray that it works.
For the functionality. What's your chain about? I forgot to ask you.
Oh, this? Yeah, it's a little lion.
Okay, why?
Just a little lion. I'd be lying if I didn't say I love it. It's great. You want one? I can get you one. We can match. Chad,
No,
we were almost going to
would
match.
look way
I was
too-
almost going to wear a black turtleneck, and we
Yeah.
were just going to like work for that one company that always just gives those amazing products out.
I would look way too much like 80s Dwayne Johnson with a chain like that.
You're
Except-
more jacked than him,
Yeah,
Dan.
except
Give
except
yourself
very
more
white
credit.
and a lot more hair, but
It's fine. It's
Oh,
just
yes,
as many
we're in.
muscles, if not more. We're in. We got it. We got the Quake. It's happening right now. Straight into your veins. Match number 2. It's going to be Nospa versus Sparty. This is going to be map number 1 of the best of 3. We are live right now. Thanks for hanging in there. We're on Sparty, the mayonnaise man himself. Never mind Nosfa. Just kidding. Psych out again. Hit you with it, chat.
right, we're in. We can finally talk about something that's relevant. Body setting up very early and Nosfa not respecting this bit whatsoever. The orb comes out, it's just a distraction. Sparty, he's gonna get this and somehow get the frag as well. I don't know how he managed to do that, but the connection was there and Nosfa coming flying back through. Taking a couple of rails to the face.
Not a bad start here, but he's going to eat a rail somehow. Dances past that one as Nospa will miss the second one. Never mind. Hits with a conversion now. Down to 60 HP. Sparty on the run. He's going to grab 225s, maybe a 50 as well. But Nosfa now taking map control. So he's going to drop down and try and hit another one, and just barely dodging that rocket. Okay, rail through there, and there's the Dire War play onto the Mega. Sparty will be able to drop onto the heavy. Big fight here in the corridor. Big 100 damage rocket. Can he get the spit? LG? Something. But that something will go Nosfa's way as he ties it at 1.
Yeah, messy start coming out here from both these players, but Nosfa is the one to tie it up. He's got the high ground as well, and Sparty just doesn't give a hoot about anything as he goes flying on through. He did know Nosfa was low though, had the confidence in his rail, but just didn't connect whatsoever. He's keeping the pressure on, but he's taking a lot of damage once again. And what a rail through the grating! And nearly a second, that would have blown my mind. And Sparty gets away with a full stack though.
That was, yeah, just Nosfa things. Does get pushed in here now. Oh, and he gets the frag. Good job from Sparty. Unfortunate for Nosfa there getting caught off guard. Not able to hit those magic rails. Tied at 2. A lot of action coming at us here on Vale. Great rail from Nosfa. Again, tries to convert with another one. Sparty will come out on top in that duel. Almost an exit rail, but nothing doing for Nosfa as the Mega will go to Sparty. And now potential for running the map here?
A little bit. Nosfa, whilst he's playing great, you know, Sparty is playing the items. And that's something Nosfa needs to get back into the game and doing because he's working with absolutely nothing. And yes, Sparty may be overcommitting, but he's got 2-3 times the stack, the buffer, to make it happen. And that's why he's been making these moves. But it is still 2-2. Nosfa slowing it down drastically, meaning he will miss out once again on another major item for free. And Sparty doesn't even want to go for it. He's going to take the risk to go up high. Eats a big rocket, but gets out with his life and the light and the Mega. And he's back on top once again, and he's just coming through like a cannonball.
Good job from Sparty there, kind of using that tank of Sorlag. Just good positioning here. The Tribal needs to get away, can't get through. Does take a lot of damage, but does finally escape, and he actually drops back down to deliver big rockets.
Nice.
And take another frag from Nosfa, but he's very weak, railable right now.
He absolutely is. The big difference is just Nosfa at the moment has had no items. He might be able to convert here, and he does, but he now needs to convert that frag into an element of control.
Love that play from Nosfa. Dire Orb in for the Rockets. Can he finishes with the rail? Brilliantly done by the Brazilian there, but he's also using these rocket jump passes with Ranger to get around the map a lot faster, closing in with the Dire Orb. Nosfa starting to heat up here as we are tied at 4. Just about to hit the 4-minute mark. There's some good LG. Sparty trying to hang on with everything he has in the swap to LG somehow. That tickle, that's all he needed.
Yeah, the spit did so much damage. Slight overconfidence there from Nosfa, not appreciating the amount of output that can come in that corridor. Sparty hanging on with a thread at this point. He's got the weapons, but this time he's the one without the stack, so he will need to slow it down. Playing the angles with the rail, as we know he loves to do. Has that light to pull back on as well, so he's in a healthy enough position, and Nosfa needs to respect that. He can't go aggressive, but as I say that, he doesn't care. He's going to go through with the orb, and somehow they get out without doing any real significant damage to each other until then.
was gonna say, Nosfa doesn't believe in rules. You can't tell him about your rules, Dan. He ties it at 5, has the Mega. The heavy will go to Sparty as he makes his way away, and Nosfa a little bit perturbed there by the acid on the wall. Just making sure, just being safe as we're tied at 5, heading into the halfway point of map number 1 between these two.
Yeah, and as we hit that halfway point, it might begin to stabilize slightly as now the item timings have aligned, meaning both players have something to fall back on. Sparty is the one just playing on the defense, not for trying to make this initiative and take the move forward. Sparty missing that rail, opens the door for the aggression, it comes out. Has he got the right weapons to defend? He swaps to the LG, but he's just been floated. And Nosfa picks up a frag and should get both of these items.
Wow! Oh, Nosfa, wow. Sparty in a bad way gets absolutely melted down as Nosfa putting together a bit of a highlight reel here on map number 1.
You know, we've got the first time this map, its scoreline's begun to diverge from one another. 8-3. Really just, as you said, past the halfway point, so plenty of time for Sparty. And he's now got himself back on the item, so a little bit of a mistake there. Nosfa didn't do any damage on the exit either. So he's going to have to go back to how he was playing in the opening engagements.
Feels like one of the few times you've seen Sparty with a nice big stack, and even when I say that, the tri-bolt, wow. Nosfa's got those NFTs. Nice friggin' tri-bolts, Dan, as he's still up by 3 and just doing enough chip damage to make Sparty go away and reconsider any kind of a push. Sparty from above, there's a dire warp, and just closes the gap, but misses with the rocket. That would have been huge. Sparty hits a rocket of his own, and now the mad dash for Mega. Is Nosfa gonna do any damage here? A little bit of rocket from down below, just missing out on that rail.
Problem is, in these situations, the trades are just not enough for Nosfa. He has to find a way to continue to do the damage he's doing, which is decent, but to mitigate the incoming damage, and that's just not the case. Sparty predicts the movement from down below. Hits a nice rocket from above. He's gonna go for this, but he's too early, and he will just tick it down.
I really thought Sparty was about to get floated, but he would have had to do massive damage. So a good drop there from Sparty using that stack and almost hits a rail. Goes for it, another one, can't quite connect. Mega's going to be up, so he can't just fall back to it, but trying to do that early damage, maybe close in on a frag before falling back. Nosfa somehow hitting some damage on the way out first. But again, Mega's right there for Sparty with a good split between the items, so he should be able to secure this heavy as well.
Map begins to quiet down now. Sparty's slightly late to do any significant damage on there. Nosfa once again just going aggressive, not showing any respect for Sparty's positioning whatsoever. It does work out though, as he doesn't take a lot of damage. He needs to get this Mega to continue to sustain his lead. And why are you using the rail? But it doesn't matter if Sparty makes it work just before the item's 40.
Not bad. If it works, it's not silly, Dan. DeHang said that once, as now he's only trailing by 1.
Yeah,
215 on the board. You don't have to, it's fine, because it already happened. Heavy pickup clean for Sparty now, as the stack looking very good. Trying to get some damage with the tri-bolt, just firing in any which direction, but this next Mega might be huge, and we might see Nosfa get some big damage to that grate again. There's the dire orb play, a little bit of misdirection this time. Does not commit. He's going to back away, so another clean item for Sparty, but he's still down a frag.
But he's got the map completely knocked down, and we've seen already Nosfa taking some riskier plays to get back into it. Sparty this time forcing the issue. He does get the item. That's the only saving grace for it, is that he took that item. It means now he knows he can pressure in here. Hasn't got the rocket though, so he's going to have to try and do anything, but he has to back off. He knows he can't force his way through the corridor. He can't afford also to give away a frag. Nosfa very early, but doesn't matter. Great damage through the teleporter.
Wow.
Doesn't matter when Sparty hits another great flick rail.
That was absolutely clutch from that, because you could tell that was going to break Sparty's back, because Nosfa is quite frankly playing a little bit disrespectful and saying you're going to have to hit all of your shots or I'll make you pay, and Sparty does connect with a beautiful string of LG and ties it at 9 with a minute left. There's the dire orb play, drops back down onto a rocket, the second one won't connect as Sparty tries to rail on his way out. Both players extremely weak, Sparty with a little bit of armor, but Mega's going to be next. There's the drop down shotgun, the rail will miss right between the legs. Ole.
Ole, indeed. Some questionable decision-making from Nosfa. As you said, the lack of respect is the only reason we're really seeing it 9-9, coupled with the clinicalness of Sparty. Big major item coming up now. Nosfa's in position, but Sparty's there just in time to do damage. Only 47 though. But Sparty, being the Sorlak, has a decent of enough stack here and is a long time before the Mega, but the positioning of Nospa means he won't be able to pressure this. Sparty going in, sneaking around the corner, needs a rail for his trouble. Nospa going through. He can't take the TP now, surely he's being monitored by that spit damage. And it should be an overtime. First one of the season.
First one of the season indeed, as we're still on map number 1 for this second series of the day. 5 seconds away unless something crazy happens, Dan.
No!
And that's a bit of a blunder there with the Dire Orb. Does hit a rail, but that heavy is going to go to Sparty, and now it's looking like a dire time for Nosfa. 30 seconds until he gets the orb back to push through the telly. Can this be it? And it will be, and it all came down to a flubbed Dire Orb on the heavy. Dan, can you believe it?
I can actually. That game was a mess. Start to finish, that game was a mess. But gotta credit Sparty. When in the moment happened and the pressure was there, he was always hitting the clutch shots, and that's not always the case with Sparty. But this time it was, and he made it count. And sometimes I feel that you have to question some of the maneuvers of Nosfa. You know, there were times where he was trying to force the issue too much, not respecting either the positioning or capabilities of Sparty, and he made it pay.
Yeah, a lot of the time you kind of wonder, you can't keep getting away with this. And, you know, Sparty actually put an end to it, because Nosfa was playing a little bit too loose. I mean, the whole match, as you said, was a little bit scrappy, but Nosfa using that Ranger passive and those rocket jumps and Dire Orbs a little bit too much to close the gap when maybe it wasn't always appropriate, but somehow made it work for most of that match. And then when it mattered most, just missing out on that heavy. Again, great shots from Nosfa, fantastic combinations, hitting big rockets, good LG follow-up as well as rail, but Sparty just kind of played the more consistent game throughout, and eventually Nosfa's gambles ran out.
That's the thing, and I think it feels a little bit more extreme in context that we just saw Base versus Razy, you know, where Razy also played a highly aggressive game, but you could see the more balanced approach he had. In the pushes he was making were highly aggressive, but he was taking positions where he was forcing Base into engagements, but also secondly, he wasn't in a vulnerable position. It was more mid-range damage rather than Nospa, who was forcing his way into Sparty's face. But he also wasn't doing the pre-work, if you will, to make sure Sparty was low enough to make those pushes count. So that's where it verges on being too hyper-aggressive. And when Sparty was beginning to connect with these rails at the right moments, it was enough for him to see the map out. And so that it was a very awkward back and forth in that regard, but it's always risky to do that against a Sorlak, particularly if she's not going to be low.
Yeah, a bit of a slugfest there. Sparty able to scrap that one out. Again, playing a little bit more consistent throughout. Nosfa, his luck ran out on some of those pushes. Sparty goes up 10-9 as we head into map number 2. And as you said, El Clasico, Visor versus Nyx on Blood Covenant. You love to see it. That's right, Blood Covenant's back whether you like it or not. And I think it should be a fantastic matchup. Going to say like 17 years ago, it feels like now in pandemic times. But yeah, Visor versus Nyx, Blood Covenant. We got Nosfa on the Visor and Sparty on the Nyx. Is there anything specific you'd like to see out of either player with their champion?
Yeah, less aggression, less mindless aggression.
I would love to see more aggression. I just meant tactically besides that. Is there any kind of keys to victory on Blood Covenant with either Visor or Nyx?
It's hard to say. I'm of the opinion, and I prefer the playstyle when you use both of those abilities in a proactive way rather than a defensive way. You know, the way, for instance, Razy was using the Ghostwalk early on in the previous match, or using the Visor to hunt the Nyx early on. Because if you're purely using it to chase down the Nyx when she pops a Ghostwalk, you're leaving yourself a lot of vulnerability, and you're lacking in terms of the total utility, because you might not use it for 6 minutes when you've wasted, 4 or 5 uses of the ability. So it's definitely finding that balance and making sure you maximize those moments when you get to use your ability. Outside of that, obviously the control of the higher ground is going to be key, and Nyx has a much easier time of that, so the Visor needs to find a way to try and solidify his position up on the bridge rocket area, and if the Nyx comes up through that route, then you have the advantage. So this is why it's a strategical, really interesting encounter, particularly on this map.
You heard it here first, folks. Having the thigh ground gives you a leg up. I'm going to take a look at the predictions. 58% for Nosfa. And again, one thing that we didn't really highlight, the Battle of the Vials themselves. I mean, yeah, using your ability is wonderful, but it also gives you control over the vials. The more you use your ability, the more you get the vials, the more your opponent can't use it. And that could be critical, as you said.
Exactly. It's a longer term strategy when you employ it like that, because you can keep the pressure high, you keep your opponent low if you use it in the right way, and then you take away their resources and you can begin to grow into the game. It's not a one-time use ability where you need to make it maximize in that moment. Obviously that's great if it happens, but it's about the longer term game.
Totally agree. As we are going to load into map number 2 again. We're just, like
Fingers
to hang
crossed.
out a little bit. Yeah, exactly. It's just technical difficulties. This isn't the Dan and 40 show. We're just waiting on the players right now. But yeah, just running into some technical difficulties. Hang in there, chat. I know you love when we just talk aimlessly and endlessly, but we will get into map number 2 shortly. Again, if you missed it, if you just tuned in, spoilers, Sparty just took it over Nosfa in a very tight game on Vale. Working on getting into Blood Covenant. It's going to be Visor versus Nyx.
I mean, it doesn't help that Nosfa looks like he's playing from prison, so maybe that's some of the connectivity issues.
Yeah, Lord knows what he did. I don't know. That's too TMZ for me, but we'll see. We'll see what he can do. Hopefully, in my opinion, another slugfest. I kind of love to see it, but I think this may be a little bit more tactical, given the champs and the map. Again, Blood Covenant back in the pool this season, but we'll see again with Nosfa. You never kind of know. He loves to gamble, and sometimes it pays off and it looks brilliant. Other times, as we just saw, luck runs out, goes the other way.
Yeah, and my eyes are on the Nyx here. Nyx is the one that can set the tempo. She can be the one to put the pressure on, because the way the map normally plays out is you normally have a trade between the heavy and the mega, completely different sides of the map. But the Nyx has the capability to obviously make the bridge jump, to get across that mid ground. And that's where the initiative can come from. That's where you can be proactive and pressure your opponent, surprise them, set up these traps. So it really is much more of an advanced role for the Nyx, where the Divisor, you're almost playing on the back foot the whole time, just because you lack the mobility compared to the Nyx. And that's why it's really difficult actually to play the Visor in this type of game.
And with that, we have it. The Lords have breasted us. We're getting into map number 2, and this is going to be Blood Covenant again. Nosfa versus Sparty. And we're live finally as Nosfa, tries to get a little stylish. Unfortunately can't make it, so he's going to just go for that heavy and say, you know what, whatever. Let me try it again. There it is. Love that jump, Dan. Gotta love it. Ooh, big rails as well.
Well, there you go, and that's the weapon of choice, and that's the key weapon on Blood Covenant. Although it's not the best angle to be using it from, and he realizes that and does manage to just get away for now. Picks up those vials, and that's what we like to see. Use the abilities early, and get the utility out of them. And he's caught. Spotty down below. Lovely read. He hasn't got the right weapon out though. He thought he could execute with the nail gun, and it just wasn't to be. 3 health. Nearly worked, but just not enough.
Yeah, just so close, but again, the weapon choice just not there. I mean, he's working with what he had. Unfortunately, Sparty hangs on, and now he's able to grab a Mega and have a decent stack, but Nosfa right there to cut the map in half. Big rail, he should be able to convert there, but again, nail gun into rail. Can he finish? And there's a Ghost Walk right in the nicks of time. Sparty trying to hold on to this frag lead here. 59 HP, no armor, no Ghost Walk, a Tri-Bolt and a Dream, and Nosfa dashes those dreams with a fantastic rail. Ties it at 1.
Yeah, nice. And that's what we want to see, a lovely rail from down below as well. And he hasn't even used the piercing sight yet, and he knows that there's no Ghost Walk up, so this is the perfect time to keep the pressure high and go on the advance. He's going to make his way around to this heavy. He's got the control of the map. Spotty, though, won't have the confidence just yet to back on through. Takes control of this choke point. But the Nosfa stack is sufficient to survive that encounter.
Ooh, that rail just missing out, but Sparty had a little bit of armor as well. Was railable previously, now has the Mega, looking really good. There's the Ghost Walk play. Should have heard the portal, and Nosfa does as he drops down, tries to get a rocket behind him. Dodges bullets on the way out of the telly as well.
Spotty's done a good job to get back into this game. Felt like Nosfa would have wrapped it up. Big rocket from down low. I don't know how that was 100. Knocks Nosfa right off the ledge. They both swap to the machine gun nice and early, but the friggin' clutch rail from Spotty is there once again.
Yes, expletives everywhere, Dan, as Sparty with a very clutch rail He's able to make the jump across now. Nosfa needs to be careful coming out of the telly. Hits a little bit of rocket damage. Can't follow up. Never mind, does with the rail as he's fighting for this rocket. Lots of machine gun damage. And Nosfa, what just happened?
Oh, yeah, the slap at the table. I don't know how Nosfa got away with that one. Just peppering away with the machine gun and Sparty ruining the day. Once again, he does hit a lovely rail, but it's just not enough.
Visible frustration there. Is a decent rocket, just missing out on the opportunity. Nosfa waiting down below. There it is. Peeks his head out. 2 rails in a row, even after the mega. Sparty is so weak, you wouldn't even be able to tell that he grabbed an item. So there's the vision. Nosfa sees where his prey lies here as he's making his way over to the heavy. Could catch him out, just didn't have the right weaponry.
I mean, we were expecting a bit more of a timid encounter, and once again these two brutes have proved us very wrong. Exchanging your life for a major item is not the worst thing in the world up against the Nyx, because look how vulnerable she is without that item. The question is, can you do any sort of damage in retaliation to follow up? That's the difficult part, trapping the Nyx. She can just get across the map so incredibly quickly, but also doing a good job of at least forcing the Ghost Walk out, keeping Sparty second-guessing any movements.
Yeah, really good job there. You heard Nosfa drop down, grabbing the vials. Vision was popped. There's the LG up the rocket pad. Sparty can't connect, and he... What?
Okay.
Pops the Ghost Walk, and that lone rocket actually finishes off Nosfa somehow, and Sparty has a mega, and that could be a huge turn of momentum as Nosfa was getting so close to getting that frag.
Yeah, that was a huge frag at that time, again, just before the mega. And now Sparty feels confident enough to push across the map towards this next heavy. Only blessing in disguise for Nosfa is that there's no Ghost Walk up, so if he can do some damage here, he will be able to convert, and Sparty's just buying his time. It's actually a good thing to delay this, because now he can get out with the Ghost Walk up. He even hits a rail on the exit, and Nosfa's struggling. It is only 4-2, but Nosfa's definitely struggling.
Oh, and I think he missed his jump. He dropped down. He does hit a rail. Hits another one. Sparty needs to be careful. Does pick up the mega. So the rail's keeping Nosfa in this. But still, overall, Sparty playing a very solid game right now on Blood Covenant.
And this is where we see the challenge and the visor come into play. The way in which Sparty is going to be able to move away, keep on the far side of the map. Huge Tribox coming out. He knows he can push on him, but he's actually mistimed it. Doesn't matter anyway. He still gets the frag. Doesn't have a lot of stack to work with. No Ghost Walk as well, but Nosfa has no weapons. He will be able to steal away this mega though. The question is, can he get out without taking any significant damage? Good dodging so far, and he does. But Sparty will be able to keep the pressure high without the weapons to work with. Nosfa is just a sitting duck.
And you gotta love that from Sparty, knowing he had no weapons and just coming back and saying, I could take this fight, I could deal this damage. Big rockets, the LG, is it gonna be enough? No, Nosfa will at least steal it. There's no way, okay, I was gonna say, there's no way he could turn that around with a shotgun. But he tried. Sparty down to 67, grabs a health bubble, is weak for this next mega.
Yeah, but I mean, we're already at a phase now in the game where I genuinely don't know how he gets back into this game. Sure, he might get a frag here or there, but 6 frags in 4 minutes on this map with these champions just doesn't feel likely. Nosfa's going to have to pull something magical out of the bag to stay in this game, and you know, you've got to start with the basics, and that's a clean pickup. So, you know, tick box for the first objective. He's caught Sparty here without the Ghost Walk up. He needs to finish it now. It's a big opportunity for him, and he does. That's key. He took a lot of damage, but he gets the major items.
So potential for a comeback, but it's going to be a long road here for Nosfa. I think he hears him just waiting to pounce here. Needs to be careful. Sparty is going to go up the jump pad, and Ghost Walk is popped. Omega's not going to be up for another 10 seconds either way. So Nosfa trying to track him, and there's the drop. What a play from Nosfa. Well done, but still 4 frags between him and Sparty.
Yeah, but he's doing it step by step, keeping it clean, making sure he does the basics. He can't afford to give away any of his major items. Sparty, on the other hand, also cannot afford to just retreat to type and play incredibly passive, because without the Ghost Walk up, he really has no utility. So he needs to get the weapons, he needs to get position, and he's been caught once again. This time he does have the Ghost Walk up, but Sparty, he needs a rail. He needs to get the high ground back.
Really just nicely done by Nosfa, completely leaving up that mega just for that frag and getting closer and closer to potentially tying this up. Less than 3 minutes. Almost gets that rail, but now he knows where Sparty is. Ghostwalk is available for him to try and get out. What a rail through that corridor.
That was such a good rail. Spotty won't know that's popped though. I don't believe he should have heard that. So that was actually a good use of it. You hear these bubbles now, so hearing those vials, he will be aware it's on cooldown.
Almost hitting with the rail of Tribal, kind of throwing off his aim.
Nice. Oh.
90, can he get another one? Very patient, needs to be careful. Now he's stuck in no man's land and he's playing for the frag. There's the Ghostwalk as Nosfa just missing out on an opportunity here, but Sparty doing so much damage with that HMG, making him pay. There's the shotgun up the jump pad, finds the angle. Sparty able to take that frag before the Mega, and that might be the deal sealer right there, Dan.
That's exactly what I was saying Spotty needed to do. He had to find a way to stay in the game, build himself a stack, and then do some damage. And that was the perfect time over by that heavy. He was so vulnerable as a visor on that heavy because it's exposed and you've got no utility to get out. So that was the perfect decision from Sparty, and now that will obviously seal the deal with a minute and a half to go.
Sparty again taking him down as Nosfa has to string those rails together to try and hit, and it's just a tall order. I mean, it's hard, especially on a hitbox like Nyx. You can't always go 3 for 3, 4 for 4, and Nosfa a little bit of frustration maybe, but really well. Wow, and Sparty picks him out of the skies like you don't even get a Mega on the way out. No, thank you. 1 minute left, and Sparty's able to take this one, you know, a lot more convincingly than map number 1, but still, I think the constant throughout the first 2 maps are just the display of consistency from Sparty, playing the map, playing well, moving well, using the items. And yeah, Nosfa has flashes of just pure raw mechanics, but as you see here, that won't always bail you out.
It took him, yeah, it took Nosfa too long to play the basics as well as he needed to, but also I feel that when he was playing the basics, he was getting into predictable rhythm, and that's what Spuddy was able to exploit. He understood the timings, he understood the rotation, and he was able to work around that, so he wasn't caught off guard, and then he caught Nosfa in one of his item rotations. So there was definitely, yeah, that Nosfa got into an element of comfort, and Spuddy exploited that. It was really smart.
The Quake economy in chat absolutely in shambles because of Sparty here. 2 maps in a row. As, I mean, not to point it out, I know you hate it when I do, but we were both very wrong. As Sparty is able to take the first 2 maps, potential for Nosfa to get this 3rd, but well done to Sparty, taking the series, tying it up. But as we go to map number 3, Sparty looking to heat up more and more. Might be able to get the hat trick, the first one of the season.
He's looking better for it. Nosfa is looking quite rusty. Definitely on the the strategy side, mechanics are fine. Like, we've seen better, but they're absolutely fine. It's more the decision making, and Sparty is being clinical. He's playing the items better, and he was able to stabilize earlier, and that's what mattered in this particular match.
Just playing a better Quake game, more sound. Playing, I guess you would say, maybe an ABC game more solidly than Nosfa. And again, the mechanics shining through for Nosfa, but some of these plays were very clutch from Sparty as well. The last rocket into Ghostwalk, I believe he got 2 or 3 frags that way. Just super, super clutch from Sparty, using that ability well, timing it really, really well. A little too close to comfort for me, but that's why I sit here and I watch, Dan. As again, Sparty, 2 up, going into the 3rd map. It's going to be Ruins, Nosfa on Strog, Sparty on Galena, as we take a look at the stats from Blood Covenant.
This is the hardest one for Sparty. This matchup for me was always in favor of the Nyx. I think it's very difficult to play this matchup as a Visor. I understand the benefits, but a good Nyx player will cause so much mayhem because of everything outside of the abilities that gives her much more strengths. So I understand the choice from Nosfa, but I'm not a bigger fan. I'm more of a fan of picking a champion that gives you the movement advantage, or at least movement parity, like an Athena, for instance. Nevertheless, that's history now. We're moving on to the final map, and this is a similar situation where Nosfa's the one with a significant movement advantage, the speed advantage on the Strog, and he can use that and exploit that, and Galena has to play defensive. The difference is you can turtle up down in that heavy area. You're not as exposed as Blood Covenant. So Galena's still a fine pick, but you have to play around what your champion offers. You can't afford to do what Sparty's been doing so far and overextend, get out on the map, and you will be exploiting that aspect.
Depending on the peaker usage, I mean, I would say that this should favor Nosfa in terms of just vial usage. Or, excuse me, Sparty in terms of vial usage, because throw down a totem, grab the vials, peaker a little bit more risky to use, a little bit more, specific scenarios for use of peaker rather than totems, so maybe that'll play into it as well.
Yeah, for sure. But a very good Strog player will just instantly get into the face of a Galena, because the Galena is generally going to be somewhat defensive, and peek her in and do a little bit of damage. It, as you said, it keeps the vials at bay. It also keeps your opponent's stack at bay if you use it well. And the Galena can't get away, so you can also use it in one of those really annoying aspects where if they miss a rail, you just literally pepper them instead of just crashing it into them. So there's this really good game for the peeker as well, if you can use it to maximize that. So we'll have to see. I think I haven't been massively impressed with Nosfa so far this series. He just looks a little bit out of form, but we did say coming into the season that's to be expected. It's been a long break, and everyone has different practice schedules, so we'll see if he is growing into this series or not.
We will see indeed, as I think we heard the noise, but you never know with these two rascals if we're going to get into the game or not. But we will bring it to you shortly as soon as we can, as I take a look at the predictions real quick. And are they just going to round it out? Is Chad just going to do it again? It looks like, actually. Now people are starting to respect Sparty a little more with their predictions. They're like, you know what? Maybe he's going to take this one. I don't know. It looks pretty good now.
Surprised they got any points left.
Well, some people always bet the under, or predict the under, excuse me, so... I don't know. Some people build empires on those.
Yeah, those points whales out there, just hoarding the points.
Well, this is it. Map number 3 for Series 2 of the day between Nosfa and Sparty. We're going to be live on Ruins. Nosfa on the Strog, Sparty on the Galena. Potentially working for the first hat trick of the season, but we're going to start off on Nosfa, see what he can do to try and put a map on the board and in his pocket.
He needs something. He didn't look happy.
There we see the sliding of Nosfa straight into a bit of a speed bump, so that is something to watch out for as well with the Galena. Not only will halt your movement, but if you post up around your totems, it could just be an absolute speed bump into a lot of damage. But right now, LG on LG. Nosfa actually missing the beat a little bit, and Sparty's able to take that one back and drop a totem to get all that health back.
Yeah, I understand why he took that fight, and it was just a mano, and somehow Sparty comes out on top, so... Credit him there. His aim has definitely been on point. Sometimes he's been missing the easier of the rails, but when the pressure counts, Sparty has been turning up today.
The party has arrived. 1 minute in, slowing down a little bit, making sure that there's no sound or no shenanigans from Nosfa. He doesn't want to get caught out of Sparty trying to build his empire here. He's going to grab 2 more vials. Down goes the totem as well. It'll be the first of the trifecta. If he can get that going, that might be absolutely huge for him. Here's the Tribolt from above. What a rail. There's the Peaker that we were talking about. More Tribolt, but the Peaker reigns supreme. The Tribolt not able to land enough damage, Dan.
Nope. Now we are tied up 1-1. Sparty, though, picks up the item, but it doesn't matter when Nosfa responds in kind. He was looking low himself, but he's now decided to hit some rails of his own. Sparty, though, doesn't care. He knows how low Nosfa is. He did take away some of the lighter armors. But he's also opened the door here for Sparty to get in and pick up that heavy for free.
I love the clapback. Just no fear. It's going to be another slugfest. There's the Peaker, the LG. This time, enough stack to burn through Nosfa before the Peaker actually takes out Sparty. He's going to go up by 1. I don't know how long this is going to last because this has been back and forth already. But we'll see. Again, Sparty trying to make his way towards the middle of the map. Just missing out on a rail is Nosfa. Does have the high ground. Doesn't want to drop, though. Might get floated here. So, a predicament, but instead he does drop with the LG. Sparty doesn't even read it. Good rockets into the rail. Just barely misses. Nosfa is barely alive on life support right now, and he keeps on fighting.
I don't know how that was a full rocket, but Sparty gets away. This time he does not hit the clutch shot. But, symbolic of the first 2 games as well, we're seeing incredible aggression coming out, mainly from Nosfa. It's just Sparty responding and managing that aggression. So, the advice we gave in the first game remains true. It would be good to see Nosfa play more stable, play the items, work his positions, not just force them. Because you can see Sparty, he's the one doing all of this pre-work. And what?
Why? And Sparty...
He headbutted a Peaker.
I feel like he's not respecting that Peaker because he just feels like he could push in and take out Nosfa, and Nosfa now up after some great rails from above. So the Peaker play is coming up huge for Nosfa. Gigantic peeker, if you will, Dan, as a rail from above again. Sparty just cannot go 10 seconds without taking damage from Nosfa. Nosfa has the upper hand right now, heating up, and that's exactly what you don't want out of the Brazilian.
Not at all, but yeah, seemed like the right play from Sparty. He'd done great damage with the Tribot. Nosfa missed all his damage, but Pika things.
That peeker can shred. As the rocket jump up for the Mega, almost connecting with that rail. That would have been gorgeous, and here's another peeker play again. Sparty deals with it nicely this time, makes his way onto the Mega, missing with 2 rails, almost connecting as Nosfa taking his time, playing nice and slow. But still, hanging around a little too long here, and still just trying to do damage.
Yeah, he's given up the items relatively for free to Sparty, and he will pick up this heavy. He did hit one crucial rail though, it was just before the pickup, so they're pretty much on even stacks here. We're going to have a confrontation, of course we're going to have a confrontation because they're in the same area. 2 alpha males.
Nobody backs down, Dan. There's no time.
Nobody backs down.
But Nosfa has to be very careful as he fired his last rocket, so now he's just got rails and a little bit of LG. Doesn't even top off the LG, just goes in, has LG and a peeker. The LG's surely going to run out, and it doesn't. He doesn't have rockets. This is curtains, and that is what you don't want. That is just the ammo management coming to haunt you there.
Exactly. That's just a sign of rustiness, as you said. That's something a player who's in the zone is more aware of and wouldn't make that maneuver. But to get yourself into that predicament with no ammo, it's always going to end badly for you. So Sparty does execute it. We're still tied 4-4 though. 5 minutes, and this is exactly how map 1 and 2 went. You know, it was very, very close, very messy, and all of a sudden, Sparty gets a clean frag and then begins to snowball. So, Nosfa needs to be self-aware and to begin managing it, and that's a good start. Taking these defensive positions, so it does feel like it's becoming more stable.
Yeah, and as you said, after all that, we're still just tied at 4. So a lot of action, but both players enough respect to keep it relatively low scoring for now, as Sparty trying to lay a trap on this outside armor here, just waiting for it to spawn, wants to pick it up, but needs to be careful. Now here comes the peeker. He's trying to get around it again, and he pays the price. Sparty, please, respect Nosfa's peeker. And wow, Nosfa chains them together after that one, and is that decision going to be what cost Sparty this map here? As Nosfa drops down, good rockets, takes a little bit of totem damage and machine gun, but he's able to add more.
Yeah, nice. He might even be able to get back up onto this mega shot. Sparty's there. Sparty doesn't get there, but he's actually met in the corridor. That was greedy by Sparty. He would have known that Nosfa was coming. So questionable by Sparty this time, and now Nosfa is the one playing more methodical and more stable. He's also kept Sparty's overstack at bay. I don't think he's had it once all game long. Yeah. Also approaching the territory now with Sparty is the one that has to take the initiative.
Just such an incredible swing of momentum. After you saw the POD moment from Nosfa, the click, click, boom, you thought it was all Sparty and fun and games, and then Sparty's just lack of respect for the peeker, just like that, it flops Nosfa's away, almost ringing him out, but the double rail will still take him out. And now we're approaching 7 minutes, and Nosfa has 5 frags of just leeway, Dan. How do you get back into this as Sparty?
It's difficult. Set uphill battle anyway for Galena, as we said. Sparty's actually not been using the Galena in the way we suggested. It's been, you know, he's been pushing out, overextending, and Nosfa's, because he eventually became more stable, has just been abusing that aggression from Sparty. Nearly converts there, but Sparty himself is so low. It's a matter of time, and lovely through the chains of the eye right there. Nosfa redeeming himself slightly, but he is still going to walk away having lost this series 2-1, but must feel slightly better now he's got himself on the board.
Definitely. Money in your pocket always feels good, even though you want that series victory. And again, playing for seeding, and Sparty just has to be a little frustrated at the situation. I mean, you know, you tied at 4 after, admittedly, a mistake from Nosfa not counting his ammo, and then it all just goes horribly wrong. And I wonder, I would love to ask Sparty why he thinks he could just get around that peeker. And, you know, peeker does such an immense amount of damage with that hyper blaster, especially into the kamikaze. It's just like, it's not worth it.
Yeah, there was some questionable mistakes. The big one for me was on the stairs. He got greedy. He had done some decent damage to Nosfa. saw Nossa pushing in, he went out, and it was an amazing swap to the Pika, and Spidey had the wrong weaponry and just got blasted. And from there on out, Nossa played nice and stable, played the items better, and Spidey was forced to run at him in the end, and we can see here the consequence of that. 13:05 with a minute and a half to go. That's obviously a GG, I think. Spidey maybe he's not moving, no, he's back. But either way, he's going to be losing this game. And deservedly so, but he does really go with the series.
Yeah, silver lining, you won the series, but I mean, still, you want to get the trifecta, you want to maximize your money, but Nosfa, I think he's implanted at least, hopefully, in Sparty's head that you have to respect that peaker, as the Brazilian Air Force might be on the lookout for Nosfa as a drone pilot here, as he's shown us that he can really make that peaker sing. 1 minute left. It's just going to be a lap around the map for Nosfa here. Might get some more frags. Ooh, beautiful tri-bolt. Yep. Count it.
Okay. Cool. Good frag.
So, a bit of the same story that we saw in the first series, you know, big first 2 maps, and then the third map just swings wildly the other way. Be it frustration, be it, you know, not having something bounce your way, but eerily similar, I would say. Although the first set was a lot closer on the first 2 maps, for sure.
That was an undisciplined brawl, start to finish.
Your favorite,
But
right, Dan? You weren't having an aneurysm at all.
It was stressful, but it was fun.
The final fight, right here. Wow.
When it takes all, they draw.
There it is! Well, what a way to end it, Dan. What a way to end it there, as that's going to be
it's fitting. That's what I can say. It's definitely fitting. As the GG comes out. Do you like that graphic? And there we are. That was entertaining, but as a aspiring duelist, I would suggest you don't use that VOD as a way to learn how to play duel.
Yeah, probably not the best blueprint, but, you know, definitely entertainment, as you said. Nosfa coming out on top on map number 3, able to put himself on the board, get some pocket change. But Sparty taking the series, although after that last map you would wonder how. But again, I think frustration played into it a little bit here. At the 4-4 mark, when Nosfa kind of had another peaker frag, it just all spiraled out of control for Sparty.
Yeah, it was yeah, exactly that. And nobody was willing before that point, or should I say, to insert themselves in the map control department. Very back and forth, more willing to take fights and extend, and then that frag was the beginning of the end for Spotty, as you said.
LG again, just yeah, it's painful to see. I would love to see if anybody can put up a hat trick, but 2 series down, and so far 2 1s across the board. And again, that final frag kind of indicative of the entire series, just bruising, brawling, taking each other out. Nosfa able to put up 1 map 18-8 as we take a look at the stats. Sparty walks away with the series victory, winning the first 2 maps, but just a bloodbath through and through, and you love to see it, Dan.
24% rail though, that's uncharacteristic from Spotty, and slightly a symptom of why he lost, but not obviously the reason. So it was fun, but we move on. Well played for Spotty. I don't think many people would have predicted him to walk away. I think in terms of recent history, previous stages, one would have expected that, but this is a new season. It's been a while now. Things have evolved. New map pool, and Spotty was looking good on the mechanical side.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And you got to wonder, was it a little bit of lack of practice, lack of just fundamentals, just playing enough to kind of keep your eyes on your ammo, stuff like that? We saw some pushes from Nosfa. Now, granted, he's known for pushing, but usually he knows he has ammo to back it up. We saw the push on the heavy where he ran out of rockets and LG. Yeah. It was just a little bit sloppier than we're used to seeing from Nosfa. I'm sure he'll brush that off as we move forward into the season. But that's it. Done and dusted is series number 2. And again, that was the first international game of the regular season, because now we're worldwide, in case you missed it. But I think we take a little bit of a break, Dan. We come back. I think we have a big one next. Dramas and Cypher. We'll battle it out. But first, we're going to take a break, chill out after this one, and we'll be back with more Quake action. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League. The Fresh Prince of Persia here alongside, well, Dan, I guess. Yeah, we had 2 series.
Best you could come up with.
Your turtleneck is so good. Somebody in chat was like, he looks like just a heartbroken artist. And I was like, sing us some poetry. Do you sing poetry? Read it, whatever. Series number 3 is going to be Dramas versus Cypher, another one of our international battles. And Dan, I think this one's going to be fantastic because Dramas has been performing better and better ever since his injury and his return long, long ago. Yeah,
he's definitely an enigma who can upset pretty much anyone on his day, and so I don't really know what to expect. Again, it's just one of those situations where coming into this we have zero idea on the context of how people are performing. So it could be that Drummers comes in here and shows everyone he's the GOAT. Who knows? But he's also going to be ruining the day that Molten Force was removed from the pool a little bit. So we'll see how he adjusts to this new dynamic of maps.
And why don't we just jump right into the picks and bans and see what we have in store here. So, starting off on Vale, I love to see Keel. First Keel pick of the season, Chef's Kiss. Keel versus Sorlag, it's going to get thick on Vale. And then we have Athena versus Anarchy on Blood Covenant. And then finally rounding it off with Visor versus Ranger on Insomnia. So we are going to see that again. But talk to me a little bit about Cypher, Dan. How do you feel about Cypher? I mean, I know, again, first game of the season for these gentlemen. But in terms of previous performances, what did you like? What did you didn't like? What do you want to see out of Cypher this set?
I mean, he's Cypher. As long as he turns up and plays the way he can, he's an artist in Quake. You know, like the same way I would classify him the same way like Federer is for tennis. He's somebody that just redefines how it should be played and how it should be watched. And even though he might not have the most amount of championships relative to a Djokovic or a Nadal, he's just a joy to watch, and that's the kind of same ballpark I put Cypher in. And I don't think he's ever truly got to the same heights in Quake Champions that we've seen in previous Quakes. I don't think his style necessarily fits in Quake Champions perfectly, but when he's on his day, he just reads the game and makes it look so easy.
It's just very intuitive. He's said before where he just times on feeling, and he just kind of plays off feel, and he just does such immaculate things. If you haven't seen the Frag movies, then you're missing out. But in terms of this matchup right here between these two, break it down. What do you like? What don't you like in terms of pick bans on these maps?
The only thing I really don't like a lot is the Visor on Insomnia. I like the Ranger a lot. We saw it out of Razy before. It gives a lot more utility. Similar to as I spoke about before with the Osprey encounter, I just think the Visor leaves you so open to the vulnerability of pushes. The pissing site is good. We'll have to see how good it is on Insomnia. Having watched the previous game with the 2 at the start, it's definitely good, but not as good as it could be. The rest of it, I think, is pretty good across the board. The Keel is nice on Vale. Sorlag is a great pick as well, so they both have a lot of good stack to work with there. Blood Covenant again, we see Athena, which is great from a Dramas point of view, and if he can play his style on that, he's got a lot of flair. But the Anarchy's, it used to be the strongest pick on this map, and so Cypher will feel more than comfortable playing that out there. And then, as I said just now, I'm not entirely confident on the Visor there, so we'll have to see how that one works over in favor of the Ranger.
Do you think it's going to go all 3 for the decider of the series, or do you think this one's going to be summed up in the first 2 maps, Dan?
One would expect Cypher to walk away with this as a 2-0 to start it off. The picks don't really favour one way or the other. It depends. At this point, it depends who plays better. I slightly favour Cypher's picks because I think they're easier to execute and you've got slightly more of a ceiling, particularly the Keel versus the Sorlag. Sorlag has the same stack, but it's faster and has air control and just works really nicely on Vale. So I would favour Cypher.
I mean, at the end of the day, it is Cypher. Predictions coming in 71% say Cypher, so Dramas a bit of the underdog. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Dramas actually took out Wenger at Iron Fist. I don't remember, but Dramas has been beating better and better players. He's been showing that he could flex internationally. This is going to be a test for the boy. We'll see if he could do it. Might have to get him an ice cold Pepsi if he can. I think it's going to be a big start to the season if he could somehow take down Cypher. But as you said, Cypher is Cypher. Chat has spoken as well, so I'm just looking forward to getting into it. And we're going to kick it off on Vale here shortly. As you said, Ranger versus Sorlag. Excuse me, Ranger versus, Keel versus Sorlag. Right, I got that. Can we get into the game? Thank God. All right, so we're going to be live here on map number 1. Whew, it's been a long day. What time is it?
I'm just going to carry on contemplating the meaning of life.
Ooh, look at that skin. You gotta love that rocket launcher skin.
Noise tries to send.
Me or the rocket launcher? Anyways, 0-0 here. Ooh, there's a bit of a skirmish here, but big damage there. Dramas trying to get a little more.
It's a great camera position Dramas has got going on as well.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic here. The rockets into the acid spin. The pineapple not landing. Good LG from Cypher. But now he's stuck. How does he get out then? And I guess easily is the question of that. Is a little bit of rocket damage on the way out.
Yeah. So lag just strafing the way out. Quite difficult to hit. You know, very tricky champion. Cypher blitzing his way through. Nice flicker out from Dramas. He's got Cypher trapped down below, but he also knows he's vulnerable himself. He gets pinned up there with the LG, and Cypher's done huge damage with absolutely nothing to his name. Dramas is even vulnerable, and the pineapple lingering does finish off his opponent.
He's gonna rail off the spawn, so Dramas has to be careful, gets another one, but the direct rocket into rail. Dramas almost turns that around, but Cypher 7 HP, able to tie it up at 1, and that was just such a burst of action then.
Yeah, but it was just after the items pick up as well, so Cypher still lingering with not a lot of health. He's going to beat him down in the corridor, the spit as well. Huge damage coming out from Cypher. Dramas has to get away, and he's still ticking himself down. There's no health because Cypher has taken it away. And he brings it back to a 2-1. Very quick turnaround. Dramas already in position to defend this Mega. Cypher going to have to respect that. He knows that Dramas hasn't got a rail, and that's why he's sticking around just to hit that lovely flick.
And I love the decision from Cypher. Once he got all that spit, a little bit of rocket damage and rail, he just decided to hug the churro and say, the spit is going to take him out. I don't have to expose myself potentially to a frag. So yeah, he's able to have this frag lead. Oh, dodging rockets. That could have been right in Sorlag's snout there. As he's waiting on this heavy, it looks like Dramas is going to respect it as he makes his way over to the Mega, and Cypher can just kind of play a little bit more passive and stack back up off health bubbles now.
Can indeed. Dramas is looking more than healthy, but no armor to work with. He's waiting around with this light, and there it is. The items are more or less on the same time, so it's tricky to control both at this point in time. Cypher setting up quite early here for the Mega. Dramas not in the vicinity as he decides to back off and pick up some weapons and reset for the next round of items. Using the information down below just to get up nice and early for this Mega. Cypher in the vicinity once again with the spit, but the pineapple with the rocket is huge, forcing Cypher to retreat. Somehow he clips the shoulder blade of Keel. His broad shoulders, functional, but also wow, lovely rail from Dramas, and he's keeping himself in this game.
I really thought Cypher was going to be the initiator for that damage, but he just grabs the vials. That gives him away, and Dramas is able to hit a rail, but not that time. After a lot of LG, Cypher able to use the LG of his own and take him down.
But what you're seeing in this matchup, 40, is the difficulty that Keel has playing the map, because Cypher's tempo is so high. Wherever Dramas goes, he's getting caught out. The only way to make a big success of Keel is to try and get a stack, slow it down, control the mid to high ground. As soon as you move out to those corridor areas, the side areas, you can see Cypher striding around the map, cutting across every single choke point. And there's nothing Keel can do. He's got no speed, and that's why people like Rafa play it so well, because they use lots of rocket jumps and other capabilities to keep the tempo high on a Keel. And that's what Dramas needs to find a way to do.
Unfortunately for him, he won't have the tempo that he needs to try and break through onto the Mega. Instead, he'll get pushed down after he goes out the window, and just Cypher with the positioning. Has the right weapon out, makes the job easy. There's more acid spit onto the LG. Dramas, I don't even think he picked up an LG on that one as he's ticking down from the spit. Barely gets away. But for how long? 50 HP, and right behind him, there's a dinosaur, and again gets melted. Can't even steal away the heavy.
And Dramas is trying to force initiative, but Cypher is more than prepared for every single encounter, so it's really difficult. Really difficult.
Great rail there from Cypher, almost hits the fadeaway as Dramas pushing the issue and actually stringing together some nice rails. Maybe could take it, but no, the vertical rail from Cypher. Those are not easy to hit. Makes it look so easy. 7-2. He's going to be able to grab this heavy as well. It's perfect timing on that dodge for that rocket, and Dramas is just in a bad way. He's got to dig deep and figure out how to get out of here with 5 minutes left.
Yeah, but he has a stack advantage, but you can see how careful he is. He's so cautious because he knows This is what can happen. Cypher just appears and hits 100% LG. He's even going to go up the jump pad and finishes off his opponent. Shouldn't last for long now. He's got no health and armor to work with, so he decides to just back on through, reset, get the mid to high ground away from Jamis. Jamis is in a world of pain. 8 to 240.
Oh, man. Just a lot more damage coming in into the shotgun. Good rail, but the pineapple's just not connecting. I think we've only seen one pineapple frag from Dramus. Not a lot of damage to follow it, and that essentially just makes Keel one giant barn that you can just hit. Very slow, big hitbox, and this is just so difficult to deal with a Sorlag like that.
Absolutely. It's all about the tempo, and Cypher's kept on top of it. He's maintained control of the items. His aim has been on point. As you said, Keel's utility has been absolutely nullified.
Nice little rails here from Dramus, picking away, playing the telly game. Can he turn it into a frag? And he does. So not bad from Dramus. He still has a lot of work, but that's definitely a start.
That's all you can ask for, but he charges straight back into a Cypher rail, slowly creeping his way around to regroup with this Mega. Cypher's going to continue to pressure on this heavy, and Dramus might not even be able to make a move. He's going to have to, though. He needs to take more and more risks. Big rocket! But the LG just doesn't connect.
Good rail there to convert that one. Tried to push him off with the LG, but well done to make sure he doesn't steal away that heavy as he dies. And Cypher just a bit of a flick rail, it looked like. Just tagging Dramus for some damage, making sure that he stays relatively low and doesn't get too much momentum going, although Dramus is starting to chain them together. Does have the Mega at his disposal with a decent split between the heavy as well, but can he attack from the upper platform here into Rockets, sending Cypher packing, but 68 HP? Oh, wow, the odds of that, Dan. Cypher explodes himself off of Keel's face. The armor's just a little bit too strong.
But as we know, in a heavy versus heavy, it's very difficult to string together frags because your opponent spawns with so much health and armor. Couple that with a Sorlag, you have the spit and you have the speed to get back in positions early enough to pressure. It's really, can't stress it enough, it's really difficult for Dramus, and you can see the desperation from Cypher to keep that pressure high. And he's regrouped now just as Dramus enters the room, and I think the chances at this point are slim to none as Cypher comes flying on through. He knows what time the Mega is as well, so doesn't even need to overextend. He can just reset, take away the items, and leave Dramus with nothing.
Cypher again getting another Mega. Dramus needs something, but this isn't it. He's just a lot of damage. Almost gets thrown out the window and has to ride the rocket trying to jump back in. Cypher takes another one up, 6 with 2 minutes left. And another great rail, just keeping Dramus low, forcing him into these crazy kind of all-ins, and somehow Dramus actually makes it work. 30 HP, can he get this frag? Both players weak! Nice. Dramus threads the needle, just waiting at the base of the jump pad.
Question is, can he get the heavy? He needs it. He needs to stop Cypher getting it, but Cypher once again is in the vicinity. Actually backs on through and lets Dramus get away with this one. So knowing now the time is on his side, but oh no, I made a mistake. He was just resetting to the high ground because he knows he's got the speed. He steals it away, and he's actually got Dramus a little bit cornered here. He just actually allows Dramus out in exchange for taking away the map and getting high ground for this next Mega. Lovely rail though.
Oh, that's going to be a whole face full of spit. Dramus trying to make it count, but just can't. 3 HP, Cypher survives and grabs the Mega. Minute 5 left, up 6, and it looks like Cypher might be able to cruise to victory on this map number 1, but you can't help but feel like Dramus hits a couple more pineapples, positions a little bit better. I mean, it was close. We've seen Cypher so close to death's door multiple times, and what did it come down to, Dan? Was it positioning? Was it just pure damage? Was the mechanics of Cypher too strong?
All of the above. I think Dramus played very well, but a big part of it was just the way in which Cypher played the champion. He had the matchup down to a T, and it was all about the speed. The way in which, particularly, that minute 3 to 5, I think it was, where every time Dramus tried to make a move onto mid-map, Cypher was cutting him off in a choke point with the spit, with the rockets. And there was there was a few times maybe another pineapple would make a difference, but you know, you got a 6 frag difference here, and it was Cypher's game from the off, so a big part of it was just the champions.
So 10 seconds away is the first one in the books. Cypher does very well, and as you and chat predicted, I mean, A rough one for Dramas, a rough one. But, I mean, for those playing the home version, the Dramas fans, it was an EU server, if that makes you feel a little bit warm and fuzzy. Because you're like, oh, he's going to come out on the next server and come out swinging. Well, for his sake, he better, because Cypher's one map away from taking this series.
We'll have to see. It's going to be a very different setup now. We're moving into Blood Covenant with Athena on Dramis against the Anarchy of Cypher. I still favor the Anarchy. You got the speed once again. It's slightly easier to execute, but similarly to the Sparty on the Nyx, Dramis is going to have to control the diverge there in the mid ground between the two sides of the map perfectly. If he can't do that, I do think Cypher once again has the upper hand, and just the boost of that inject is so powerful.
Completely agree. As we take a look at the stats for map number 1. And if you're blinded by the light, too bad. Wake up. So map number 2, as you said, Blood Covenant, Athena versus Anarchy. You like the speed of the Anarchy. You don't like the speed of the Athena. Is it because it's purely just because of the inject, or mobility-wise?
It's partly the inject. It's partly the consistency of the speed, and the air control means you can just get out of situations really, really quickly. The grapple is obviously highly useful, but more situational. And ultimately, it's a slightly easier execution overall. Like I said, the Athena, when played perfectly, is definitely on par, but you have to play it at such a high level throughout the game.
Well, we will see shortly how it plays out. One thing that I do like to see from Dramas is trying to set the appropriate traps to kind of pop up Anarchy with a rocket and mitigate that speedy movement. But again, the worst case scenario is it's actually pretty hard to hit an Anarchy when you pop them up and they have that air control. And Cypher, again, just so good mechanically. It could be a pest even if you get a good pop rocket. Doesn't always mean you're going to convert depending on the weaponry you have out and the distance you're fighting at. So that's definitely something to look out for, is just that air strafe of Cypher on the Anarchy.
It's not also Dramis' style. He's somebody that prefers the hit scan weaponry in the mid to long range LG rails. That's more his game style, and that's hard against an Anarchy at the best of times. So we'll have to see. I agree that using the rockets and the choke points on this particular map, Blood Covenant, is a viable tactic, but it's difficult to execute once again.
We'll see. We'll see how many grapples come out if he can traverse vertically. Maybe we get into a position where Dramas has the lead and he just uses, the verticality of that Athena to keep the high ground, stay away from Anarchy completely. But after that showing from Cypher, I feel like he's just, I don't know, his movement, his mechanics are just chef's kiss.
But that's the key. That is the key, is to abuse the verticality and make sure you almost kiting in some instances and closing the gap in that aspect. But at the end of the day, it's all null and void. It comes out to execution, and the execution was good from Dramis in the previous game. It needs to be even better this time.
Well, let's see if he can execute a little bit better as we're live on map number 2 of this series between Dramas and Cypher. Cypher taking map number 1. Dramas looking to tie it up on Blood Covenant. Welcome back, Blood Covenant.
Sound like a very happy welcome back. As we do have this encounter here, and they come flying on through. Who's going to win this one? It's going to be Cypher with the inject, but he has to swap. He runs out of ammo. Inject was critical.
Brutal.
Tell Cypher.
1-0 early as Dramas trying to get some weaponry here. Does have LG, does have a rail. Still lacking some rockets, as it looks like he's also chasing. Almost gets a good rail on the way towards the Mega, but no items up for a long time. He should prioritize maybe getting some rockets instead. Trying to make the tribal work, trying to catch out Cypher. That's a good rail. Misses with the follow-up. The LG's going to push him and send him flying as he tries to hook back up and get a little bit of armor, but no dice.
Wow, that tracking was insane from Cypher. Hasn't even got a rail himself just yet. He's going to rocket jump up and get one now. Wouldn't have expected this kind of start. He's already controlling the whole map. Dramis is pushing up. Doesn't connect with the rockets he needs. A big one there. And has popped Cypher up this time, but the execution, as I said, it wasn't there.
It's hard. It's hard to swat that fly when he's in the air. And unfortunately for Dramis, he can't connect with the combo, and Cypher goes at 3-0 so early on in this one.
Even an NA server can't save Dramis. He's getting peppered down. Lovely use of the heavy machine gun. Sometimes underused in Quake Champions, but it does just melt opponents, particularly the lighter opponents.
Oh, and just too telegraphed. And Cypher, this is bad times right now. 2-0, 5 up. Oh boy. Just like that, 2 chunks of shotgun. Able to just chew through light champions no matter what the stack. And Cypher looks too comfortable. Dramas not as comfortable, and this could be a long 8 minutes of pain, Dan.
Well, this is what I was referring to, just how much more consistent the pressure is from Anarchy and how it's just easier to execute. Athena's mobility is great, but it's so dependent, obviously, on those grapples. With Anarchy, you could just fly around the map constantly, almost disorientating your opponents at times. And Dramas trying to get away, but he just cannot escape the pressure.
Oh no, gets caught out again. Just barely missing out on the rail, and a little bit of a tickle does it. 7-0, not even 3 minutes. Pain. Good rail though. This is an opening for Dramas. Needs to hit another one, and he does.
Nice.
Cypher
Yeah, really
still
nice.
plants one on the way out, but Dramas able to get in on the heavy, get a frag. Can he stabilize from here though?
Hopefully. Most challenging time of a light champion's life is the respawn. Difficult to get a stack back, difficult to get weapons back. Cypher's done a good job of that. Got the key long range weapons that he needs. He's even confident to push on to this heavy. He knows the timing, he pops the inject as well, so he has these in a rail. Should I say 2? But Dramas getting greedy, trying to convert with the rail. He just needed some machine gun. And that allows Cypher to fight another day.
Unfortunate lack of weapon switching there, and that could come back to haunt him, as that frag would have been big for Dramas. Already down by 6. Cypher has the inject back up. Rail exchange, Dramas able to land again. Lots of rail battles here, and if Dramas is going to take those, he needs to be able to hit every shot. Going 50%, not too bad. Cypher's just running the items, so even after those rails and the inject, Cypher just has stack, and there's a good rail. There's the hook down. A little bit of misdirection, and he's able to clean up with the LG.
Nice. Continuing to stabilize, slowly getting his way back into the game. Only plus side of the situation Dramas is in is that he gave away all those frags very early, which allows him plenty of time to get back into this game.
Another great rail there. Cypher getting caught out and actually can't even pick up the heavy. And Dramas starting to heat up, and Cypher needs to be careful not to just give away those free ones.
Definitely slightly sloppy from Cypher there. Maybe it's a bit of a wake-up call now, you know. Sometimes you can take your foot off the gas when you're so far in the lead, but Cypher will be respecting the position of Dramas now, the way he's been playing. Good use of the grapple up the jump pad, but it's not enough. He does exchange, but that's definitely not the best for Dramas, particularly now he gets the worst of the spawns. He comes flying across. He's out of grapples though, doesn't make the jump across.
Oh, it's such a beautiful play from Cypher. Then baiting Dramas, he swaps to rockets, immediately starts backing up, making the shot more difficult, all while just peppering with machine guns. Cypher's gonna go for a ride, almost makes it happen, 1 HP. Dramas is real quick to get on that Mega. Good LG there, up the jump pad he goes, wants to chase, but now wants to try and reposition, try and catch Cypher off guard here, as he does concede the heavy based on that. He's crazy. He just goes into the rockets, somehow avoids all the damage. A little bit of tri-bolt as well, and Dan, it's all topsy-turvy right now.
Yep, he took a bit of a risk there this time. Will it pay off? Oh no, he's took too much damage. It really isn't in the time of the game where he needs to be making such pushes. Cypher potentially counting his blessings there that he got away. Has managed to stabilize. He's also back in pole position in terms of stack. Got both items on lockdown, so that means Dramas is very weak. Also, don't think Dramas has a rail, and Cypher will be able to abuse that fact. He knows he's got one now. He hears him go across. Dramas reading him through the TP, but the rockets are not good. He does get away, but look how low he is, 40.
Ooh, makes it painful.
What?
I think the inject's saving Cypher's life, but he's able to double back onto the Mega, and that's fine for Cypher. That's exactly how you use the inject. You take the fight.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that. Look how disciplined he was to use that inject. You would have thought Athena on like 5 HP or whatever he was. Let's just finish him off and save it. But Cypher with the discipline to make sure he was not going to give anything up. That was really key.
Really the key in D is the rails again coming out from Cypher, onto Cypher from Dramas are great, but Cypher just keeps cycling the items, so in the end it doesn't even matter. Another great rail after the fact, so Dramas needs more of that, down by 5. Time is ticking on a map like this against an Anarchy. It's going to be harder to chase. Granted, the Athena does have the speed boost, but still, I mean, it's Cypher at the end of the day.
Exactly. And now we're in the territory where a few minutes ago he didn't have to take risks, but the scorelines diverge once again. Time is ticking away, he's forcing his way up, but I don't even know if he has timing, and Cypher is just, he will take that all times of the day.
Just brutal LG now, extending the lead to 6, potentially more here. Dramas just trying to make anything happen with a push in. Hook to shotgun, no conversion. There's the inject. Cypher making a little bit of Lipton's right there on that heavy, and 2 minutes left. I feel like he could just kickflip his way to victory on this one.
Can't catch me now.
Oof, okay. A bit sloppy there from Cypher this time, but yeah, you're right. At this point, it's impossible to come back, but you have to think, the scoreline difference is 7 frags. The scoreline was 7-0 after 90 seconds. So, if he didn't give away anywhere near as many of those frags at the start, it definitely would be a different ballgame, but he did. Cypher kept the pressure up, and he showcased why I was more confident in the Anarchy from the outset. Just speed is there the whole time, and it makes your life so much easier than trying to pull off Anarchy.
Yeah, it's just absolutely insane. Again, one of the missed conversions down by the pillars. It's so hard to hit Anarchy, even when you do get to pop them up. Nothing is free. The air control makes it so much of a pest, and just a little slap on the cheeks on the way out. Dramas is able to convert after going through the telly, but with a minute left, down 7. Looks like Cypher's able to take the series here as Dramas tries to redirect, but just can't get around. Can't get away, they'll find him. Cypher asserting dominance on Blood Covenant then.
But what I will say is, considering it's been such a long time since we've seen Cypher play at least, his aim looks potentially even better than the last time we saw it, particularly as LG. It's been on point this series, so he's looking very sharp.
Not too bad at all. But a plasma, why not? Going into map number 3, we'll see if the trend kind of sustains itself here, and if Dramas is somehow able to take map number 3 away from Cypher, preventing the hat trick. It is going to be Insomnia. Oh lord, those rockets. It's going to be Visor versus Ranger. Dramas is going to be on the Visor. Cypher has the Ranger. And as we saw before, Ranger just very versatile, able to get that verticality on Insomnia, play that mid position where you could peek, do damage at the Mega, fall back on the Heavy. Proven to be just a very powerful position, but we'll see if Dramas has a little something in the tank to maybe cause an upset and take map number 3 here. But 2 goes straight into Cypher's pocket. Just insane performance and unfortunate for Dramas.
Couldn't put it better. Cypher's looking good, Dramas looking slightly rusty, if anything, particularly in the decision-making department early on, and couple that with some not massively lopsided, but lopsided champion picks, in my opinion. So Dramas backed himself into a corner, and Cypher's exploited that.
Yeah, as we take a look at the stats for Blood Covenant, in terms of the champ picks for map number 3, again, it's going to be Visor Ranger. You prefer, I think we both kind of prefer the Ranger based on the Dire Orb, the positional play that comes out of it, as well as the burst damage. And Visor with the sight, maybe not as good, to be quite honest, on Insomnia. We'll see. I mean, we still haven't seen a lot of Insomnia. We've only seen it once so far this season. Brand new map in the pool. It's going to be interesting. Maybe there are some things that Visor can do that we didn't really think about, but overall, I mean, you tend to favor the Ranger based on the Dire Orb itself.
Yeah. And just want to point out on the stats from the scoreboard, complete different strategies employed by both. Dramas had 1.9 damage K with the rail, and Cypher had 500, and Cypher had 2k damage with the LG. So Cypher's strategy was to close the gap, get in Dramas' face, and that's hard to do against an Athena, but that's why the Anarchy was so key. And similarly here, I just like the Ranger from what we've seen already on Insomnia. I think it offers more versatility. The map itself requires that, I feel. So we'll have to see how Dramas plays on the Visor. Might be hard for him.
Should be interesting. And to your point of, the mid to close range fights, you actually saw Dramas kind of hook in towards that Anarchy, whether it be to try and get that little bit of that grapple damage. But that was pretty much a layup for Cypher, which added to that LG damage, because he's just like, This is an easy beat for me. Like I'm already amazing with an LG tracking. If you're going to come straight at me, make it even easier, I'll take it. But that did play into it a little bit. Maybe it was frustration at a certain point. You kind of saw it happen halfway through where Dramas was just trying to hook in and get close, maybe get some rocket damage, maybe get a mutual. But Cypher's just too strong. You can't get away with that against Cypher.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations where it almost teases you into it, as you said. The Anarchy might seem a little bit low. He's in your vicinity. He's like, I can close the gap. But as you said, you spend time getting there. Then you also potentially have an inject to fall back on. And worst comes to worst, he's even got the speed to get away from you. So it's a really difficult matchup for the Athena.
Indeed. So Cypher puts the 2 in his pocket. Officially the series winner, but we still have a map 3 coming up again. Insomnia, we will get into that shortly. Can Dramas take map number 3 and kind of keep, based on everything that's going 2-1? Maybe, we'll see, but it looks like Cypher might be the first one of the day to put up the hat trick. It's just so strong. But Insomnia, new map, don't know how much these players have practiced, so maybe Dramas has a little something up his sleeve. He's going to need it.
He's going to need to hit his rails, and he's done that probably slightly better than Cypher across both maps so far. More rail damage, slightly higher percentages, and that's going to be the pivotal weapon if he's going to take this map away. I think quite similar to what we've seen in this map is that... Are you constipated? What's up?
No, well, constantly, but that's because of my poor diet. But 91% predicts Cypher. No respect for Dramas. There's just no belief. But
I felt your pain for a second. I didn't know I thought you were.
It's finally happening.
Yeah.
No, one day we'll see, maybe. And anyways, as you were saying, Dan, pardon me.
I can't remember that. You've taken
Fantastic.
me away.
I took your breath away. Yeah, sorry, we're waiting on some technical stuff to get into map number 3 here. As we will be there shortly, I promise, Chad. But yeah, I think the roughest prediction we've ever seen was like 98%. I forgot who it was, but it's bumped up a little bit. Dramas hit 10% on the predictions.
Rafa
12.
versus Sip was like 99-1.
I think that may have been it. There may have been another one where it was just like, this is just rude at this point. It's just disrespectful.
Yeah, that was kind of we need to disable the points.
Let's take down the predictions. Nobody needs to see that. That's not fair.
That's the point we haven't discussed because we haven't had his matchup today. Rafa will not be undefeated this league. That's my money bet.
Okay. That's a big money bet right off the bat, start of the season. But if you're implying that he'll have a harder time going undefeated because of the cross-world global play, I'd say that's pretty fair. But I think Rafa's shown that he could handle his own. But let's focus back up on here. Map number 3, I hear us loading into the game. Again, Cypher versus Dramas. Can Dramas try and get a third map? It's going to be Insomnia, a little bit different. Maybe, if anything, Cypher hasn't played it a lot yet. Gives him the edge, but again, Ranger versus Visor, we go with a Dire Orb, the burst damage, the ability to just steal items, as we saw Razy do so well earlier, and just get to positions that are so crucial on this map. We will see map number 3 between these two. Cypher working on the first hat trick of the season, and we are live right now with Insomnia. Starting out on Cypher, on that Ranger, and right off the bat, the Dire Orb chase down here. Good rails from Dramas. Can he do it? Woo-hoo. Okay, that's one way to start.
Well, that's what he needed, for sure. But the Cypher still pushing in. He's actually a little bit trapped, but no! Okay.
Almost got away, but Cypher says not so fast. Those infamous rockets from Cypher. Really clutched that one out, tied at 1, and Dramas absolutely not able to get any momentum, and he loses the heavy. And Cypher's like, I can rail too, if that's how you want to do it.
Yeah, Cypher looking good so far. Dramas taking the high ground positions. It's where he's going to have to live if he's going to be taking this one away. He can't afford to get any sort of man fights. Has to play strategical, otherwise that's what happens. Even though you hit 2-3 rails in a row, you just get blown up. With the orb being down, he feels more confident now to push out on the map, which is why we see him coming on through, but Cypher's ready for it. Even though he's caught in the choke point, he's not going down without a fight.
Somehow, decent damage, even though it's chippy. Dramas is low and just prevents him from peeking over. Does try and get that rail, 19 HP Cypher. Oh, and he goes down. The shotgun coming up big for Dramas there, as he did use the vision. Great rail, almost gets a follow-up here. Needs to be very careful here. He makes his way to the heavy, but there's Cypher, and the cutoff in the rockets, just pixel perfect, exactly what he needed.
And that's been the oh my god. That's been the story of the series, really. And it's kind of a reflection that Cypher's playing at a slightly higher level. His brain is working faster than Dramis. The way in which he makes the game look so fast. Dramis cannot keep up with the tempo Cypher's setting, and that all comes down to decision making. He's making decisions quicker and faster. All these micro decisions are adding up, coupled with the champions he's choosing. And you can see, on Dramis' pop, how he's looking. He's looking desperate because Cypher's just all over him.
It's just brutal. Dramis just looking for any kind of rockets. There's
Nice,
a good frag right there, but still 2 frags down, doing a good job of getting this frag back. Oh, and there's the Dire Orb! Almost steals the Mega, but luckily for Dramis, it's just big damage. Good rail as well. He should be able to convert, and he does. So Cypher just mistiming that steal on the Mega, and it could cost him big.
Yeah, there we go. Mistiming from Cypher and opens the door wide for Dramis. Piercing Sight comes out. Will he catch Cypher coming through? He does. It's good use of it, and the second rail as well, as Cypher was too far extended. Got enough health and armor to defend this choke point. This is risky from Dramis, but he's so desperate. Cypher gets clipped and levitated.
Oh, in the air rocket from Dramis. Real nice, but can he convert? Cypher somehow turns it around. Oh, Cypher. Just Cypher things. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Close the gap as well. He's getting a rail though, so he has to be careful. But he knows Dramis only has a rail to his name, and that's all Dramis needs. Wow, this is a bloodbath on Insomnia.
Absolutely love it. 7-7, 3:30 in, more. Pile it on. As Dramis does a good job making sure it doesn't get too out of control here. Cypher just knows. Oh, the rocket's so good. The rocket spam getting a lot of damage. Oh, but Dramis has rocket spam of his own. Here's the armor pickup. More rocket damage as well, as both players extremely weak. Dramis looking for this rail on the way out, just missing it. Cypher able to escape. Dramis taking the jump pad, fakes it. The rocket jump from Cypher. Again, using that passive really well. Even the Dire Orb to grab that Mega, and 2 rails from Dramis will miss. And this might be curtains here. Dramis is so weak, and he just keeps fighting, and there's the rail. Cypher plants him.
Yeah, Cypher's making more of a conscious effort to control the high ground. You can hear it with the rocket jumps. He's using the orb to get up there. It gives you much more stability in the map. It's a far more. It's the safest position, obviously. You always want to be on the high ground where possible. Now Dramis is back up here. He hasn't got the piercing sight though, and he actually misses that, which will cost him any pressure onto this Mega.
Tribal from down below. Somehow Cypher just dances past all of it, making Dramis' life an absolute nightmare from that ledge with the shotgun. Yeah. The boomstick takes him down up to Dramis spawns, barely gets in on the heavy and goes down again. Whoa. And the Dire Orb, a little bit of insurance there, but now Dramis should know that the Dire Orb's down and he's done decent damage, but can he find Cypher?
Yeah, but the piercing sight was also used in the previous engagements. That stuff as well. Dramis does pick up the item though, but look, he's only got this rocket. Not able to connect with anything, but he does get out with his life and with a good enough stack to contest for this next heavy. Cypher's very early. He's hoping that Dramis is going to be late. Looks like Dramis is, as he's clipping walls once again, and that clip does mean he's not able to do any damage whatsoever. Hasn't got the rail either. So Cypher makes the right decision in the end. Distraction orb just delaying Dramis' advances.
Get that Mega very hard fought, and just like that, Cypher peeks, takes a little bit of damage out. Oh, that rocket almost caught him right in the chest. 10-7 here as Dramis trying to mount a comeback. He's got about 4 minutes remaining, and he'll have vision up shortly. Heavy goes to Cypher. And at this point, what do you do, Dan? You start playing a little bit slower and maybe just, as you said, high ground, keep middle ground. Oh, but you're eating rockets. What do you do?
What do you do with Cypher, you mean?
Oh, no, that's Dramis. To try and come back into this, do you just... I would say play a little slower and catch out Cypher, but, I mean, at this point...
yeah, you have to work methodically to get position. You have to get control back. At the moment, he's got neither. Hasn't got items, hasn't got position. Cypher's making his life a misery because every time he does any sort of damage, he gets in his face with the orb. And he's actually not even really at Dramis getting much use of that rail, so it's really well played by Cypher. Really just distraction, just
Lord.
5D.
And it was beautiful. And oh, the float back, okay. Not bad. Unfortunately for Dramas, doesn't quite get the frag like Cypher did, but there it is on the double back. Dramas able to convert that one. Still down 5. 3 minutes remaining. But Cypher just looks a little stronger. The rocket predictions are great. Oh my god.
Okay.
Use of the rocket jumps using that passive, the LG, the weapon switch, and Dramas does convert on a big frag there. Mega does spawn, and Dramas is able to get back, and he should be able to get another one as Dramas can't land the rocket, but the rail flick! Woo! Flick of the wrist in.
Yes, straight into the piercing Cypher. He doesn't have connect to the rail, and Cypher decides not to go in, but he just baits out Dramas once again, and the full use of the skill set of the Ranger's been defining on this map. We've seen the piercing sight to little effect. Once again, it shows why I'm not the biggest fan of Visor. So there's obviously a reason there, but it's not showed itself today. And with 2 minutes to go, Dramas has to make these type of moves, and Cypher's more than ready for them.
Oof. Cypher just waiting patiently with that boomstick again. And I mean, one thing you gotta love is the fact that this is a new map. The meta is going to evolve over time through the season, and you can't wait to see what champs people bring out in strategies. And Cypher again just laying it on. Great orb play there to try and secure both items. He's gonna be able to cut off. Dramas needs to be careful. He's gonna take the jump pad, and that's just free damage. Cypher will take those all day.
But I'm sure everyone in chat will agree that this has been a fun map to watch on week 1. And as you said, things will evolve. People will pick champions that are more evenly matched, and the tempo of the game will slow down. Very similar to how we saw Deep Embrace. The first few weeks we saw like 30-0 score lines, and by the end of the season it was going towards like 2-0. So it will slow down as people understand the best strategies, but let's just enjoy the chaos while it lasts.
Cypher gets caught off guard just barely, but somehow the LG is just so strong. He gives him a head start with the LG, somehow converts. Dramas goes down and might go down again off the spawn. More LG, so much shaft.
His LG has been incredible this series, so I feel for Dramas. I feel the pain.
And now, you take a look at the scoreboard real quick. 47% LG for Dramas, 48 for Cypher, but Cypher's hitting and shooting twice as much. So just more use of the shaft and just putting the beat on him just as much, and that's brutal. And again, Dramas now just has to do Hail Marys. And with a boomstick in the air, just waiting, it converts to 20-11, and we have our first hat trick of the season then.
Yeah, and well deserved. Cypher's been looking phenomenal all series long. The thing I've enjoyed most about it is just the tempo he's set. He's playing incredibly quickly, incredibly aggressive, but so calculated as well. It's been a joy to watch.
And I think we've talked about it before where, you have a player like Cypher who has just insane mechanics. They could go balls to the wall and just use their pure mechanics, but you couple that with the ability to play positional in ABC games, and it's just so hard to overcome that, because now you're out trying to outplay position and those mechanics. Nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Cypher puts a stamp on it, 3-0 to take the series. First hat trick of the season. And it's always a pleasure to watch Insomnia. I know it's only been twice today, but hopefully we'll have more of that to come.
Sure we will. It's an enjoyable map, and it looks enjoyable to play. And this is the problem if you let Cypher get into his rhythm. Cypher said it himself, he's a rhythm-based player, confidence-based player. I think even Rafa said it, when he finds that groove and gets into that rotation, he's probably the hardest player in the world to break. So unfortunately for Dramas, he found that out multiple times on each one of these maps. When Cypher gets into that routine, he understands the rotation, he can just read you. That's why he makes the game look so fast and so easy.
Yeah, it really is just a work of art watching Cypher play Quake. And it just put it on display today. 3-0, wonderfully done here. Dramas, he hit some great combos, don't get me wrong, but the play from Cypher was just too solid, too strong. The refrags were too strong, and just everything about Cypher. Just Cypher, Cypher, Cypher. That's really all you can say sometimes. So it's good to see him on form. Hopefully, if you're a Dramas fan, you hope that he cleans up some of the play. Maybe again the picks will evolve on this map, and maybe he figures out a better pick or counter pick to the Ranger, because the Ranger has reigned supreme on Insomnia. That's the one thing that we could take away from today so far, for sure.
Yeah, small sample size, but there's a reason it's picked. And the Ranger's just, he has that tool set that you can pick him on any map, and he will be viable. He will be good. And particularly if you don't have a lot of experience on a particular map, it's probably the safest bet because you can execute it inside out, you know it perfectly. So I expect to see it a lot until people find what's working for them. And the Visor is always going to struggle against someone that's got any sort of movement capabilities and consistent tempo, and you have to be an expert on a map to perfect the Visor. So I wasn't confident in that, and unfortunately we saw why.
And I don't know if you got a peek at the scoreboard, Dan, but it was much similar to Blood Covenant, where Cypher was hitting about 2k damage, 50% LG, in comparison to Dramas's, I believe, 600, 700 damage maybe with the LG. Just absolutely brutal. Again, when you're playing against someone that's playing so positionally sound and they're hitting like a dump truck, it just takes all the effort in the world to try and overcome that.
Yeah, that level of difference indicates consistently being caught off guard, because the LG has a consistent output, right? You can go mano a mano and pretty much tie damage and it should be fairly even. So to have that level of difference shows much better weapon usage and just better positioning to continually catch your opponent off guard.
Just insane. I think we saw one LG fight in kind of that main room where you have the Mega and everything. Dramas actually got the beat on him first. Cypher just turns it around, wins it with 6 HP, and just that's the kind of stuff where you're like, I should win that fight, but you don't, and then it's just a Cypher show from there. But that'll tie us off for the third series of the day. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we're going to see Zanaku and Shane. But we're going to take a quick break and be right back. So don't go anywhere. More Quake on the way. Season 3 is officially here. So get a drink, grab some food, and we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Season 3. Happy Quake Day, Saturday morning Quake tunes, if you're in the Americas. I'm 40 Lions, joined by the Macho Man, Dan DeSavage. Dan, how are you?
I'm alright. I'm baring my teeth and getting through it.
Yeah?
Good.
We'll get you like a mouth guard because you're grinding your teeth so much. We're grinding through these sets. We got 3 underway. We got another one, Zanaku versus Chain, coming up shortly. And what can you say about these two? Zanaku has been on the grind, similar to how we saw Chain, but then Chain kind of dropped off and Zanaku has just kept accelerating and ascending.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect summary. I think it was, stage 2, season 2, something around there, where Chain hit his high highs back in Katowice, and really does feel he hasn't lived up to our expectations since then. The meta has moved on a little bit. Maybe the changing map pool might help him a little bit more, but it actually feels like it might even not favour his style moving forward. So it's interesting to see how he's going to adapt. But I also feel that it's not him falling off, it's more everyone else developing. So period of reflectiveness for him to move forward and see how he develops. But Zanaku looks, again, amazing when we last saw him out in London. So if he continues that trajectory, he really is somebody that can push this global leaderboard high.
It should be a wonderful set. I wonder... Picks and bans. There we go. Right on time. Let's get into the picks and bans, as it paints a better picture of what we're going to get here. We're going to start off on Vale. It's going to be Eisen versus Ranger. I think the first time we see Eisen this season. Galena versus Strog on Ruins, and then rounding it out on Deep Embrace, Athena versus Doom. Dan, run me through what you like, don't like, what you see with this one.
Well, we know Chain loves Vale, picks it whenever he can, so hopefully he can settle himself on there. The Eisen pick, as you rightly pointed out, is the first time we've seen it this season. Suffers with the lack of maneuverability again, but the turret, as we know, is so powerful on this map. So if he can get control early, we know he's good. He's somebody that really relies on his rail, but so does Zanaku. So we obviously have to watch out to see how they're performing mechanically moving into the series. The Ruins of Sarnath, we have the same matchup we saw earlier today, and I really do, again, like the Strog and Pika. The Galena will force Chain to play slower, and he will play it slower than Sparty. So it's how does Zanaku counter that, and then moving on to Deep Embrace, we know what we get with the Doom. The Athena is an enigma, so Chain does like that champion though, so should be a good rounder.
It should be fantastic. I mean, just a quick note, the Doom changes that he's gone through made him first, an absolute speed monster with his punches. With the lunge they added, but they have scaled that back a little bit, so you wonder if that kind of comes into play or not. I mean, Doom's ability has always been hit or miss, literally, because he's punching. Anyway, so we'll see if that even comes into play, but that matchup specifically should be good, because as we mentioned before, Deep Embrace can be a bit of a snowbally map, and I just love to see two bruisers go at it. But starting off on Vale, taking a look at everything, what do you think? Who do you think is going to take this one home, Dan?
I have to say Zanaku on 4. I think he was looking absolutely fantastic last time we saw him. I prefer the Ranger here, but people like Avec has shown us how powerful Eisen can be when perfected, and it's still a good champion. But I prefer the Ranger. I think it offers a little bit more, and on form from what we saw last time, Zanaku should be the one to take this one.
And I think, taking a quick peek at chat here and their predictions, they wholeheartedly agree with you, at least for map number 1. It's 92% in favor of Master Zanaku.
Yo, that's harsh.
I mean, it is what it is. No disrespect to Chain, but he has, seen a bit of a rough patch in his play. And Zanaku, again, just constantly ascending, getting better and better. And you wonder if he's just going to carry that on through. I think earlier in a post he's talked about, the goal with all these players is always winning a championship. And this could be potentially the season for Zanaku.
Yeah, and I remember speaking to him after he got knocked out in London. I think he came 4th or 3rd, pretty high. And he basically said that after he hit his goal, he lost motivation because he had achieved what he wanted to achieve. So I don't think he's in a space where he believes he can do that yet. And that's probably the biggest thing he needs to change. It isn't a gameplay thing anymore. It's a self-confidence and belief in his ability. That's what makes you move from a good player to a great player. And so I don't know how you do that, but that's something he really has to reflect on and think, I can do this. So that's... We'll see if that ever comes to fruition, but it's not many people have that quality.
It's just got to be a fact of believe in your dreams. Don't let your memes be dreams. I mean, I think he did crack the top 4 And I could see how if you set a goal for like that for yourself, you kind of hit it, and then everything else is gravy. So maybe you play a little more loosey. You don't really play with that drive, that desire to take it all. But you gotta wonder, maybe after you hit that threshold, the next logical place is, okay, maybe top 3. But why not just go for the championship all the time and let the chips fall where they may? We'll see if he has that kind of killer instinct here in this series with Chain. We are working on getting the players and everything situated, so stand by. But the performance, I mean, top 4 is pretty fantastic on a land that, you know, had a lot of killers. I mean, I know some players didn't make it, but there were some big names and big threats there.
There were indeed. Yeah, exactly. Can't be diminished that achievement whatsoever. He didn't have the one, but it had enough, as you say, of the top 5, top 6 to be a more than a commendable placement. And it's about continuing that momentum, continuing that belief, and as you say, setting the benchmark higher. It's a very different situation now with this global league, and it will shuffle things around and give people a new experience. And his style is one that he will find ways to frustrate opponents, stay in games, and he's not a free win for anyone, you know. And he has a very riskless playstyle, if that's a word I could use. I don't know if it's a word, but anyway, his playstyle is such that he always grinds out performances. And I think he was one of the only people to beat Rafa outside of Maxter, you know. So he's somebody that can take the best right to the wire.
Definitely. And if you're Chain, what do you think he should be thinking going into this? Is this kind of just, you know, fresh start to the series, whatever happens, gauge from there? Or do you already have that, look, I used to perform, I used to be getting the top 8s, top 4s here and there. What happened? Like, how do you psych yourself back up and kind of get back into the middle of things?
I think there's good and bad with that, because I feel that Chain was very erratic in performance because he was so based particularly on his rail, and if that wasn't working, it was almost no plan B. And so he needs to go through an evolution in what he can bring to the table, because it never felt like there was a plan B with Chain, and when that's the case, you have many holes and weaknesses that can be exploited. It's similar with base, you know. He's gone through an evolution where he's now learned to be aggressive and take games away, and I feel that Chain needs to take that step as well, because it always felt like his opponent had breathing space. There were definitely times where he set the world light and played phenomenally, traditionally predicting on Veil, but he needs to now take his play style to a new place, and so that's good because it means he can only get better. It's whether he can get there.
We'll see. I mean, no easy task. First match against Zanaku. Going to be a little rough, I think, as chat also predicted. So it's not just me. Again, no disrespect to Chain. We'll see exactly what form he's in shortly. I heard the noises. We're going to get into it, Dan. Map number 1 awaiting us shortly here on Veil. Ranger versus Aizen. We'll see. Do you think... I mean, we already kind of talked about Zanaku might probably take this. Do you think 3-0? Chat? Anybody? I don't know.
I'll leave that one to chat. It's definitely more than possible. I would be surprised if it was.
Well, we'll see. I know that he's been crushing PRs in the gym. I still don't know what a gym is, but Zanaku is just absolute beast in there. A gaim? What's a gaim? I don't know. I don't understand. They're made up to me, but we'll see. We'll see if Zanaku can push his PRs here and try and get another 3-0. We already saw one from Cypher, and we'll see if Chain can, you know, scrap his way by. Again, it sounds like we're disrespecting Chain a little bit, but we're not. It's just he's hitting a rough patch. We'd love to see him bounce back, and we're going to see it right now. Zanaku versus Chain live on map number 1 on Veil, and we're going to start off on Zanaku. I like that LG too. New skins for Dazed In, as Mr. Freeze is in the server. Grabbing the rail, already stacked up to the teeth, to the brim here, as he gets some shards to make sure that he has a Dire Orb shortly as well. Not a bad start for Zanaku.
Mad respect for the Quake 3 launch. Full control, and Chain is already completely forfeited any sort of pressure onto the map. Now, it's not the end of the world because he has his base stack, but in terms of momentum, I'm never a fan of that. Chain is setting up very early once again. He's taken a lot of damage, but he's done a good amount of damage in return. Walks around the corner, actually into a rail this time. Very low, and Zanaku already connecting with the rails he needs to continue to make advances onto the Mega. Chain's got up, and he will be going down without a fight.
Zen should be able to get back on this heavy, and that's going to make it 6 complete items for Zanaku. Chain has not got a major yet. I know it's still early, but a little brutal here. As a good rail throws down Timmy for a little bit of insurance, and this is exactly what he wanted now. He should have a 2-on-1, but Zanaku still 38 HP somehow gets the frag, and Timmy, useless.
With taking both those rails, as you rightly see there, was very painful. And good from Chain, potentially slightly sloppy from Zanaku, and it's got Chain back into this game when it should have been an easy 2-0 and control for Zanaku.
Too shabby indeed. Items nowhere to be found right now for Chain. He's got 1 mega to his name. He is living off the lights, but he's also living off some rails. A steady diet of damage from Zanaku coming out. Good return from Chain here, as again he could back off onto that armor shard. Does have Timmy fully locked and loaded. Just needs to try and figure out where to put it, and upper area presence is probably the best for that, and there it is, and there's a rail, and the quick rocket jump to get the hell out of there from Zanaku.
Right now it's Chain's in the vicinity, going in aggressive, but what the hell was that damage?
I don't even know, but the mutual comes out.
Wait, Chain frozen? Because there should have been a reaction. Oh god, yeah, I think he's frozen. I was going to say...
No, that's just Chain. That's just how he is. Just a stone-cold killer, Dan. No reaction. Nothing happened. That's exactly how he stays into it. I know Zanaku has the freeze ray, but Chain is the Iceman right now, still trailing by 1, able to claim the Mega. Relatively clean and almost gets a rail, so it is completely clean. Big stack on Chain now. Does eat a rail finally as Zanaku goes up the jump pad to cut him off. Good angle there from Zanaku.
Yeah, I would have bit the head off my webcam if I traded that frag, but Chain is keeping calm, he's staying in this game, but he is quite happy just trading major items at this time. And again, I just feel he needs to put a bit more pressure, and this is what I talked about, giving his opponents breathing space. If he was the one in control, if he was the one in position, he forfeited that. And now Zanaku is the one with the upper hand. Definitely needs to be more assertive.
Some decent damage going through, but again, Zanaku kind of gets out without taking a lot and somehow returns a ton! But Timmy coming up big, popping off for Chain, and does even it out again, but Zanaku maintains that 1 frag lead as another mutual breaks out.
Nevertheless, they're keeping the score lines tight. Zanaku is the one controlling the map, picking up more of the items and trying to make the moves. So I'm sure he's more than aware of the way in which Chain will be playing now. I do expect a little bit of an adjustment in terms of how he approaches some of these engagements, because Chain is essentially setting him up and trying to bait him, goad him into fight. So whether Zen wants to fall for that or just wants to reset their distance game, we'll have to see.
Ooh, nice damage there. Zanaku had to deal with Timmy, took a rail on the way out. Just not, it's not safe to go through that telly against an Aizen. He has to be very, very careful which way he passed. And again, just right off the bat, he had to deal with it. That gives Chain enough time to make his way to the Mega. Slowly starting to zone Zen out and kind of use that turret exactly how we thought.
Yeah, exactly. Zen is now in a bit of trouble because he has the whole map, and I think he's massively mistimed this. 10 seconds too early, perhaps confusing the heavy with the mega timing, and that might even cost him a frag. He's sticking around confused as to where the item is, and obviously now will recognize his mistake. Should have an idea, I was going to say when it's going to be picked up, but we'll know now that it will be up.
Chain doing a good job of aggressing when he needed to. He's able to grab the Mega. Don't think he'll get back in time for the heavy. Zanaku should be able to steal it, as he does, but he did have to burn the Dire Orb. Does land a rail, though. Does have to take care of Timmy, and now Chain lying in wait from above, making sure that Zanaku doesn't come out of the Thunderdome, and Zanaku wisely decides to redirect and use the rocket jump, use that passive of Ranger that we've seen all day to just get out of there and try and slow things down. Chain doing a good job, staying in it, tying it, and also has a bit of momentum.
He does indeed, and we're seeing him push on through. He knows where Zen is. Zen is in position for the Mega though, so Chain's going to be happy with this heavy, trying to cut Zen off in the choke point. Once again, he's just reverting to more defensive position and hoping Zenic is pushing in for him.
Good dodge on that rocket. That could have been huge, but unfortunately the follow-up rocket into the Dire Orb for just a huge burst of damage up close. Zanaku back on top by 1.
Did he just miss a rail on the turret?
It's really, okay, Timmy's intimidating. Damn, how dare you.
Very slow paced game for Vale. Chain is in the water trouble here. He's trapped. He's done enough damage to make Zeniku railable. Zeniku actually is going to say, okay, you can take that. I am not going to give away any sort of frag. Chain also didn't have the confidence to go get it. And Zeniku does lovely to sweep around and pick up that heavy. But Chain equally makes a great move over by the Mega. They're going to go man on man here, and Chain just doesn't have the stack.
What a nice play there to reposition from Zanaku. Perfect use of the Dire Orb to maintain position and at least do that. Giving up the item but taking the frag. Zanaku will take that all day as he extends the lead to 2 and now trying to keep Chain away from weaponry that he needs very badly as he has to try and make something happen with a rail only. Does throw down the Timmy. And Zanaku, I was going to say Timmy the turret, we'll just call him Timmet.
Timmet.
But Timmet! 2 frag lead for Zanaku now. And this has been a little bit of back and forth, but Chain just has to find that opening that he found once before. But Zanaku may be too wise for that now, as he can play a little bit more and more passive as he keeps shredding some of the time off the clock.
What I will say though is, partly from Zen's side, but the turret has been pretty much useless this series so far, whereas the Ranger's use of the orb has been pretty paramount in this game. And you see once again the Ranger coming to the fore, so just showing the power of mobility in Quake Champions.
Completely agree. I mean, closes the gap, does the damage, does everything that you need when used properly. And and if all else fails, you just got a nice little flick rail right there. Zanaku converts yet another one, almost gets big damage off that rocket. The LG is going to make Chain think twice before dropping for this one. Tribal will land some damage, but Zanaku has the stack to not only survive, but maybe even challenge this Mega. Doesn't need to with the 4 frag lead, but at this point, why not? As Chain just goes through the telly and just eats so much damage. And another rail there from Zanaku.
Nice. I just feel that Chain, as I said in the intro, he gives too much space to his opponents sometimes. You can see the Zen taking advantage of that. Yes, the map was very close for quite a long period of time, but always feels like Zen had a chance in that. It just took one clean frag for him to snowball away.
Rail battle raging on. Next rail will win it, and Chain does hit one from down below. But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, as a player, how do you shore up that mistake and make sure that you have that killer mentality where you don't let any kind of comeback happen, or at least to the best of your ability? Because Chain does kind of leave openings more than he needs to.
It's a mindset thing, it's a playstyle thing, and it's obviously just habit and training to make sure you are more active. I think Chain
God!
I think Chain is somebody that approaches the game of wanting to feel comfortable and confident in how he's playing and his situation, but in doing that he normally takes the low risk option, you know, going to the side rooms to pick up the lives, playing safe around his opponent, which then allows his opponent to do exactly the same, get back into the game himself. So Chain's more happy to play from a level playing field, low risk, than actually try and assert himself and win the game. It's the way he's got to the level he is at, so he's obviously successful with it, but I just feel that that's a style that's never going to take you to the top. And that's the challenge for Chain right now, is if he wants to progress further, I feel he needs to look at his playstyle and find ways to be more assertive.
I agree. The poutine is for closers. But I have a feeling, you know, based on that and the webcam and everything, I feel like Chain is just sitting there stoic as ever as we're going to go into map number 2. But well done to Zanaku to take map number 1. Well played. He looks crispy. I mean, there was a little bit of some rough stuff there, but I think first couple games of the season, everyone's going to be shaking off a little bit of rust, maybe getting used to this high level of competition where, you know, every map is money, you're playing for seeding, the pressure's definitely back, so as opposed to the practice games, but just a really nice display from Zanaku on this one.
Typical Zen, nice and clean, does the basics very well, good execution across the board, nothing particularly flashy, just lovely solid performance, and that's what he does so well.
And as you mentioned, Dire Orb coming up big, whether it be closing the gap, repositioning to the top to attack from a different angle, or just burst damage to finish off a wonderful combos, and, you know, had it all.
I think if I had to classify Zen's playstyle, it's probably just efficiency. He just does things well. He's usually very correct in his choices, and when a decision needs to be made, he's always usually making the right ones.
And this is kind of what you love to see when you're watching, you know, Quake Pro League or any kind of Quake. Is he's not a new player, but like to see him blossom in the Quake Pro League, coming in as a new player, and then, you know, admittedly having a pretty poor season, but then steadily growing, getting these top fours, getting stronger and stronger. That's just what you love to see, and that's a testament to putting in the work and it paying off.
Yeah, he's another one of these players that just seems to, you know, he's not one of the superstar names that we traditionally associate with the high ranks of Quake. He doesn't have something iconic in his playstyle like virtually the other ones, but he's somebody that has just grown from a challenger into somebody that should be respected now as a top 4, top 5 ranked player. And more and more eyes will move towards him and try to understand how to counter him.
And it's going to be great to see if Chain can bounce back and counter him in map number 2. Again, as we get that set up in the background, let me remind you, it's going to be Runes of Sarnath, a matchup we've already seen today. Strog for Xenaku, Galena for Chain. Based on that performance on map number 1, I mean, obviously everything is different based on the picks and the map and everything, but in terms of just overall play style, you think it's going to come back to haunt Chain in terms of just leaving too many gaps, not being as cutthroat as he needs to be, kind of letting the opponent breathe, as you mentioned?
Probably less so on Ruins, because as we've seen in the past, Ruins of the map, you can play 0-0 for 10 minutes, and particularly on the Galena, you can play nice and slow, and you've got your own resource to get health and armor, or just, sorry, health, in terms of the totems. So Ruins and Galena is a nice match for Chain in the way he wants to play. But it's always there or thereabouts. If he's not putting pressure on, suddenly, you know, if you get a stack Strog flying around the map, and you're not connecting with your rails, this is the problem. If he starts missing rails and receiving them, he's just vulnerable because he hasn't done enough work on his opponent before that point. So I'm always going to say yes, it's going to leave him vulnerable, but Ruins is probably easier to play that super defensive, conservative playstyle.
Well, taking a quick peek at the predictions, 92% in favor of Master Xenaku. These are rough. Chat, you're ruthless today. I don't know what's in the water, but wow. We'll see. We'll see. Again, Chain has the ability to bounce back. The series is not over yet. It's just 1-0 in favor of Xenaku as we're loading into the map. We're going to get into it and see if Chain can tie us up and send us to a potential tiebreaker. I feel like everything has already been a 2-1 with the third map going to the, I guess, loser in this situation, or just Cypher with the hat trick. We'll see if Xenaku can add another one, or how this is going to go shortly here. As we're going to go live on Ruins. We'll see if Chain can kind of take this victory with an iron fist, if you will, Dan.
Yep, and we are starting over on Xenaku, up on that Strog, already trying to pressure onto this rail. Unsuccessfully at that, Chain gets away with the rail without any other weaponry to his name. Xenaku knowing that, he's trying to close the gap. But this time he is respecting Chain, because he knows one rail is incredibly valuable.
Playing that T-Con area, middle of the map. You could play for sound here, so this is a very strong position for Xenaku. Quick to grab the Mega. Sometimes we've seen a long game of chicken there, but nothing doing as Chain with a good delay on the heavy. It looks like he has a totem down with another one in the pocket, so you got to wonder, is he starting to build that base down there? And it looks like he tried, but too obvious as Xenaku's able to take that out and kind of reset the economy for totems.
This might be the way this game is played. Incredibly standoffish. More than happy both of these players to trade items. So trying to put a bit of pressure on, getting the peek around once again. Trying to get timing as well. When at the very least he's delayed that item. So now he knows it has an in. If he can hit a rail here, do some significant damage, he will be able to pick up both these items. Chain's the one in position, he's got the right weapon out as well, but huge rocket from down below. So much damage, the totem comes out, even on stack. Zen cannot get out of here, but he's also the one doing the damage. Chain is not connected with anything. A rocket comes out, but it's too little too late as the Vial, the Mega, and now the Heavy will be swept up by Xenaku.
Ooh,
And
nice
a frag.
rails.
Yeah.
And just those jumping rocket damage that Zanaku got, really no business getting those. That was just incredible play from Zanaku there.
Yeah, it was messy and probably frustrating for Jane that he had his opponent trapped but just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, that absolutely has to be frustrating, especially when you have the high ground and they're hitting you with the direct rockets. Like, very frustrating, but Zanaku doing a great job, up 2-0, 2 minutes in, and Shane has to kind of fall back and play this rail style that we've seen before. Zanaku bringing out the peeker, a little bit of damage, not too bad, but Shane making sure he doesn't drop down, otherwise he's going to ride the lightning now, waiting. After the pickup, can't convert with the damage, so Shane with an opening here.
Yep, nice connection from Chain, and there's lots of time now to work his way around and try and conserve the mega area. Zanaku's in the vicinity, but will use the speed of the stroke to reposition, and he catches Chain in the choke point. No, but a big rocket into the rail. Chain is low, but what a flick from Zanaku. I said he doesn't have flair, but boy, did he have some then.
I think he hurt us because he's angry. He took that personally, Dan, as just a great combination from Zanaku to put him up 3-0, hits another rail, and Shane, there's just nothing he could do. It feels like everything he attempts to do is just shut down immediately by Zanaku. And raw aim here as the peeker comes out, and Zanaku says, no, I got a pretty big peeker too, man. We should talk later. 4-0, 3 minutes in, almost converts with yet another rail from above.
Wow, yeah. Zanaku bringing the style points today. A huge part of that is the speed of this Strog. Once again, opening up angles, kiting the opponent around the map, getting into positions earlier than Shane is able to. And Shane's somebody whose playstyle naturally favors being in the lead, so he can be the one to better dictate those, and it's just not the case. And unfortunately, so far in this set, his rail hasn't been connecting as much as he would like, so it's difficult for Shane.
Difficult indeed. Dealing with the peeker nicely, but running right into a rocket and still has to go up the jump pad because he committed, but he goes up again! And Zanaku not getting a ton of damage off of that. That should have been free, but the follow-up with the rocket should be able to do it. Chain barely getting a little bit of damage. Just little ticks here and there, but just like that, Zanaku can fall back on the item. So he's also taking the right fights at the right time and hitting drive-by rails from up top just like that.
And he's
brutal.
taking the whole map away from Chain because he's taking these fights a good 5-6 seconds before the pick up, converting, cleaning up, restacking, rinse and repeat. Chain perhaps foolishly tries to push on him, but as I say that, he does take or connect with 2 rails, should I say. Now he just hasn't got the speed to get in position for this mega. He's gonna come flying on through. Lovely rail actually, as I say that, but it's still even stacks because he's got nothing to work with.
Previous to that fight, Shane was 4 of 20 for rails, so do with that information what you will, chat. 5-0 for Zanaku as we're rounding the midway point of this one on Ruins. Zanaku firmly in the lead. The totem's not really a factor here at all. No overstack. Nothing really to snowball in Shane's favor. He couldn't really set up a fortress down by the heavy. And it's just been the Zanaku show for the most part. And again, it's not really raw aim so much. He hits great rockets and rails in combination, but overall 36% rail, 26% LG. Zanaku's just playing a good game of Quake. Good items, good use of positioning, and there he gets caught out. A little bit of a preemptive peeker there, as Shane does put himself on the board.
Now we have to see what Shane can do in control with... Okay, nothing.
And it's shut, and it's gone.
Quite literally. Unfortunately for him, he tries to hit maneuver, but just surprised again by the speed of the Strog. And it's cost him a frag, it's cost him an item. It might even cost him 2 items. He's in position, and this time he does bully Zanaku away, but only with a rocket to his name, Zanaku will defend down by this mega area. By the rail area, should I say.
Set up for a rail, just barely missing out on that headshot. Does follow up with another one. Shane able to reply from his own. Out comes the peeker, a little bit of a drone pilot here, but Shane dealing with it nicely. But he still needs to deal and overcome this 4 frag deficit.
Yeah, so just needs himself. Nice rail by Shane, good prediction there. Still needs to get himself a rocket. I want to make sure Shane's aware of that just yet, but pushing in aggressively, he knows the damage he's done. He needs to get a frag now. And he does. Really nicely played by Chain.
Good job of closing in on that. He's going to have a totem in his pocket shortly before this heavy. But again, not really positioning them in a way to make it tough or annoying for Zanaku to deal with. He just throws it next to heavy. It's kind of just easy to spot and take out, and that's why you don't really see the totem economy built up for Chain.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been pretty key because I don't think he, as you rightly putting out, I don't think he's had the overstack once this set. And because he's also using them like that, he's also not getting any utility of them in fights. So that's also been a bit troublesome.
Indeed, but Chain catches him out with a peeker down again. Now he's able to maybe mount this comeback. 2 frags down, 3 minutes, but he's in control of the map. He's going to be able to drop down and grab this heavy. And he's 1 totem away from that overstack. So if Zen tries to fight for this next heavy, he should be able to spot it out and get rid of it. The question is, will Chain be able to implement the overstack before that happens?
Yeah, big few minutes for Zen now, obviously, as he's... There you go, there's the overstack as well. As he, for the first time pretty much this series, is very much on the back foot. Let's see how he can play defensive. He's very early for this heavy. Potentially having some timing issues. We saw it on map 1 as well, at least once. Fortunately for Zeniku, it doesn't come back to haunt him. He's trying to play his way around. Lovely rail into the peeker. He will win himself a mega though from that 40.
Not bad at all as Chain doing what he needs to do. Another overstack again. This time in a little bit more awkward of a position, but still Zen spots one out and deals with it. But not until after Chain it gets the overstack going. So this fight in his favor, and Zanaku does a little bit of LG damage and just drops down right away and steals positioning, but I think he's going to stay on top of the jump pad. I don't know. Chain can bully him away from this heavy here. Almost catches him out in the courtyard. What a drop rail from Zanaku.
Yeah, so nice. Even if it doesn't really have much of an impact because it was before the item, it just halts any momentum and makes Chain second guess. It just slows his pace. So don't underestimate those type of moves as well. As Zen comes flying on through, good read. The peak comes out, doesn't do a lot of damage, but he might be able to get the frag. Lovely defensive rail from Chain. He needs this kill. He knows how low his opponent is. Good trap, but Zen doesn't fall for it. Now Chain is gonna die. He was a high risk play not to back off and restack, but you know, a minute and a half to go. It definitely was the right one.
He might get caught out here. No damage from Chain. Instead, takes some rockets as he tries to push through the choke point. And minute left, and I think that might be curtain call, Dan. Chain now just has to play like a crazy person, really, and just push in. And still, even when he does a rail like that, we'll send him packing.
Yeah, it's all too little too late from Chain. We saw the tempo raise around the 5-minute mark, but he's already down 5-6 frags by that point. Just makes you ask why it takes so long, but part of it was definitely the way in which Zen played the opening. As soon as he got control, there was a high tempo and high pressure coming out from Zeniku as Chain is just hiding at this point. So really well played by Zen once again. Much closer, obviously, than map 1.
Yeah, and I think Chain is taking this moment to kind of recompose himself, get some composure going into map number 3. Still wants to put some money in his pocket, but he knew this was done and dusted, so he's hands off the keyboard, deep breaths, get it together, and try to steal away one map. But Zanaku will take the series in the first 2. Again, working on that hat trick as we close out this one and start to slowly head over to Deep Embrace, Dan.
Yep, and as you rightly pointed out, Chain needs to find a bit of something to get back into this one. And we're moving on to a map that generally does get forced to play a high tempo. He's got a champion that favors a high tempo. So, want to see him use that.
That being said, also lacks stack. Athena versus Doom is going to be the matchup on Deep Embrace, with Chain on the Athena, Zanaku on the Doom. Not the biggest stack difference, but still it could be enough to make all of the difference. So Chain has to get in on those items, use that speed, use those grapple hooks to steal away items and just get out while dealing decent damage. But we'll see, Zanaku just looking so strong.
Just looking composed, strong, clinical as well. Some amazing shots coming out. Chain fought back well, considering the scoreline and the pressure he was under. But you can see here, you know, it was 5 minutes before he really started to ramp it up, and then it was a long road back where he has to take more and more risks. And then there was that one frag just towards the end, around the 8-minute mark, where he had to stick around with no health, hopefully try and catch his opponent off guard, and that was really the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and even in that moment, I mean, I'm not sure what weaponry he had. I know that he had rockets out, but Zanaku just playing the percentages, I guess, and just having Shotgun out saying, look, I know we're both weak, and it's just a matter of who can pull the trigger first. And as you saw, flew by, got the frag, and that kind of sealed it. But you got to wonder, maybe if Chain had a Shotgun out and he was just quicker, maybe it goes his way, but it's in the past now, Dan. 7-4 Zanaku as we take a look at the stats from Ruins going into the third map, and Zanaku, like we said, just looking really strong.
Looking really strong indeed, and if he continues that into map 3, he plays a good Doom, it will still be just as hard for Chain to even have a dream of a map on this set.
How much do you deadlift, Dan? You think Zanaku deadlifts more than you? Have you talked to him about that?
Definitely not more than me, it's fine.
Okay, how dare I? Silly me, chat. Let's take a look at the predictions real quick here. I could just eyeball it. It looks rough. I don't even really want to read it. 87% for Zanaku, which is a little odd.
It's reducing.
That's actually more. That's actually more for Chain. I guess they believe in his Athena, which they should. He's been playing Athena for a while, but on Deep Embrace against Doom, we'll see. We'll see if he could use that speed and those grappling hooks to kind of string together something and put up a map. Again, every map is worth $150. If you lose, you only get 50. You still make some money playing for seeding. High pressure situation here as we are back with season 3 of Quake Pro League. And I know you hate it, Dan, being here with me, but I love it. I love being here with you.
That's all I need to hear. Doesn't matter what I feel.
Yeah, they're stroking your ego. Okay, we are in the game. I hear it. We're going to get into it shortly. It's going to be map number 3 between Chain and Master Zanaku. Zanaku working on that hat trick. We've seen one from Cypher today. Can Zanaku be the second player of the season to do so? We will see. Starting off on Zanaku yet again as the Doom guy. That double jump is absolutely wonderful for traversing the map. The ability, not so much. The punches might come in handy against an Athena to just close out a frag, but it doesn't auto-lock anymore, which is important to note, so you got to be a little more cautious with using it. You could fly right off the map, but a slow start here between these players on Deep Embrace.
I mean, I think the point about the ability just shows how important movement is. Like, the fact that, you know, let's be honest, the punching was pretty memey, really didn't have a lot of utility, but yet Doom is so constantly picked. It's just because movement and positioning wins you games. And so, don't underestimate that when we talk about it.
Ooh, almost got that rail ability, and I think, ooh, there it is, never mind, following up, almost gets it, Zanaku, looking for one more, and he plants him. He didn't even need it. He could have used machine gun, but he doesn't care, Dan. Zanaku goes up 1-0, and I think you're right. I think the punching ability is a bit memey. I think what it was missing is boxing gloves, right when he pop it, but we could talk about that later. 1 minute in. Relatively low scoring, all things considered, given Deep Embrace and almost getting a rail opportunity there as Chain goes flying over his head. He's so extremely weak, Dan, trying to get those double bubbles, and he gets out of there. But still really weak for Chain right now. Not a great start.
No, and now Zen has the confidence to start delaying the item ever so slightly to offset Chain's awareness. Playing very slow, unsettling his opponent. Chain obviously picks up that Mega though, so they do trade, and Chain gets positioned. But Zen is the one with the momentum at this point.
Another great rail from Zanaku there. Trying to pre-fire that one. A little bit of tri-bolt, only hitting a little bit of damage on that one. But with the double jump again, can reposition back onto the heavy without issue. Items synced up. It's a matter of if Zen wants to attack this Mega, and it looks like he's going to go for it. Misses with the rail. Chain on the ready. He's going to be able to hook past him. There's the pop, and can he get away? He drops right down, but he's still so weak, and he flies over to the bubbles, and Chain cuts him off with the rocket, but pops him too high. Finally settles down and is able to tie it at 1, but what a unfortunate string of events there.
Why did they make Doom clutch again? I forgot.
Well, only when he's mad, because he sees red and clutches red. Do you see what I did there? What a rail from Zanaku
though.
Through the murder hole. Well, actually not through. Chain poked his head through, and then he got slapped a little bit. 2-1. Zanaku taking the lead.
Yeah, nice rails from Zanaku. Playing it well, reading Chain once again. Chain did a nice enough job to chase down Zen before. And again, the items are still pretty much tied, allowing Chain an in, even though he's the one on the back foot.
Dangerous position here for Chain. There it is, and oh, he just backs straight up. He doesn't even try and strafe around, and that's an easy punch to the face for Zanaku.
Oh, I like this play a lot. He tries to go and take both items away because he knows that Chain's going to spawn over by the Mega. He really wants both of these items, but he's taking too much damage. Will just retreat and try and do some damage over to the pickup because he's going to be able to get there in time. No, just missing out, and it still reads the drop down. Chain did a lot of damage with that shotgun, and he's taken the health bubbles away, so he can push in here. But he's only got a rocket, which isn't going to be sufficient.
Actually, like a horror movie, as Chain was just grappling towards Zanaku more and more with that boomstick. Can't make it work, but Zanaku says, mine works fine. Take a look.
Yeah, this map's gone from bad to worse now for Chain, as Zen just looks incredibly confident and comfortable.
Zanaku with the right read. Punches again. There's one, and there's another one, and he hit it with a 1-2 combo, Dan.
Alright, it's over.
Oh, you're throwing in the towel already in this boxing match? We'll see. Chain opening it up with a rail. Needs to convert off of that. Can he is the question. And 6 HP! Chain did everything he could, but still Zanaku hanging on.
Yeah,
Can he restack?
Bad, man. That feels bad. He's got plenty of health bubbles in the region. Chain's going to delay and pick up the Mega now, but gives Zen a bit of breathing space to pick up the required health to take this next engagement. And Chain doesn't have the weapons once again to contest Zen. He's just playing the plus back. He's playing the distance game. He's quite happy for Chain to do this because Zen can reset and pick up more and more stack. Nice as well to get around, steal away this item. Don't even think Chain knew when it was. He's going to fly himself away. We'll just let Chain pick up this next Mega, but Chain has to make something happen. Tries to push on in, and Zen is more than ready for this.
Chain leaves up the Mega, now grabbing it, knowing that he could take that fight and fall back to it if he needs to, but Zanaku didn't really land the damage he'd like. Ooh, big rocket, and there he goes. Chain converts off of that one, using the grapple to close the gap. Not bad as we hit the halfway point. So, now we're looking at a 6 frag deficit. If Chain gets this momentum, I think it's well within the realm of possibilities for him to run this map. But with rockets like that, it's just so brutal. And that's not what you want to chase into. Railgun waiting, throbbing, and just absolutely plants him. There's another one as Zanaku able to rocket jump up. Nice use of the double jump there. Just super fluid, making it look easy. There's another rail. And he wants to punch. There's the flyover.
Such great use of the Doom skill set. And Chain is looking helpless. He's had a big delay on the Mega, so there's nothing left for him. There's nothing left except despair. And Chain even gets caught trying to escape his destiny.
Stop, he's already dead. Stop it.
Oh my god, 11-2. He's given up the Mega in exchange for style points, and I think that's a worthy trade.
We'll allow it. 9 frag lead with 4 minutes left, and again, the Zen show. Struggling a little bit with these rockets going through the grate, and Chain could convert, and he does! And that is super unfortunate for Zanaku. Will that completely turn the tide for Chain? I don't think so, but still, that frag could come back to haunt him, but Chain taking so much machine gun damage, not landing a rail, and Zanaku just gets right back into the swing of things. And oh my god, it ends it with the elbow drop from the top rope, and Chain takes out Chain, and this is just pure lemony snickets right now. Just a series of unfortunate events for Chain, and it's just bad. And it went from bad to worse.
I've never seen someone just disappear like that.
Can't catch me now.
Except for Nyx, am I right? High five, Dan, as Zanaku gets another one. DJ Khaled out here. This is a bit of a mess. Oh, up. Okay. Early on in the season, but we're seeing a lot of salt. No, not salt. Just frustration boiling over here from Chain. As that's the curtain call, Dan.
Yeah, and for me.
Take a bow. So you think you can outbench Zanaku too? No question?
Yes.
All right. We can see that.
Oh, my word.
It's a clinic. I mean, I don't know what Chain could have done differently in that scenario. Just nothing went his way. But on top of that, it's just Zen's been playing solid all series. And yeah, you just start hitting everything. You get punched in the mouth, one too many times. You know, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face 3 or 4 times. And as you said, kind of memey. So maybe that plays in your head like, damn, they're using the ability a lot and getting kills. This is bad. Everyone is watching, but it's done and dusted.
Yeah, what can you say? I think Zen was just playing on another level. Chain definitely was rattled after map 1 and 2, and it showed in that game. And Zen took it with style points. I mean, the ability is better than it used to be. I think it still feels bad, man, when you get killed by it because of how bad it used to be.
I mean, we saw him use it in a way where, like, that's kind of the meta now. You have to use it to cut around corners, dash to items, and just make it, you know, just make amazing plays happen, and it's like a movement buff now. The punches, sure, you can use them to close out kills, but it's mostly a movement thing.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he used it in the right way. But being killed by it does feel bad. And
oh, yeah.
I just... what can you say? That was a great performance from Zen. Everything about it was clinical and on point, timing, movement, decision making, execution. So Jane will obviously walk away from this and feel pretty rattled, I'm sure. One, because he lost, and two, because it was pretty brutal. But at the same time, you've got to look at Zen's performance and say, this is someone that's going to be competing at a high level now. So what do I need to do to start competing once again with these type of players?
I agree, and I don't know if we can go back to the pick bans, because I forget who picked who first, but do you think that maybe it's a situation where he should just pick a different champion if given the opportunity, or was it just a misplay style, a kind of a bad approach with Athena? Kind of.
I think it was definitely a bad approach. Like I said in map 1, Chain strikes me as someone who just wants to feel confident and happy in his own playstyle. And that is often at the detriment of the situation. Like I said, he often forfeits items and position in order to take a safer route and go somewhere he feels confident. And I think that's the same in the pick ban. I can't really recall ever thinking Chain has actively countered someone with picks, unlike someone like a Rafa, who actively goes out of his way to think about what's the best for this matchup. I feel that Chain thinks what is best for me. And because of that, you get yourselves into these type of situations where you just don't have the favored matchup and you have to work around it, and that maybe makes him retreat even further. So it seems like some sort of vicious cycle he needs to think about and change the way he thinks about the game, because at the minute it's not working and it hasn't been working for a while.
We'll see. I mean, the coming weeks we'll see if he could break that cycle, but for now that's going to leave his record stained as he goes down 3-0 to Zanaku. Another hat trick in the books. But yeah, clinical from start to finish from Zanaku, getting stronger and stronger. And that's it. I think that's the midway point, technically. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come right back with what a lot of people in the scene consider the Lord of Quake, Psygod. And he's going against some guy named Rafa, but we could talk about that when we get back. Stay tuned. We'll have a lot more Quake coming your way. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Season 3. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only ZSX. We've had a long day of Quake, but we still have more on the way. And next up is going to be Cygib versus Rafa. Dan, I mean, how do you feel about this one? Cygod versus Rafa? What do you think, man?
I thank God I'm sitting here and not in Cygib's shoes.
You think he's trembling in his boots? I don't know. Rafa looks to be on a tear again, coming off that land victory back in November. But this is the Quake Pro League. It's a little bit different, but I mean, Rafa seems to be in form from all the practice streams and tournament results, so I kind of agree with you on that one.
I think Cygib, from my memory, generally does okay against Rafa. I mean, when I say okay, it's always a 3-0 Rafa, but it's respectable losses, which is about the most you can expect from most players. So I still wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemies to go up against Rafa, but you know, hopefully Cygib keeps it within a decent scoreline.
I agree. You hope to see something close, but maybe the pick bans would give us a little bit of insight as to whether that's a possibility or if he just lost based on the pick bans themselves, because that does play a part. Not a huge part. You could still get around, as we saw kind of Chain maybe mispicking some things, playing, not adapting to his opponents. Rafa, of course, being the king of adaptation. Look at this. Corrupted Keep, Blood Covenant, Veil. We got Strog versus Scale, Nyx versus Visor, the classic, and then we hit him with the DK and Sorlak, Dan. What do you think?
I mean, what can you do in Cygib's shoes? You ban a BJ and you get a scale smacked at your face. So
Yeah.
that could be a really tough one, and it will be a really tough one. I mean, with the Blood Covenant, I mean, I said earlier I don't like the visor, so I'm really interested to see how Rafa plays this and proves me utterly wrong, because he's picked it into the Nyx, and as I mentioned in the Cypher encounter earlier, the one thing Rafa has going for him is his incredible awareness and ability to make decisions faster than anyone else, and so he can make the visor look quick. And so I think, let's see what he brings out, but if he brings out a high level performance, this will be a template for how to play visor on this map. And then the remaining map, great terminology, we have the Sword Eye, great pick once again, but I do like the death encounter. So I do think overall Cygib has made a decent rounded level of picks here.
So solid picks, and we just have to kind of wait and see what Cygib emerges. I mean, we've seen him play, to say the least, not to the best of his abilities. We haven't seen that Cygod emerge sometimes, and he pays the price. But when Cygod comes out, if Cygod is hitting at peak performance, if you will, do you think that's enough to take down Rafa?
Not in current form. I believe he might have done it in the past, but things have changed since then. And I think even peak depends what in any given Sunday, right? It could happen, but no, I don't believe he would take it off Rafa.
Well, taking a quick peek at the predictions, at least on map number 1, 98%.
Oh my god! Yeah, but that's right. There's a scale bearer in play, but oh my god!
It's still rough. Still feels rough. No love for the Aviators. I hope they pop out. But we'll see. I mean, I was going to say if Rafa has an off day, maybe Cygib has a chance if he's hitting peak performance. But does Rafa really have an off day? Does that exist? Does that function exist? I'm not sure. It seems like even on his off days, he's still performing, you know, leaps and bounds better than most. But it's just a testament to how crazy that guy is. But looks like it, I think, unanimous on the booth here, 3-0 for Rafa, or are you willing to commit to that?
Oh yeah, I committed to that before the schedule came out.
Well, chat seems to agree, at least for map number 1, but I just hope for a close game, as always, because we just want to see as many frags as possible. We want to see those stressful situations that we don't have to be in, right, Dan? Because Lord knows my heart can't take it. But yeah. We heard the noises. We're getting into it shortly. It is going to be... I want to say a tight one, but I don't know. We'll see. CK first, at least in close combat, because CK is a smaller map, no rail at play. I don't think that affects either player, to be completely honest. Cygib has been known to just shred people with LG, so maybe if he gets on LG first and he starts shredding and maybe gets a lead somehow. But Rafa, again, king of adaptation, he just kind of plays based off his opponent in the moment, doesn't have a set plan, and that's what makes him so crazy, because the man is liquid. And that's not a pun. You could take it that way if you want, but I think the king of adaptation is going to come out on top. But let the players speak for themselves, Dan.
Yeah, and Cygib is a force when he gets control. He's very good at timing. He plays the basics very well, ABC, and as you said, he has solid aim. The question mark comes in if he doesn't have that control. Rafa will walk over you, and it's
bull rush over you in this situation.
In this instance, quite literally. So this map in particular is going to be dicey. But at least
We'll
Rafa gets
see.
a nice North American warm-up before he moves over to EU matches.
Let's see how dicey it is. Let's see if Saigib rolls Snake Eyes here as he already runs into a wall and a lot of LG. And Peeker dealt with nicely, and now Saigib doesn't really have anything here. Has to use the crouch slide to get away, and Rafa wisely dodges that rocket on the way out.
Yep, and I'm expecting a lot of combat on this particular map because that's all a scale bearer wants to do. But we have seen in the past, very rarely, Rafa getting too enthusiastic with the scale bearer, particularly against like the likes of Maxter. I don't think that's going to happen today. Dicey affair as he comes barreling in, and Saigib actually tries to get away, very narrowly dies actually. But there we go. 1-0 to Rafa.
Not landing the rockets, but the Peeker will be melted instantly with the LG, so nothing too crazy for Saigib, unfortunately, as Rafa takes the 1 frag lead. And yeah, after that bull rush, I think Rafa was even surprised that he lived through that, as he had to kind of wait a second, swapped a shotgun, and okay, decent damage on the way out here, but Rafa has the pick of items that he wants, and he's going to go for the heavy.
Yeah, smarter choice, because then he has health if I can just item stack, so you get more out of the item. Saigib's done a good job to get Rafa low. Rafa just waiting on the choke point. Saigib cannot push in. And the items at the same time mean Rafa will get at least one of them, but at least Saigib also gets the other. But it doesn't really matter when you've got no health.
Yeah, I was going to say, just that little bit of nail damage, and Saigib's already looking not so great, even after the heavy pickup. Does grab a little bit of health, and I thought that rocket was just going to donk him. That was so close. Catches him out, full rush into shotgun again.
There's the combo. Items still on the same time, but honestly, it doesn't really matter to Rafa. He's probably going to try and delay this, which he does. He goes straight over to the Mega. Saigib, though, fortunately reading that, will sweep his way across and pick up the heavy. Rafa, though, decides to keep the items at the same point, just in case something malicious happens and he loses control. And Saigib's done a good job here. Should be able to pick up a frag, and he does nicely.
That was just perfect LG positioning from Saigib, and again, that thing can shred. It helps to hit a scale because the hitbox is a little bit bigger, but Saigib, of course, just strong shaft, and here's the bull rush, and Rafa's just getting up close and personal, but bull rush is from so far away, and he might go down again.
The question is, will he take the heavy with him? And the answer is no. Saigib might even be able to get both items here, and he will be able to as Rafa spawns over by that rocket, comes flying on in, but eats a huge amount of pain, and actually doesn't really do anything. Saigib here, tying us up 3-3, should be able to take it 4-3, but Rafa's just got so much to work with. Live to fight for now and just try to do as much damage as he can, but we have a little bit of a game at the moment at 3 minutes in.
Oh, such good LG again, and it bails out Saigib. The heavy's right there. He's going to be able to get a little bit of a boost after that frag.
Yeah. This is a snippet of what I was talking about. Rafa tends to want to throw his body at the problem when he plays a heavy champion. And if he doesn't get enough damage done with that, it can leave him in a little bit of trouble. But this time, he did do enough damage, and this time he picked up the item, but he's left with nothing.
4 HP, 225s to work with in the Boneyard, but Saigib has to know. He just sat there and peppered him with heavy machine gun. Can he get back to this Mega? No, he can't, and just like that, the door, in my opinion, to add to the lead is, you know, if not closed, then definitely at least locked, but Rafa looking to break through. As he does eat a little bit of rocket, well placed there from Saigib. Rafa needs to be careful now. Ooh, big dunks though. The Peeker, will he be able to do it? He does. The Peeker from around the corner. That was perfect Peeker play.
And perfect timing just before this heavy as well. It's only a matter of time now. The Mega's been delayed again. Where if Saigib gets another one of these frags, he could get both major items, and that will leave Rafa in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, and that one was a bit too much from Saigib there. As Rafa catches him out with the LG. Nice positioning there. Heavy's going to be up first. Saigib's going to be able to make his way there. I don't know if he'll have enough time to do damage at the Mega, so it might be free for Rafa and his Scale Bearer. Oh, that rocket. Such good placement there. The
Magical.
peeker comes out.
Still trapped though, and it will be a fairly easy frag for Rafa. He's just trying to bide his time not to give away any unnecessary damage. He also wants to pick up this item and maintain the rotation, so he does actually forfeit position for now.
Yeah, Rafa just says that's fine. Do whatever you want. And Saigib won't even stick around to try and get the Mega, knowing that it's kind of just a death sentence. A little bit of a tickle as Rafa jumps out. And now the Bull Rush chasing him, and the Rockets won't be able to stop him. Pops him into the wall, and again with the boomstick. Shoddy Pippin comes out to play for, what, the third, fourth time? Getting a lot of mileage out of that combo is Rafa.
When did the big man land to corner like that? That was some serious moves.
Oh, he's got moves. He's got the Allen Iverson crossover. It's amazing. The fancy footwork on scale. Unbeaten. Intergalactic Dance Star. As Saigib is able to steal away the Mega and deal massive damage with those rockets.
Yeah, that was a really pivotal point in this game because Rafa was mounting a sizable advantage. Saigib gets back into it, but he's eaten a couple of huge rockets himself. Rafa takes the lead. Just trying to get away from now, but it's delaying for no real reason at this point. Rafa will pick up this heavy saving grace again. This Saigib still has this retreat of the Mega health to fall back on, keeping him in this game. But Rafa now is building his momentum and beginning to take away the light armors as well. So it really is limiting all sort of comeback mechanics for Saigib.
Big rocket there in the LG as Rafa has to turn tail and run. Next item's going to be the heavy. Peeker is going to be up, and there's the Bull Rush, and is it going to be enough as he chases him down and he stops short, and now the Peeker could finish the job as we've seen before. It does! Saigib! What a play! He's able to grab the Mega, and he might make a mad dash for the heavy, but instead that little bit of hesitance cost him everything.
Yeah, that was actually important because now Rafa keeps in the game. It was looking actually pretty dire for him, and the peak is coming up huge for Saigib.
What a dodge! What a dodge! Saigib is the one! That was incredible.
It's a lot closer than we all anticipated.
Yeah, and I think we are seeing a version of Saigon for sure. Again, the LG absolutely shredding, and Rafa needs to be careful. But he's just so quick on his feet. Again, Scale able to get out of danger. Peeker is in play for Saigib here, but he needs to be careful. There's the Bull Rush. I don't think he can get away, and he can't. Closing the gap again using the shotgun. Amazing weapon choices from Rafa. Knowing that he's low, there's a lot of Peeker damage on the board here, and Rafa in a bad way now. Can the nails connect the machine gun? Wise choice.
Really nice Peeker. Again, decision making from Saigib. He won't be able to get across to do damage, though. No one's had a lockdown on this map, which has been critical. Oh, I thought he was actually going to bounce himself over, which was amazingly fortunate, but it doesn't work out, and Rafa takes the lead with 2 minutes to go.
Wow, and that LG, again, just bouncing around, just getting enough tick damage to take a 2-frag lead now, and Saigib was so close, but now he has to be careful, because this could go the way of Rafa. This next one might seal it. Saigib has to play a little bit more passive. Rafa just picked up the Mega. Heavy will go to Saigib, but at what cost? A lot of LG damage.
Yeah, and at this point it's looking slim odds for Saigib. He still has the Peeker, which is potentially his only saving grace, but he's going to have to do something absolutely spectacular with it, and unfortunately he doesn't for now.
Big rockets into the Bull Rush, and he doesn't connect. Saigib melts him down with the LG.
There's still a chance. The Mega's up, but no, he gets the spawn over by Nail, and he takes away the only item up at that point in time. Saigib gets one for himself, and he's got a minute now to stay in this game.
Saigib has to be careful. Trying to use positioning to just get a nice beat of LG. Luckily for him, Bull Rush is down. There's a little bit of extra Peeker damage before he goes down. Mega is going to be the next item. He's going to top off his LG because he's been using that beautifully, but Rafa has an LG of his own. Just bullies his way onto that Mega Dam.
Biggest item of the game. That would have been critical if Saigib gets that. He still has one lifeline left with the last major item of the game. Rafa's pressuring though. He knows he can't let Saigib get onto the high ground. He's cut him off, but Rafa himself is just stuck on the low ground. He Bull Rushes through. Saigib has to move now. There's no other choice. Lightning gun comes out. Rafa knows he's got the Meat King with the stack, and that will be a close, good game for Rafa.
just a nail biter. And I think we've answered the question of what Saigib is going to show up, as that one was extremely close. But in the end, Rafa will take it. And the subtle play at the end there, where Rafa was stuck at shotgun, and instead of panicking while he was in the corner and trying to run out where Saigib was shooting rockets, stood his ground, waited until he knew exactly where Saigib was, and then made a cleaner exit. Just little plays like that add up. And Rafa will take it 11-9. What a first map, Dan.
Yeah, and considering how chaotic the start was, it looked brutal for Saigib, but he managed to compose himself, stay in the game. What I will say is just Rafa gives you a little bit of an in when he plays his heavier champions. It almost loses some of his strategical nuance because he wants to bully you and maximize the reason why he's picked a scale bearer. And that actually played into Saigib's hands a bit because it allows him to use his combat skill, which we know he's so good at. And it gets messy and it gets chaotic, and yes, it can work out and you can snowball to a 30 frag victory, but it can also end up like this where maybe you end up throwing too many frags away. So for now, Rafa lives to fight another day, and Saigib put in a great performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's anything to be ashamed of, but Rafa getting caught throwing his weight around maybe a little bit too much, but he does make it work in the end, and that's all that matters, putting up the W. As we take a look at the stats from Corrupted Keep between Saigib and Rafa, the first map of the set, and it was a close one, just like we hoped. Now, moving into Blood Covenant shortly, Nyx versus Visor. You're a little interested, very interested, in how Rafa is going to utilize this Visor against this Nyx, because in your what do you think, 7-3 in favor of Nyx in terms of this matchup?
I would say when played well, yeah, maybe 7-3, 6-4. It's not massively difference, but I prefer the Nyx just because of the mobility. The stack is obviously slightly less, but it gives you a lot of utility in that aspect. So interested to see how Rafa can keep on top, keep positioning, keep the tempo high. We'll have to observe and wonder.
We will see shortly as we are loading in, taking a quick peek at the predictions. 87% in favor of Rafa. So they believe in the Visor. We will see. Again, Saigib with a fantastic first showing going up against Rafa. I mean, down 2 frags, almost taking it. That's a pretty impressive performance. So I got high hopes here on Blood Covenant for him.
Well, considering it was 98 too, he's now creeping in his favor with that performance.
Yeah, not bad. Climbing up. And if he does win, Quake economy will be in absolute shambles. So we will see. Sparty already ruined it for a lot of people, so big shouts to Sparty, the mayonnaise man. But map number 2 awaiting us shortly here between Rafa and Saigib on Blood Covenant. The classic, Nyx versus Visor. We will see who comes out on top. I think Saigib has a good shot at this. Again, the LG is looking on point. I know hitting a scale is easier. Still, I just believe in the LG, so maybe if he makes a couple good decisions, it could snowball his way, but Rafa's Rafa for a reason, man. It's so hard to try and predict against him or, put your chips against him at all. So, we'll see.
So, we will have to see, but it's good to see Blood Covenant back. It's, it feels like a new map, even though it really isn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see it back. I personally really like this map and the small changes that they made since its iteration in Quake Champions. But we are live right now. Map number 2, Saigib versus Rafa. Nyx versus Visor. And okay, a little bit of a skirmish here right off the bat. A little bit of damage, nothing too crazy. But the Ghost Walk is popped early now. And oh, the rocket is just perfectly timed. Can he get it? How is he alive? And he drops down and he goes up the jump pad, and the machine gun swap. Finally, Rafa able to take him down. That was a bit sloppy there for a second, though, Dan.
Pretty messy from both of them. Saigib definitely could have done more damage as well, but the way Rafa gets out with the frag, which he probably should have done anyway.
Vision's going to be up shortly here. Oh no, Saigib gets caught on the deadly trampoline. The LG denying entry to the top of the platform, and that's a second easy frag for Rafa here. Now he pops Vision just to make sure he sees all of this blood spurting in his face as he gets his third frag. And a minute in, this is not looking great.
Now, recognizing the Ghost Walker's on cooldown and just keeping the pressure up, making sure that Nyx... Okay. At least you can laugh that off. Yeah, and so can Saigib. Are you okay, 40?
No, no, I'm not. That was spicy, Dan. My God. What a rocket from Saigib to keep him in this. That was just absolutely brutal. The way that that was placed, you'd think that he was on visor. Like, Rafa missing with the rail, does have vision if he needs it, but that's got to make Saigib feel good.
Yeah, Saigib living up to his name. He pushes on through. He knows the Mega's up, but Rafa's already in position. Used the piercing sight though, just to make sure he had exact knowledge of the capabilities of Saigib. And that frag, shocking the world, has actually stabilized this. Retreated into a slower tempo.
Yeah, putting a literal dead stop to Rafa's momentum here, but now Saigib corners himself. This is bad. The tri-bolt not landing, finally opting to switch to heavy machine gun, but the ghost walk after the heavy pickup, not too bad. All things considered, Saigib will live to see another day and have a little bit of armor now to fight for this Mega. The vision is popped, the rails exchange from both players, but unfortunately for Saigib, he won't land his. Rafa grabbing the upper armor, catching him out at the vials. Nice. Just being so patient. You could see him peer over the ledge. He thought that he was going to be at the lower armor shard. He decides to get the upper one and just double back, and in that time just catches him out. And again, positioning. Rafa's so good at playing off the items, knowing where kind of his opponent needs to go to survive, and just playing up there.
And that's the key. It's reading your opponent. We've seen a lot of use of the rocket jump to make sure he's back in position as fast as possible. And he slows the tempo down, but maintains position when the ghost walks up. And when it's not up, he goes super aggressive and uses the piercing sight to put the pressure on and force it up. And now Saigib's got nothing to work with. Watch the pressure come out. Watch the tempo go out. That's the recipe he's following.
Big rail here. Can he follow up with the LG? A little bit of a tickle and it works. And at that point, Dan, when you're about to die and you're just, do you concede or do you actually pop the ability and try and stay alive? Because it's almost to your detriment at that point. When you use it, and you're still going to die anyway.
Yeah, you concede. You absolutely concede because, as you say, it's the most critical element of the next tool set. So luckily it was on cooldown, but just don't panic, pop it.
Fantastic conversion from Rafa, using the sight to get yet another one off the spawn and add to his body count. 7-1. Just looking so strong. Decent rockets here to mitigate that mega pickup. He's going to double back and try and get this frag as well as, again, he knows what Saigib needs to survive, and the tri-bolt just happy little dinks and dunks.
Yep, it's looking brutal.
Oh no!
Don't know the last time I saw Saigib even have armor.
I don't know, but that tri-bolt was just fantastic. Rafa, one of the players that uses the tri-bolt beautifully. He really makes that weapon sing. He's going to be able to rocket jump away almost in stride with Saigib. And is he going to tri-bolt again? Of course he is.
Oh, I thought he wanted to finish it with the tri-bolt, but too much respect from Rafa. And Saigib's got nothing to work with. Literally nothing.
It's just, what do you do against this? Big rockets? Okay! And there's the answer. Saigib says just a little bit of this. 2 rockets into a rail, why not? Right back into it, and maybe 5 minutes in, still a 7 frag deficit. And you know that Rafa's not going to give this one up easy. He could play a little bit more passive if he needs to. He can use that vision to make sure where the attacks are coming from, even if he is invised. And 2 big rails. Easy layup for Rafa off the jump pad.
Yeah, and this map is very hard to play on the defense. It's quite easy to circle both items. It's quite easy to control that high ground. You can see Rafa doing it to perfection now. It's like if this time forced to pop it out, but there's nothing there. He even gets the pummel.
He just has to go for it at that point, I feel like. Deficit is already too big. What a rail. Lots of damage coming in from that tri-bolt. Rafa's stuck down by the pillars now. 90 HP railable, but I don't think Saigib has a rail. He has to make the tri-bolt sing, and I don't think he can, as Rafa moonwalking his way back to the heavy after grabbing the lower armor shard. Does take more damage, though, and Saigib might be able to close in on this huge defensive rocket from Rafa.
Yeah, another one from Rafa, using the piercing sight perfectly. Saigib gets a frag, but look at the difference at this point.
There's strings of damage here and there where you think, all right, Saigib can use this, he can convert and take some sort of map control, and then Rafa just, no. Shuts that down. The rails from Saigib, fantastic, but he's got to hit that damage after the item pickup here. Rafa literally doubling the heavy and mega pickups. Doing a good job of controlling the map. And even now, conceding when he needs to and living off the lights. And again, another testament to how good Rafa is, knowing when he can and can't show up for items, even for damage.
And he's so good at just constantly peppering his opponent. The Nyx is weak at the best of times. Sygib's constantly been living with less than even a basic stack because of the output of damage from Rafa.
Rafa just... You could just see it. It kind of looks like he's just eating, like a bowl of cereal or something, Dan, you know? It's just easy for him. This is just Saturday morning Quake tunes. Pours himself a little something nice, 11-3. And it's just so easy.
Yep, it is another day at the office for Rafa. 11-3. Little hope for anything from Sygib at this point. So it's about just, you know, keeping yourself in the game, keeping your mind focused. But it's been clinical from Rafa. And it shows also, as much as I like the Nyx here, when Nyx is under the Kosh, it's extremely difficult also to play. Very few people play a great defensive Nyx. You know, Kilson comes to mind as one of the few people that can do it exceptionally well consistently. And we've seen Rafa exploit these champions that have, you know, highs and lows. Clutch comes to mind as well. Always has a recipe for how to counter them.
Yeah, and I think I think it's fair to say that Kilson is probably the Nyx player to look up to in terms of how he plays. Base is also very strong on Nyx, but Kilson just seems to have that extra gear when it comes to picking Nyx and just knowing exactly what to do all the time.
Yeah. And Nyx is just one of those pendulum champions. Extreme highs, but also extreme lows, and it can look incredibly overpowered or incredibly weak, and it all comes down to how it's played and how your opponent can manage shit. So the same way as I use Clutch as an example, you know, they put it in another person's hands except Razy, and it looks incredibly useless. So it requires a mindset and an understanding of what to do at all times under all situations.
What a rail after that rocket jump, and you can see Rafa saw kind of that invis dissipate on the way out and immediately knew, okay, Heavy's taken, I need to move, and that's exactly what he did, and he finds the rail opening, and it's one of the many reasons why Rafa's just so strong. And unfortunately for Sygib, this one again not going his way, not even as close as CK. So you got to wonder what's left in the tank going into the third map, and if Sygib can try and fight back, or if he's already kind of conceded in his head, like this is just an uphill battle right now.
I mean, it's always hard to know what to think when you go up against Rafa, no matter who you are. So kind of opens the door to experiment and not feel bad about losing, if anything. So that's the silver lining aspect. So it's really tough, and this was brutal again.
Even the double back on the Mega, he's able to grab it, and just another clinic put on by Rafa. Rafa on Visor, name a more just iconic duo. Down goes Sygib one last time, and it looks like 17-3 is going to be the final score as you take a look at that belt. That boy got the belt on Visor for a reason, Dan. 2 up. Rafa looking very strong, looking in championship form. Sygib, again, coming out swinging on the first map, not so much on map number 2. Whether that's champions or not, it's a little brutal as we go into map number 3 here.
I think it kind of exemplifies what we talked about in terms of just the structure of the way that Rafa played the game. Map 1, Corrupted Keep, he played it messy, and it ended up being a messy scoreline. Map 2 was a lot more structured and disciplined and strategical from Rafa, and that's why it was a clinic. So, yeah, it's the way it goes, really. But that's when Rafa's playing at his highest level, and you really have to be on his level to even have a sniff of competing.
Yeah, and it's just sometimes that's how she goes there, bud. And this is just a highlight reel for Rafa right now on Blood Covenant. Again, you have to have the memory of a goldfish, as a certain coach might say. Going into map number 3, Vale, it's going to be DK versus Sorlag. Sygib's on the Death Knight. Rafa has Sorlag. And all due respect to Sygib, I just don't see it going any other way than what we've seen now. Whether it's close or not, Sygib absolutely has a say in that, but at the end of the day, I feel like Rafa's just playing at a different level right now than Sygib, and this should be a 3-0.
Yep. There's a famous saying in economics, ceteris paribus, which basically means all other things being equal. All other things being equal, Rafa should walk this.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
And that's
I'm glad
how
that you
a
picked up on
bill
that.
comes into law.
And that is how a bill becomes a law. As we take a look at the stats for Blood Covenant, 17-3. And just damage evenly dispersed, good percentages from Rafa, and just that's kind of what you expect to see from him now. It's almost like sometimes he sets such a high standard for himself that if he doesn't have these blowouts, you're kind of like, damn, is he falling off? Like, what happened with Rafa? Like, has he not been playing? And it's just like, that's insane to be a victim of your own success at that level.
Yeah, and I doubt he listens to you or I and gives two hoots about what we say or Twitch chat, so I don't think he cares. It's about what
I know
he
specifically
feels.
he doesn't like any of the changes that I've proposed on Twitter. He actually texted me and said, please stop hurting me. So, but in terms of the criticism,
he's not alone. He's not alone with that. But, I mean, he's quite philosophical when it comes to Quake. He has his beliefs about how it should be played, the methods, and it comes back to that Veil discussion, right? Where he would lose Veil all the time, and yet he would tell us it was his best map and he played it right, and he would pick it again and again because that was his philosophy, that he played it better than anyone else, and it was his best map even though the way he played it wasn't working. That's just the way his mind works, and if he can assert that, and it's that's what makes him great.
It is quite the sight to see as we're loading up map number 3 in the background here, and it is going to be Veil, and we are going to see if it's one of his best maps. Again, based on the performance so far, I tend to say yes. Taking a quick look at the Twitch predictions, 98% for Rafa. Now you're just being mean.
Now we return to normal. There we go.
Now you're just being mean.
You got some chances out there. The 2% thinking I'm going to make a bit of a profit here if it all goes my way.
Predict the under, make a little bit of cash.
But, not really
cold hard Twitch cash.
Yeah, they're not throwing any big bucks at it. They're just chancing it with some spare change. They don't really have any hope.
Oh, well, hopefully Saigib has some hope because it's still a long 10 minutes before the end of this series, and we'll see if Rafa's going to be another one of the hat trick entries for the beginning of Season 3 Quake Pro League, which, again, great to be back. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in and being here. It's wonderful. After we tie this up, don't worry, I saw some people in chat talking about, where's DJ Wheat? Oh, he'll be on. Don't worry, we got 2 matches after this one. Don't you cry. Don't you shed a single tear. He'll be back, and he'll hopefully wrangle us in because we are just a mess today, Dan. At least I am. I don't know about you. You look great.
I mean, he's unemployed now. He's come down to our level. It's fine.
Finally. He's one of us.
He's one of us. Oh, man. DJ Wheat. I bet he can't wait.
Legend. Absolute legend. Can't wait to see him. And he's probably still salty about, Rafa winning on Scalebearer. But I think he's actually conceded that Rafa on Scale's a different story, but everyone else. But whatever, we could talk to him when he gets on. For now, we're going to hop into the third map here. It's going to be Veil, Saigib versus Rafa. We're going to be live, and again, we're going to see if Saigib has a little bit something to muster to try and make this a 2-1. Just a little bit something.
I don't think I agree. I don't think Twitch Chat agrees. So I don't think even Saigib agrees, honestly. And we're already into it.
Yeah, there we go. I was going to snap my fingers and be like, what about now? What about now? But we're here. We're here. Everything's fine. Saigib taking a rail right off the bat. Needs to be careful as he's already kind of weak. Does have the flame strike. Again, we're going to see if this is as easy as eating a bowl of cereal for Rafa. A little bit of preemptive spit there to try and zone. Saigib's going to try and be sneaky up this jump pad, maybe. A little bit of a float from LG as Rafa jumps over to claim that Mega. He's just trying to do so much damage from down below. There's a flame strike into Rockets, and it's a lot, but it's not enough. Rafa able to stack back up after taking that beating with rockets and fire. Still not going down. Saigib, let's go back to the drawing board, but that LG with the Mega to his back might be a lot, and there it is, but still so much damage, and he goes through and he misses the rocket, and that's a freebie for Rafa. Saigib risking it all, trying to convert that one down. And a lot of LG into the rocket. Saigib again, can he get away? Shotgun damage is pretty good from Rafa. And again, he does it again. 12 to the chest like Tom Brady as he takes him down with a buckshot. But finally, Saigib. Wow, even off that, it's a mutual. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is give away a freebie against Rafa, and he converts 1 into 4. So that was a spiral and a half. Here we go with Saigib blowing up Rafa this time, but he himself is pretty low. It is just before the heavy though. Rafa nevertheless will want to try and push on through. He's playing the sword like he's got the speed. He's also got the spit if he wants to come in and use it.
Saigib. We've already seen him rely on his Flame Strike a lot, so you gotta hope that he makes, you know, an effort to prioritize those vials. Right now he's just looking for some damage. What a flick! That rail was fantastic from Saigib. A little bit of LG, make sure to dodge that acid spit. He's gonna jump back up and somehow those rockets will miss from both players, but now it's LG on LG. The fadeaway rail won't connect. Luckily for him, the 25 will mitigate tick damage from the spit that he stepped in. And now, next up is Mega, but he's going to be a little bit early, so the positioning is key here, Dan. Do you just go straight up and wait with the Flame Strike, or do you hold this position down here? It looks like he's going to just make a camp right here and just wait.
Depends. He knows where Rafa is, so holding position is key, because that's the only direction Rafa can come from. As soon as he heard him take the route around, he had to reposition to the high ground, because Rafa can make his way up there. So it's the right play from Saigib, but Rafa's in position with the stack to get the frag anyway.
And even after eating that Flame Strike, even if the rail were to hit, just too much stack, and Saigib has too much to chew through with this thick dinosaur, and there's a little bit of a boop, but Rafa will just shake that off. Not a big deal as the Mega's coming up shortly.
Yep, and we're at 6-2 here. Rafa in command and control already. Saigib trying to go toe-to-toe, fight fire with fire, if you will. And it's not working so far.
And again, the Flame Strike just not doing what Saigib thinks. It is a big burst of damage, but not when you give Rafa all the items on the map and he's fully stacked as a Sorla.
Exactly, and that's the point. Rafa's got the stack to soak it to some degree, and always has a plan B to pull back on anyway. So he's also taking and soaking his damage, sweeping around and taking up the lights. If you look at the pickups for these, you know, Saigib is struggling.
Definitely needs to try and do a little bit better on the items here as he does take down Rafa. LG on LG, but good trap here from Rafa, just holding ground. That choke point, absolutely brutal to push through as Saigib, a little bit of tribal, tries to back away, get a cheeky rail on the way out, but no dice. Still a 4 frag deficit here for Saigib. He's got to turn it on and turn into Saigod here, as it's only going to get harder for him.
Absolutely, and what a rail. There you go, that's what he needs to do. Use more of the rail to chip Rafa down before he takes the engagement, but oh no, absolutely denied.
That tri-bolt is just so good, and again, the proficiency with it, Rafa unmatched as he goes up 8-3 on Veil. Again, map number 3 between these two, Rafa looking for the hat trick, and again, the Flame Strike is, at this point, he's just using it just to get some damage on the board, but really, it's just a waste.
Yeah, when it doesn't result in a frag or a pickup, it's just a waste, unfortunately. And Rafa, once again, is the master of reading the situation and abusing that fact.
Wow, that shotgun somehow missing the mark, but still Saigod stuck in a bad way here in an easy rocket for Rafa.
Yeah, so when Rafa said Veil was his best map, maybe we should have believed him.
First of all, I was never a doubter, really. It was interesting that he was, well, that's true. But, you know, speaking from, you know, my feelings, how dare you. Second of all, 10-3 for Rafa, and yeah, he's really showing us why it is his best and or favorite map here, as it's a bit of a walkover right now.
I struggle to see what Saigib can do. He's in the right positions, he's taking fights, it's more just he has to do more damage in and around the map when Rafa's controlling it, but that's now an impossible, so it's very hard.
It's just like the Flame Strike does not matter. He'll just take it to, it's amazing. He almost wants him to just use the Flame Strike and be like, get it out of the way and then let's fight, because Rafa just has so much stack to deal with.
He's so good at forcing a fight, killing you, and then taking whatever item you would have wanted, be it lights or heavies or megas. So then you're stuck with nothing, and then he comes into you again when you have nothing.
Oh no!
And then it's just an endless cycle if you die.
Oh, There's just something so catastrophic about a telefrag. Saigib will win out on a heavy. Would you really call it a win when inevitably he might go down here? Good rockets actually, and the spit won't connect. There's a chance here. Flame strike again.
I feel like I've seen this story before.
Oh, on the way out, just a hundo.
13-4.
I was going to say potentially some ground to work with, but under 3 minutes and just the deficit is so high. I don't even know if he could string together 2 or 3 kills at this point.
Ooh, he's done a little damage.
Oh, wow.
Rafa with the teleports it into the rail. They come back again, but he's probably going to go down here. What a rail from Rafa.
Delicious combination from Rafa. As yeah, Mega goes to Saigib, but at this point, it's just burning clock. Rafa doesn't really mind too much. There's the preemptive spit. Go ahead, take the heavy. You're going to eat some damage, and there you're going to take away with a little bit of rail, and this is played perfectly by Rafa, knowing that Saigib is just ticking away. Saigib does chase down and actually get the frag, but he's so weak, this should be an easy refrag if Rafa can catch him out.
Just the perfect analogy for this game. What should have been an easy frag cost Saigib nearly 200 stack.
So brutal. Just absolutely brutal. Good rails from Saigib, but again, that just gotta. That stack is too thick. Ooh, nice flame strike into rail combination there. Saigib. Signs of life still, not throwing in the towel. Love to see it. Big rockets here from Rafa. Can't quite land it, but just waiting. Very patient play. Doesn't make the jump over right away to get the Mega. Knows that Saigib is in dire straits and needs to make the Hail Mary play. He can just play solid. So he does, gets the frag, and now chasing with the shotgun. And Saigib just dancing all day, trying to hit these rails. He does string them together, but in the end, again, cannot convert.
Well, that was clinical. What started off as a very close, engaging matchup ended up being another round of domination. So full credit to Rafa, full credit to Saigib for giving his all start to finish and giving us an incredible map 1. He's back.
Rafa is back. Quite the start to his season. I'm sure he's going to be happy with this result here as the final seconds will tick away. But again, Saigib showed such a good map 1, and then it just kind of all fell apart. So, unfortunate, but there's signs of life there from Saigib, and you hope that he just pulls it together going forward through the season. And again, this is round-robin worldwide play, so you're not going to see the typical matchups through the Americas anymore. It's going to be, he's going to have to go over to EU, he's going to have to face Kelson, he's going to have to play these players, and he's really, really got to step it up.
I was about to say, for looking at it before, particularly if you're in the America side, normally you go, oh, thank God Rafa's out the way. But now you're like, oh, I got Cypher, followed by Kilson, followed by Wenger, followed by Razy. This is going to be a long
Easy
season.
schedule.
Yeah.
Easy, yeah. Yeah, no, it's going to be a lot more brutal on everybody right now, so you have to bring your A game. And again, they're playing for seeding as well as money. So Rafa with the perfect 3-0 to start off his season. Saigib unfortunately can't put a map on the board, and again, lying in wait are all those killers across the pond. So it is not going to be an easy time, and it's going to be interesting to see how Saigib tries to adapt.
Poor Americans.
No comment.
Except Rafa. Except Rafa. And Zeniku, to be fair, because he was in a name.
I was gonna say, I mean, we got some heaters, dog. Give us a break out here.
I mean, 2. 1 retired.
That's true. That's true. All right, it's looking a little rough, but I believe in the boys. All right, I have to. I'm one of the only NA representatives, I guess, for the Americas. We're gonna have another one here shortly for the featured matches.
Are you gonna enter challenges? You might have a chance in the NA scene.
Oh, I just meant to boost them up, gas them up.
Right.
I don't want to embarrass everybody. That's my thing. You know how good I am. Might even put up a frag in one of the games. So anyways, 21-6 is the final score on Vale as we take a look at the stats, and just a bit of a beatdown, unfortunately.
Yeah, But no, I think, again, you said it, right? Saigib showed signs of life throughout, particularly obviously map 1, but even still, like, there were definite moments of glory within there. He got 6 frags within that particular map. Map 2 was definitely brutal, but that's just the nature of Nyx on the back foot, and that was just a Rafa masterclass on the visor. So map 1 and 3, definitely respectable performances, but Rafa's back, he looks as good as ever, so it's nice now to see how he can continue that form throughout the season. As I said earlier, I don't think he will go undefeated because it's just such a rough road, but if anyone can, it will be Rafa. It won't be someone from the EU, it will be Rafa if anyone can.
Fair enough. I'm sure someone in chat has already clipped that, and they're typing, remind me, a couple weeks, we'll see. But that's pretty much it for those matches. We got the 2 title fights coming up now, Dan. It's going to be Kilson versus Avik next, and we need DJ Wheat for that. And again, as we've constantly harped on, completely unemployed, he can say whatever he wants now. So it's going to be fantastic. Don't go anywhere. This matchup is going to be absolutely insane, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Quake action here on Season 3 of the Quake Pro League. I hope you all have refilled your bowls of cereal. We're back, and we got the title fights coming up, Dan. How do you feel? Kilson versus Avec. Oh, wait. It's not important how you feel because we have someone very important to bring on. Papa Quake is back. We got DJ Wheat coming in. DJ Wheat, it's been a minute. How are you? It's good to see you.
I'm great. I'm so excited. You know what else is just awesome is that if you recall of previous seasons, a new map would be introduced and then literally no one would play it. They wouldn't get picked. It was like week 9 and finally we're seeing Deep Embrace. And it's really exciting to see it come out already. So I'm excited. It's good to be back. It's awesome to see everyone in chat, memeing and cheering for the favorite players. And of course, you know, someone's got to keep you guys in check. So I'm glad I'm here finally. Yeah.
Can I just say, I don't know what's happened to you over the last month or so, but you look refreshed. You look happy now. I don't know. You're just like a new person. It's amazing.
You know what? I feel great. I feel kind of like a new person. In fact, I want to remind everyone, did you know that you can watch Quake Pro League not only on Twitch, but also on YouTube as well? That's a thing. You can do that.
Great.
It's better, right?
I don't know. I mean, that's for the audience to decide. I still watch it on Twitch, but I'm letting you know that it is a possibility depending on, you know, what you want to do.
It's almost like as of late, the possibilities are endless for you, Weed. But it's it's great to see you back. Glad to have you, and especially for a fight like this. We got Kilson, we got Avec. It's going to be a bloodbath, but it's going to be just such a high-level bloodbath. Dan, I mean, just before we even get into the picks bands, how do you feel about it?
I feel good, really good. I'm going to be casting with Wheat, so that's the icing on the cake for me in this matchup.
Great. All right, now let's get to the pick bands. Thanks for that.
Are we?
There we go. We got it. Sorry,
Okay,
I didn't hit the button right. All right, look. Insomnia, just like you said, you get to cast Insomnia. It's going to be Ranger versus Anarchy. We got Galena versus Eisen on Veil, and then we're rounding it out with a little bit of Sorlag versus Nyx on Ruins of Sarnath. Wheat, I'm going to start with you. How do you feel about this lineup?
I'm looking at it for the first time because I'm not like you nerds who look at the picks and bands ahead of time.
You don't write it all down in an Excel spreadsheet?
I like to be surprised. I mean, honestly, I think the thing that I'm looking out the most for is that, you know, you look at new maps that come into the league and the meta is just not defined, right? Players kind of have an idea how it works for them, but then I think that changes so much over time. So I'm just really excited for this first matchup. I mean, additionally, Kilson and Avec, right, two individuals that absolutely are champions, have been champions in the past. And so what an explosive kind of first match here for QPL 2022 to kick off with these two. I'm so curious about the potential momentum that you know, we could see coming from either of these players from a victory. So yeah, I mean, that's honestly what I'm most excited about. At this point, it's like whatever the map, whatever the champs are, it's all good. I'm just excited that we've got Kilson versus Avec here.
Yeah. Absolutely. Championship level. Dan, how do you feel about picks bands and just the players in general?
I mean, players, great. I've been watching Kilson's stream. He's looking really good, particularly on Insomnia, this first map. I haven't seen Avec, obviously, since London, but he was playing some of his best Quake there and was unfortunate not to go further. So that should be good. But the picks and bands, great to see Insomnia. As I said, Kilson's been looking strong on it. Avec picking the Anarchy up. I can see it working. I haven't seen it yet. Let's see how he plays that, but we know what the Ranger brings in. It's a very Kilson-esque map, I think, Insomnia. So I think he could be very good on that. Veil, we know what to expect now. Galena versus the Eisen, and Avec gets his lovely Eisen, so he's going to be happy there. We know what to get from Galena. Then the most interesting one is this Nyx straight-up aggro pick on Veil, leaving yourself open, and then you have a rebuttal of the Sorlag. Could be dicey for Avec if Kilson gets ahead of steam there.
Very interesting indeed. Again, we've known Kilson to be Railson. We'll see if that comes into play on any of these maps, really. But predictions, gentlemen. Wheat, do you have a prediction you could lock in for us?
God, I mean, how can you predict with a new map, two players that arguably are trying to come into this season and really kind of put their flag into the ground to stake their territory? I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. In fact, if whatever chat predicts, I'm great. That's probably what I would say too. I'm not touching. Although, you know, I think with this I'll just throw myself. I'm gonna go Kilson just because I do think Ranger on Insomnia, Anarchy. That might be tough for Avic, but who knows? Who knows? Just throw it out there.
All right, so Wheat locks in for Kilson. Dan, what do you think?
2-1 Kilson.
2-1 Kilson. All right. Well, my opinion doesn't matter. Never has. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to let you gentlemen do your thing at a very high level, but it's been a pleasure.
Great.
And Wheat, maybe I'll see you soon. I don't know.
All right, maybe. If we don't just decide to do all the matches. See that? We can't get rid of you. It's actually impossible.
They're waiting
anyway.
for you.
Your problem.
They're waiting for you to do the elevator. It's the only way to exit.
Oh,
You've been
no,
waiting
I can't.
all day.
I don't have the strength.
You didn't even have. Oh man, I left it open and he still doesn't.
Wow,
take
even got
it.
a hard cut. Like
Yeah.
it was that was like the cane coming out and pulling him off the.
Oh,
All right, if I lose my money on Kilson, it's Wheat's fault," said Claudio. So I don't want that kind of responsibility, Dan. But hey, it's good to be back. We missed you, missed Quake.
Yes.
Nice break, an opportunity for the players to kind of bring it back. And that was the question I wanted to ask you. You know, you've now watched 5 matches today, if not more. Do you get a sense that the players are like, you know, they're in it? Like, do you feel like everyone has solidly put their time in over the break, or do you think it's going to be a slow ramp up to things?
I think it's going to be a bit of a ramp up. There's definitely some elements of rust in there from a few of the players, but then we've also seen some unbelievable performances. I mean, the Cypher one comes to mind. He looked mind-blowingly good. Even at the start of the day, Sparty looked on form as well. So there was mistakes made throughout. So you can clearly see they're working their way back in, because no matter how much practice you put in, this level is just different, and they haven't had that training. So it leaves the door open for surprises. And as you said, and I said, it's a new map. No one knows how to play it well. It's going to be a bloodbath until people figure it out, and that's why it's super fun to watch at this time.
But that's great. I mean, honestly, that was like my favorite thing about Deep Embrace coming in. We saw the shift in that so much. I mean, remember the days like, oh, you just pick Keel and then you win and deeper, and then it quickly, and by the end of the season we were seeing Athena on there, and it's been great. So I expect that we'll see, something similar here. And it looks like we are officially live. And this was a Dan, take us away. Ibs through Kilson.
Already orbing up, and look at that. He's stolen away the Mega. Great use of the orb, and gets across to the heavy armor. So already Kilson has a rail and both major items to his name. And just to follow up that conversation, what we normally see when people don't really understand the map as well as they could is it becomes fast, it becomes messy because mistakes are made. People just want to fight. They don't understand the safest positioning, the safest defensive routes. And we've seen some big score lines on this map today, and it's already being opened up with some incredible rails.
I think you're right. We already saw the first frag, and the other thing I want to say, oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3 rockets though. Right. I'm actually surprised by that because, looking back to the beginning, we do have the orb coming out, so Kilson's not going to let Abbott get away for that for too long. But to get instant control of both power-ups in the first 10 seconds, both of our major items in 10 seconds is kind of incredible, right? I could have imagined that Kilson could have increased his score line there by quite a bit. Avic, though, shows us why he is Avic and why he is such a great talent here in the QPL. Those rockets were phenomenal, although Kilson did bring it back. That would have been pretty scary for any player to see Kilson grab both of our major items right off of the bat. So I like what we're seeing here, and as I mentioned, we're probably going to see this adjust a lot, but Dire Orb, I still feel like already seems really, really solid here on this map. But how the meta will play out, we'll see. In the first minute and 40 seconds, though, just separated by 1. There we see a Dire Orb coming out again. Kilson's going to go in very aggressive. The inject does come out, but it's not going to matter. Kilson's rocket pins Avic to the corner, and he is now up by 2.
Yeah, not only the orb, but the rocket jump as well is so powerful in this map. But this is why we said it looked like a Kilson map, because it has that center point, a high ground in the middle of the map that gives you almost 360 degrees vision to pick your rails and make your move. Nobody does it better than Kilson at playing that slow, mid-level game. And already he's making it shine with this 4-1 lead. And everyone else we've seen play this map plays fast and furious, running around the map, but Kilson, he finds a way to set the pace to what he is comfortable with.
Yeah, we have seen him in this area. If there is a heat map that we could show of this map so far, this little platform that Kilson is sitting on is where most of the time has been spent, which means that he must already find some comfort right here. And to be expected, that's kind of how Kilson breaks these maps down as well. Now, Avic's not going to let it be. He did a lot of damage to Kilson before. Trying to get that machine gun kill is not going to happen. There's a nice rocket, but Kilson coming back up. We get to see the orb back for position. And, you know, I'm not really sure what Anarchy is bringing, if anything, at this point. Clearly, Kilson is feeling very comfortable with where he's at with Ranger. As you mentioned, the rocket jumps and just having the orb. It seems like a pretty phenomenal kit to have here. But there's still a lot of time left on this match. Avic is doing a good job trying to regain. There's a nice tri-bolt coming out there. They're trying to trade some rails. Avic just not having much luck there, as Kilson's best friends with that pillar that has been protecting him the entire time. And then also using his LG real nicely in every single time that we've seen Avic coming for an attack, whether that's via a rocket jump or even that jump pad right there. Kilson's been ready for it.
That's exactly it. Kilson's just playing like a turret at this point, sitting in center map, using that positioning, using that vision just to completely pick his opponent apart. And I don't even think I've seen Avic use a rail. I'm not sure he's had one. His weapon of choice has been the machine gun for the most part. And I don't mind that, because you have that consistent chip damage, but Kilson's always in the right position to fall back onto something where that damage is almost irrelevant.
And you would think... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and that continues to mount, but it is now stabilized to 4-1.
You would think, based off of what we've seen so far, that Kilson has just had pretty significant dominance over the major items. Hold on. Aggressive orb coming out. Good rockets from Avic as he backs away. However, the heavy is there for Kilson's taken. He goes back up that jump pad and once again is very content right here. He's got a great line of view right there. Peeks around the corner, grabs the rail. Now he can extend out a little bit, and I think that's what Kilson is looking for right here. Land those long-range shots, move in when you need to, but there's no reason to move from here. Your opponent's got to come from you, especially because Kilson's got the lead. Now, Avic running away, limping away. I'm not even sure he's got legs at this point. He does grab a little bit more health, but he's got to be careful and really just hasn't had a way in. Up the jump pad, very risky move. He almost eats the shotty from Kilson, but somehow stays alive. It continues to be 4-1 in favor of Kilson.
There's two things that amaze me. One, this must be so frustrating for Avic. Just watching it from Kilson's POV, Avic's trying so desperately to move heaven and earth, to make a move, and he can't. And the second I was about to say is, how the hell has Avic not died with all the damage he's taken? But as I say that, it is now 5-1.
It really, okay, Avic does finally get it, hanging out from the window, finally using that machine gun the way he wanted to, but coming on through. There's the inject. It's big, but the shotgun is a perfect choice of weapon up there in the window. And then once again, Avic really trying to get back to there. He's got the RL, but Kilson already in position. And you mentioned frustration. Like, I even would guess from a viewer perspective, there's a little bit of frustration. What's being seen? 14 points of health. Avic does manage to clean it up, but he doesn't have much health. He's not going to be able to just put himself into position or convert that frag very easily. He has kept the score at least closer than it was earlier, but 3 frags, and the way Kilson's playing this, it still might be tough. Avic, though, is a beast. Do not count him out. If he could win one of these fights and have the health and armor to walk away, to kind of use that mobility of Anarchy a little bit, he might be able to bring it back. But so far, Kilson is just the master of control so far here.
I couldn't agree more. But what I will say, as they do trade, is that Avic, I feel that Avic's got an understanding now of what's going on.
Right.
It felt like for the first 3 or 4 minutes he was getting caught off guard by the positioning. A lot of rails he was eating. He was being caught out with the pushes of Kilson. That has begun to change. You can see the momentum changing here. And a large part of that is I think Avic now has the read on Kilson, as he hits 2 lovely rails and a 3rd conversion, but Kilson once again does exchange the frag.
And Avic got nothing out of that exchange, right? I guess there he does get the, the mega, but that worked out still pretty good for Kilson. And he is landing these rails that are just so spot on. They're stopping Avic in his track. And I agree with you. Avic seems like he's got a bit of a game plan. It's one of those things, though, Dan, where it's like, is it too little too late? Now Kilson down to 3 points of health, but he domes Avic from up above, and How is just so much awareness, knowing almost to the exact number how much damage he had done against his opponent. It was risky, but he did have the high ground there, and as you know, high ground, especially if you're a Jedi, it's a big deal. So 9-5, it's going to be pretty tough. 4 frags right here. Avic's still not going to give it up. There's an example that LG just coming in huge. It's easy to defend your position from that window if you're trying to go up there. Avic just saw twice what that could mean, and ow.
What are you meant to do? There's no way to get up to that high ground without taking a leap of faith, essentially. And fortunately for Avic, every single time he's tried to do that, he's been met by a lightning gun or a ray. And now we're at the point where it really is the inevitable with just over a minute to go. It looks like Kilson will convert once again to make it a 6 frag advantage, but considering the start Avic got, you have to credit him with making a degree of stability and competitiveness in this game, but either way, Kilson looks like he knows already his recipe for success here.
Yeah, and you're like, what does Avic need to do? Right, in some of these situations, that was a nice frag from Avic. I don't know that it's going to matter at this point, but in some of these situations, like, right, a rail would be phenomenal. But when Kilson's parked up in the corner, guess what's right next to him? The rail, right? He can control in that area. So it does make for pretty interesting situation. It's not like you can extend yourself out, grab a rail, and then potentially catch Kilson, right? Like kind of peeking around a corner, because Kilson is doing a lot of that, but can safely do it knowing that Avic doesn't have a rail.
Yeah, and you made the point earlier. It was difficult to see what the anarchy was really bringing, and the way Avic played, it would have made more sense in hindsight potentially to pick a Sorlag where you still have that air control, you still have that speed, but then you have the stack to actually make those initiations, which Avic was trying to force. But because you're playing a light champion, it makes it even more risky when you're trying to jump up to the high ground, use these jump pads. And maybe Avic now, having seen how Kilson played, would have to rethink what his choices are going into the draft.
I think you mentioned Sorlag, and that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, anything, right? Most of the time that Avic was making something happen when Kilson was in the window was he had an RL, right? Having spit, maybe some keel grenades, something else that when you don't have that rail, you at least have a chance. But as we all saw, Kilson parked there. It was an expensive day of parking, so he's like, I'm just gonna leave my car here, like I don't want to move it again. And it worked out for him. And then having the orb, you can get aggressive from that position with the orb. Or if your opponent comes in, you can use it to confuse them. It just, that to me seemed like Kilson spent a significant amount of time really downloading this map and figuring out what game plan was going to work for Kilson. I don't know if we saw that at all with Avic. That'll be an interesting thing to kind of watch players either deal with, or hopefully we can talk to players about this throughout the season.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It just felt like, and I said it in the cast, but it felt like Avic was spending the 4 or 5 minutes figuring out what to do. Part of that was figuring out how to counter Kilson, but part of that, as you said, was figuring out what do I want to do on this map. And he got too far behind to make anything happen at that point. And Kilson, as you said, knows exactly how Kilson is going to be playing this map moving forward, because that was him in a nutshell. That's him at his best. Is how he used to play the old school maps like Aerowalk back in the day. It's how he plays campgrounds. He loves to find that spot in the middle where he has that vision of the whole map. And this particular geometry gives him access to a rail and a heavy and then an orb over to a mega all in one spot. So step number one is don't let him pick the ranger, because then he can't play that simple.
Right. I mean, if anyone is coming out of the gate saying, "All right, I'd like a shot at defining the meta here on Insomnia," so far, Kilson, out of all the games we've seen, that was the most solid performance, in my opinion.
I mean,
but
from
it's
3 seconds in, he had 2 items in a row.
and even when that happened, I was like, "Oh damn, this could be real bad." It was pretty bad. I mean, could have been worse. Still give Avic some credit for, right? Obviously, maybe not as experienced, and I'm speculating here, right? Maybe Avic practiced 500 games and they went all a lot differently than what we just saw. But Kilson clearly just kind of defined what I think we're gonna see a lot more players try to do until someone figures out, right, what's the alternative there.
Well, we've seen 3 games on Insomnia today, and we've seen 3 Rangers win, and they've all been played in very different ways.
Yep.
That was the most structured I've seen them play, and I said it when I was watching Cypher. Ranger is just the best champion to pick if it's a new map or if you don't really know what you want to do, because it gives you the base, the base maneuverability, amazing resources with the orb and the passive, and a good enough stack to fight. So just pick a Ranger if you don't really know what you want to do. And so remove the Ranger, it'd be a very different equation for how he plays it. But the positioning was defining for Kilson. And I looked at the draft, and when I said 2-1, I actually was thinking Avic would take this map. So let's see what he can do.
The second map, this map, right?
Yeah, I think Avic on the Ison, on Veil, he can assert himself a lot better. We've seen him play phenomenally here. So this was my 1 in the 2-1.
Got it. No, that I would makes a lot of sense. It's kind of how I was looking at it too. Kilson oftentimes too, you think about just the last couple of seasons that he's had, and the issues that he dealt with his eyes, and maybe not even getting an opportunity to play at 100%. Well, there's no doubt, like, Kilson is hitting QPL 2022 at 200%, right? And if I was Kilson, I get it. I understand. I want to be in the same boat. He still played remarkably considering what he kind of went through with his move and everything else. So if this is kind of the fully loaded and expertly practiced Kilson that I think we all knew he was capable of being, I'm excited. But again, Avic is incredible and always has been. And, he's kind of declared, listen, I need to start turning it up. I know what I need to do. I kind of would love to see that Avic really come out. Now we're going to get aggressive, and it is going to be Kilson with the first frag on the board. Ends up with the rocket jump up to the top, and that ends up being a big frag. Grabs himself the Mega as a result of that. He's going to have Heavy in just a moment, but even more importantly, gives him that opportunity to, catch Avic off before he grabbed that Heavy. He's got both of the major items now, exactly where Kilson wants to be.
Yeah, and just to add to your note on Kilson, if I was doing my newspaper who to watch this season, I would put Kilson up there, as we do have an engagement over by the Mega. He does fall on down, but as you said, Avic keeping timing, which is great. It gets out without receiving a rail. And the reason why I would pick more Kilson up there is because every time he has those hard situations, as you pointed out, seems to be the seasons when he does his best. It's when people are sleeping on him and discounting him is when he comes to the fore. So I have high hopes for him this stage.
I do too. I mean, for a lot of the players, it's just really exciting to have a new season kick off. And, certainly don't look at the results of week 1 and go like, oh, well, we know what's going to happen. I mean, this is going to be a long season. There's going to be a lot of time for players to develop things out. Ultimately, that will depend on, their seeds for the Quake World Championship and all that stuff. But exciting nonetheless, because I expect we'll see some ups and downs as we do every single season. So anyway, back to the action. 2 minutes, 56 seconds in. Despite the fact that Kilson got that first frag, these players are playing out of respect. They have definitely slowed it down. Kilson, I think the real big things, he continuously is hitting these rails that is putting him in a nice position, but the Mega's going to be stolen away. Turret doing a lot of damage right there, and now the setup for the Heavy. Is Avic going to be able to make it over there in time? It doesn't look like he's going to try from the top. LG comes out. Avic loves it. He drops Kilson down to the bottom. 34 points out. Kilson hit that rail, but Avic with the Heavy and the rocket to tie it up 1-1, but he is low and he's got to watch out.
As much as you said, Kilson is peppering Abek with rails, which is entirely true. Abek has this incredible ability just to do insane amounts of damage from the weirdest of positions. Once again, he comes flying in from above, no angle to work with, and melts Kilson with that LG and ties it up 1-1. Kilson also has the overstack up, so Abek needs to make a more conscious effort to remove some of those totems, and not even in hidden places. Even step someone to do the job for him. Kilson, though, stealing away that heavy and eating a rail, so at least Abek gets a semblance of equality there.
Abek needed that rail. There's a little bit of LG. The rocket's coming out. Oh, Mega is up, and he manages to grab the frag off of Abek. The turret doing a little bit of damage. Another rail off the spawn. And it's so impressive, Kilson being able to, he was down, he had gotten killed by Abek, brought it back, stole it away, ended up getting both of the major items, and then the frag with just like not having any issue doing that at all. He still took that rail in the back from Abek, but it didn't matter. I mean, both these players definitely putting forth a phenomenal performance. There we have another totem going down just outside of that teleporter. And I'm okay with this slow pace, man. Like, I think it's really great. However, inside, big rockets traded, and Kilson, not actually, neither player really getting the better of those two. I do like that totem placement, though, for Kilson, not letting Abek really use that high ground as much as I think he'd like to, and going after that heavy, but nice rail as well. That's Abek needs those. He definitely needs to get those.
But then Abek comes barreling in through to that light armor with half the stack of Kilson and comes out on top. It's just those situations are mind-blowing. And even by the Mega before, if he tried to throw the turret to the high ground and missed, if that had gone onto the high ground, he could have won that fight. Abek is playing exceptionally well, but as you said, Kilson is doing a good job of keeping the pace slow, which is not what Abek wants. Abek wants to be the one running at his opponent, setting the tempo. But now it feels like that momentum again is in Abek's corner. He's got control of this Mega cleanly. Kilson's not even showing face. He's just playing ultra defensive, making sure he's got a rail angle to work with and a defensive exit option as well. And he's even probably going to forfeit this heavy. He's trying to get up there, but he just can't do enough damage to this pesky turret. And he's wasted all his time and lost out on the map.
I don't know if that is going to be a huge disadvantage. Well, taking that rail might be. Another rail would be huge here, but the LG to the rocket. Abek switching it up there, getting the frag. That's going to tie it up. And this could be big for Abek here. Now, here's a big opportunity. However, there's the overstack, and that's going to be huge for Kilson to kind of come up off of that frag and try to get back into it, fighting from the top. Now, LG coming out yet again. It seems to be the weapon of choice here for Abek in this room, and it is the right weapon of choice as he follows and up with that rocket to finally take the lead off the spawn. Another LG. Oh my gosh, Kilson with only a smidge of health.
Nice.
And the rail from down below. Abek for the first time finds the lead in this series.
And that was a perfect example of why you have to try and make an effort to do damage on the items, because although Kilson had that 100-100 stack and was wanted to make his way up to the Mega, Abek having a full stack mean he had A, the confidence to push in, but also meant B, that Kilson couldn't afford to take any damage. And you were about to say, I don't think it matters, and then he took a rail and suddenly he's dead because he just had no buffer. And that's the problem. Abek had no fear because he had effectively 175, and then it snowballed from there. It's gone from a tied game to a 2-1 game to a 4-2 game.
Some more impressive rails firing out from both of these players. Abek with a bit of a life advantage. More totems going down here for Kilson as he this time prepares in the heavy room, getting ready for it. He sees his opponent fly by out of his zoomed in view and knows that he's got a clean grab of that. Now setting up for that. Oh my God, what a rocket to rail right there. That is not only going to give him the Mega, but maybe even a frag. Abek is forced to back off. There is the Mega and even the light in there. So again, denying Abek everything he possibly can. And then the tri-bolt almost for the kill. Wow.
Yeah, Kilson, he knows his opponent on the ropes, but he also knows now he's got the whole map at his disposal, so he will just take away all the resources before he finally makes his move. He actually rocket jumps up, so Abek's in a strong position here to defend. He's in choke point. Kilson knows he needs this frag, but he also knows he can't afford to give away any needless damage because it will allow Avik having it in. And so he's wasted time. And Avik is living to fight another day.
Yeah, now we go to sort of a more defensive mode. God, if Kilson just keeps on getting those hits right there,
What?
a second one into the heavy, and now he is on the chase, and that's exactly, he needs to increase the pace now, Dan. Avik is so low around
There
the
we
corner.
go.
I'm not sure what Avik was hoping to do there. Maybe just wait. He was hearing for his opponent, listening for a cue, finding out if it was going to be okay to go in.
He doesn't make it!
Oh, he doesn't quite make it, but 45 seconds left on the clock. Still plenty of time. The Mega's back up. This is going to be tough for Avik.
Avik just missed a crucial rail, but it doesn't matter. He connects with a full rocket on the drop down, predicting perfectly. Another big one. Can he steal away this heavy? The answer is no. Kilson rocket jumps up, clips the heavy on his way through. He's not that healthy, but he has to make this move.
All right, 4-4, it's tied up. Kilson comes off of that frag with just about 25 health, but back up to 72 now. He's going to try to armor up as well. We might be taking it into overtime. It looks like we will, unless something incredible happens here in the last 10 seconds. I think both players are going to want this to just take it into the next area there. The Tri-Bolt's coming out. The sudden death goes. We've got Heavy grabbed by Kilson. Both players backing off. And I think we're going to slow down yet again, but coming out of the teleporter, he knew his opponent might be up there. Does land the rocket. A very risky exit from the teleport there. But look at this Tri-Bolt still doing damage. A single
He's
rail.
available. Oh my god!
Oh my god. And down to 30.
How?
Holy, how did it? I don't know. I thought for sure Avik was dead there. Huge health picks up for
Jesus.
Kilson's. 30 seconds passed on the clock, and he gets hit by rail as he grabs the heavy. An unreal back and forth.
Yeah, this is the highest level Quake we have seen today as both of these players are pushing it to the limit. Kilson, one more totem. He will have the overstack. That's huge as well. He's in perfect position for this Mega, and if he knows the heavy timing, which he does, he can barrel on through and steal it away. Avik is healthy enough to contest this, and he knows he needs to do at least damage. He is on the low ground, so at this point in time, it's just going to be damage, and he decides to reposition going through the TP. Has he missed time? Why is he there? Fortunately, he doesn't take too much damage, but as I say that, it's a totem to rail combo, and that will be the end of Avik.
God. That's bait. That heavy was bait right there. Kilson went back in. He decided to advance on Avik a little bit. Avik left. He's like, hey, there's a free heavy there. Kilson was in a perfect position to then come right back over. He had the health. He had the armor. 5-4 in overtime. What a game. Kilson takes this series. But what a phenomenal game that was, Dan.
I mean, that's why we watch the QPL. It's games like that. This the level it inspires, and we get this week in, week out, and even more so now we have a global league with Rafa coming over and Zeniku and all the other greats. So it was amazing. And just at the end, I don't know why Avik went for that Mega. It wasn't up. Maybe it was a mistiming. Whatever it was the smallest of mistakes that cost him that particular map.
Gosh, that rocket through the floor that hit for 40 damage. I thought the follow-up rocket was it. That was it. Somehow we see Avik just become Neo from the Matrix and like flip around the second rocket somehow, misses that rail. Didn't matter in the end, but what an incredible display that was there in the final moments.
Well, that was intense, and that was the map we both credited potentially going towards Avik, and he really could have won it. It was obviously pushed to the absolute wire, but once again, Kilson does come out on top, and a large part of that was his rail, but throughout, both of them displayed great levels of skill. And now we're going to move on to Ruins of Sarnath, which I believe is the Nyx against the Sorlag, and I wasn't too convinced by that particular matchup, because if Kilson gets a stack, and particularly if Kilson is connecting with his rails, what on earth can you do as a Nyx in that kind of situation?
You know, and Kilson has been connecting with his rails. I mean, some of his most impressive shot in this series have been those moments where he has just landed insane flick rails, right? He sees his opponent for just a microsecond, and boom, he's hitting those shots. Obviously, Ruins a little bit more open. I've seen some discussion also about Avic and LG. I do agree that map number 1, it's just not a phenomenal LG map unless you're in that middle high ground position. We saw Avic really use it well to I think how he would want to in the heavy armor room, in Vale, and then finally in Ruins, could also be something to consider. But I don't know. Right now, I'm still thinking Kilson's looking a little bit hotter. He looks a little bit on form. Avic looks great, but Kilson looks like maybe he's just put in a little bit more preparing here for this matchup.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. He just looks a little bit sharper, and Avic's LG looks on point, but it's more, it's more his usage of it, his timing of it, the way he manages to catch you off guard with it than his raw aim. I think we've seen a few situations. There was one down by the rocket where they went one-on-one LG, and I think Kilson came out on top. So Avic just has this innate ability to push the initiative in times you don't expect. So that's why it looks so strong. But it's still incredible aim, to take nothing away from him.
Yeah, don't. He will electrocute you if you do. It's not a good thing. So Kilson takes the series, but of course we play all 3 games, so we're going on to Ruins next. Now Sorlag versus Nyx. He talked a little bit about sort of uncertainty about this matchup. So assuming Kilson's going to hit his rails, assuming he's going to be landing all the spits with his control as well, what do you think Avic would need to do that you haven't seen him do in this series in order to take this game? Time's up. All right.
Better control, better timing.
Okay, better timing. Timing. So feel like his shots and at least his decision making overall is good enough. Great.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. All right, let's see it. We're going to start on Kilson yet again. He's going to get that heavy spawn, grabbing himself a rail, and I think this is like pretty much all he wants right now. There's one shot. And he is 1 for 1, 100% rail. That's where I expect Kilson to be. Up that jump pad. Nicely job. He heard Avic jump over the corner. He knows that he's right there. The spit go out to force him out. And we do have the Ghost Walk popped. So that's just going to allow Kilson to re-get some position.
Oh,
great
what
rocket.
A read.
Second great rocket. Third great rocket from Avic.
What
and
a
phenomenal read to take first blood in this matchup.
Yeah, you asked me what Avic could do more of. It's hit direct rockets non-stop.
Great. That's exactly what he did. I personally thought Avic hiding out in that corner, like he'd just been punished by Kilson, was going to be instant death. But what a smart move to just ghost walk and get out of there.
Well,
Great.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, what is your game plan here? What's the end goal? He knows you're there. But what he was doing was wasting time, so he could then ghost walk onto the heavy. That was the key. So it ended up being way too smart for me.
He's graduated from the School of Quake with a master's and a PhD. It's understandable. Avic is in the lead. He's only saw the lead one other time, which was on Vale early on before Kilson was able to tie it up and bring it back in overtime. Can Avic hold on? That's going to be the big question. We finally get to see Avic on stream here through his POV. Hasn't been happening that much. Takes a rail from the back. Knows exactly where his opponent's going to be, but Kilson very, very wisely holds up before he moves into the room. Spit coming out on top of that platform. A couple rockets still going, but not going to matter. Here we're going to have an aggressive ghost walk coming out. Big rocket into the LG. And, big brain plays here coming out from Avic, making it 3-0.
And this is when Nyx does look scary, when she manages to build that overstep, because then you have the Ghost Walk that you can use aggressively and keep your opponent on the back foot. And as long as he's limiting the defensive options of Kilson, particularly with the rail, he's getting away with these frags cleanly. He's building his stack and he's maintaining his stack. The challenge comes if and when he loses that control. But at the moment, he's the one pushing the initiative.
Yep, and doing a good job controlling all the areas that Kilson really needs. He needs some lights because Avic has control of both of the major items at this point. Stole away one of the lights over near Rail, and now he knows he's on the hunt this time. And this is the first time that we've really seen Avid on the hunt. You know, game one, it was like an impenetrable wall that he was just trying to figure out how to knock down and get through. Game two, there was a lot of back and forth, but this is really the first time that we've seen Avid truly in control.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, at least on map 1, I'm pretty sure on map 2, he had not very good starts and he was having to fight from behind, whereas this time, he's setting the tempo, playing the way he wants to. He has taken a lot of damage here, so he's slightly vulnerable, but so is Kilson. Avic's brought already a 5-frag lead, so exceptional play, and he's just melting him with the LG once again, catching Kilson off guard with that rail, and the Sorlag pick is just not working as much as it should have done.
No. And I don't think that there's, you know, I mean, Kilson's playing Sorlag the way that I'd kind of expected to. It's just, I think Avic, especially on the aggressive Ghost Walk, is just kind of defining the pace of the game and ultimately achieving control, which is what he wants. Now, this time Kilson waiting for him to come up that jump pad is going to do a little bit of damage. His LG comes out, spit to kind of prevent him from moving any closer in there. But 4 minutes into this game, and you know, Avic's got some room to work with. I think being in this position is rather nice, Dan. It's not like you can just lay off the gas and just be all good with it, but you have some room to make some mistakes. He's still hitting great shots. He's still controlling the areas of the map that he wants to, but he has definitely slowed it down just a tad.
Yeah, he needs to now because he's suddenly lost the stat control. You can see Kilson building the tempo, and he has to have these defensive positions where you can A, hear Kilson, B, hit him as he's coming around a corner, and C, have a retreat. And as much as you're right, you can make mistakes. Making a mistake with Nyx is potentially the most costly in the game, because if you die having used that Ghost Walk, suddenly one frag can turn into 2 and 3 before you know what's going on, because you spawn with no stack and no defensive options. Now he's on the ropes. He has a Ghost Walk and he will actually hold on to it because he knows he will even die popping it. So I actually like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, there was a good spit come out as well by Kilson. That was wisely played right there. I thought that maybe Avic would still be able to clean it up with that LG, but that did not happen. Kilson on the board now, at least for those of you who are putting your predictions out on Kilson. He's putting up a one frag to say, hey, I've got a chance here. So 5 minutes, we're halfway through this matchup. Avic going to slow it down just a little bit, as he should. He wants to feel like he's back in control before he gives anything up. The last thing he wants to do is give up a frag and then see Kilson 1-2 convert off that and get a closer to potentially a tie. But 5 minutes, he's just letting the clock come down. He's got to be careful here. Kilson knows exactly where he's at. He's got that rail in hand. He knows he's going to come up that jump pad, or maybe not. Looking for him outside that telly exit. And now he's just waiting. I like this. I'm okay with this decision making here by Avic.
Yep, and it's going to be frustrating for Kilson to track down his opponent, but he would do exactly the same, and he has done exactly the same. But he will also know exactly what Avic will want to be doing, because he's also a Nyx specialist himself. But the question is, can you hunt him down? Can you force out that Ghost Walk? And can you kill him all in one fell swoop?
Well, Kilson's going to be looking to answer that question here, Dan, in a little bit. But Avic is probably playing exactly how Kilson does not want him to, right? Playing over here by the teleporter. You mentioned the audio cues. Wow. Finally, Kilson does land that one. That actually is going to open up a window for him to roll in and try to steal away that pie. Still using the Ghost Walk. Was it necessary there? I don't know, but that's what Avic needed to do to feel safer. The rail went right past him. And Kilson, though, he's got full control of major items. He's now going to be chasing as the spit comes out up the teleporter. He's got to be careful right here. The LG from down below. Great rocket by Kilson, anticipating him, looking over the top. And now it's a 4-frag game with less than 3 minutes left to go. Bye, Kilson. Yep, he was.
Oh,
went
you
right
cheeky
past him.
boy, just standing there letting kills and whiz straight past him.
Sometimes that's the smartest move, but this time Kilson is going to see his opponent in the double rail. Nicely played. The first one, a clear shot. The second one is a panic as Avik trying to get away. He lands it. Now a 3-frag game, and Kilson's in a great position right now, sitting on top of the Mega. Is going to grab that. It's going to have an easy road heading over to the Heavy, but he catches Avik going down the hallway. That's going to force out the Ghost Walk, going back down to the Heavy. He's going to grab it, and he's got to feel fine with that. But 2 minutes remaining. Oh my God, that's huge.
And he popped the Ghost Walk. There's 30 seconds to go before the next one. He's been spotted again. This is what I meant. One mistaken Nyx could turn into 2 or 3 frags. And it was a risky game to play with Avik. You're almost hoping at times Kilson makes the wrong decision. And suddenly, what was a 6-0 game is a 6-6 game. And this is the fire you play with when you just play defensive.
I was expecting a slow climb up. Oh, 10 points of health. Out of the teleporter, a suicide. That's actually one of the best things that could have happened here for Avik. However, he is very, very low. It's going to allow Kilson off the spawn to grab that Heavy and the rail. 2 things that have been incredibly beneficial to him here in this matchup. Now, he still has 1 frag to make back. So Avik kind of got to get out of jail for free card, but he gets caught there near the big eye. Kilson does land a rail. Oh my gosh. That rocket was big. The second one not hitting. However, could be huge for Kilson. It's going to come down to the LG, and Avik takes it. Yeah.
There we go. I said, let that be a lesson to you because, if you play defensive, you play with fire, and Avik nearly let that one slip away, but the LG is what made it count at the end there.
It really did. And you know what? A lot of times getting caught the way that he did in that room, that could be death. That can be death, especially because Kilson did have the better stack there. But, that you can't run because you're just going to get hit by Kilson, right? So in a big way, he had to... Right, he had to do what he needed to do. He had to go in for it. I'd love to rewatch that one. That was pretty amazing how that one went down because I thought for sure he caught Avik with his pants down and it was going to be nasty. But Avik, like you said, yep, that LG came into play big time. 4-7, and good for Avik. Picking up a game here in the series. Yes, Kilson did take it 2-1. We kind of said that's how it would go down, but maybe it went a little bit differently based off the maps. Let's bring 40 back in, see how he thought this match went. Hello.
What a set. What a set, man. That was absolutely insane. And, I mean, at the last map, granted, yes, the series was already tied up at that point, but Avik putting on a bit of a clinic with that Nyx for about the first 7 minutes, and then Kilson just gives us all a heart attack with this amazing comeback. And, Avik's able to pull away with it. But that was a fantastic play from Kilson, being able to play from behind and try and get back to it. But Avik, just amazing Nyx play. And we're used to seeing Kilson in that position, so it was really refreshing to see that. And I wonder if that was kind of where the pick came out, you think, Dan? Because I know that I think Kilson got the ban, right? So, yeah, maybe Avik kind of picked Kilson just to take it away from... Avik picked Nyx to take it away from Kilson.
I think that's a really fair shot. I mean, Avik's already proved he's also a connoisseur, and this is a good map for Nyx. I do feel that picking Nyx first, you've got to be highly confident in your capabilities because traditionally I would favor a Sorlag in these situations, but when Avik can get the start he did and set the tempo,
rail was
it is so scary. But you could also see the vulnerability that comes into play here, right? If this was the start and Kilson got a 6-7 frag lead off a mistake from Avik, it's almost game over to come back as an Nyx. So either way, really well played. It's always risky.
It is. Here's that. So he's 145. Yeah, I guess he hit the... Did he hit the rocket and then just followed up with the LG? Wow.
Either way.
Just insane play right there on that lower shard. The last stand for Avik and the LG reigns supreme as we take a look at the stats. Again, wonderful set. Kilson comes out on top after the first 2 maps. But I like the display from Avik on map number 3 right there. I think it was a solid play. But we got what we wanted. We got a really close set, and it was really interesting to see them play Insomnia specifically. Again, the Ranger kind of showing, flexing a little bit and showing him he's probably going to be a staple pick for that map. And I wonder if people are going to start banning it out, maybe.
It would make sense. The map geometry really lends itself to that particular champion at this time until people work out how to counter it or what else works in that fashion. The same way Doom was always banned on Awoken for the start because it was the easiest one to play. Very quickly it fell out of favor, but still, there's a similar situation with the Ranger.
Yeah, we'll see that kind of continue to play out here week after week, and that's, again, one of the things that really excites me. Already the games we've seen on have been great, and I imagine the players have been putting in the time because, right, I don't think it'd get picked otherwise, but good to see. Good to see.
Good to see indeed, and it's going to be good to see Kilson. We have him for an interview. Kilson, let's get you in here and have a chat.
Hey, how's it going?
Congratulations. We're doing fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm great, man. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I'm a little upset about last map, like how things turned out. I mean, still made a good comeback happening, just a little sad and angry. It wasn't enough to make it.
Really close. Made it interesting for sure. On that same topic, guys, I'm going to jump in real quick and just say, when you're playing from behind as a professional at this level, how do you kind of keep your wits about you and stay sharp and try and get yourself back into it, especially with a deficit like that? Is there anything specific that goes through your mind that you say, I have to do this first, and then that'll open up the game for a potential comeback?
Yeah, absolutely. But it also, very depending on the map and matchup you play against what kind of champion and what champion you play. So I knew... I have like the movement on my side. He kind of has the ability on his side. And then, I just, my work was just to stack up fully, natural stack, and then, maybe hit a shot before a big item, and then, make the turnaround. And then I just run the map, and it worked really well until one point.
Wheat, you want to kick it off? Sorry,
Wow,
Dan.
skip
Sorry
Dan.
about that.
I have two different potential questions, and I was hoping that Dan would ask just so I knew which one to ask. I'm gonna go with the more general one, Kilson. Last season, you still had great games. You put on the performance that I think many fans were excited about. But we talked about it here on the stage of QPL that you arguably were not able to play at your 100% necessarily in the last season. But it's a new season. 2022 is here. You've clearly put in some time, as we saw in map number 1. But give us an idea of where you feel like you're at now as we really kick off in the season. Not expecting you to predict how you think it's going to go, but like, how are you feeling? Is this 100% Kilson right now?
Oh, absolutely not. By far not. I mean, it maybe is 70% to be fair. I mean, sometimes there are like, glimpse of having like really good ideas and situations, but overall, my game plan is still really off.
Well, congrats, Kilson. Also, congrats on your new house, your new room.
Thanks.
It looks great for an interview. I just want to ask a bit on your opinion of the new map, essentially, because obviously it's come into the pool now. It's pretty unique in its geometry, and I think of everyone that we've seen, you have the clearest play style on it. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on how it plays, how it feels, and how you feel the meta's gonna evolve on it as well.
I mean, also here, like Ranger has been a really good pick versus Anarchy. Like Anarchy can hover around the map like super well, so you always have to be aware about that. But this actually leads to the situation where you can, as Ranger with Orb, can just counter this kind of gameplay with the Orb because it does so much damage if you're not careful. And I mean, we're gonna see a lot of different matchups for sure on the map. And even I didn't play all of them yet. But it always just like before, depending on the matchup itself, what your opponent favors to play, likes to play, and then your idea of countering that kind of what your opponent's game plan might be. Like Asina, for example, can just swing around the maps really well. I was kind of scared about that, but on the other hand, there was Anarchy still open, and I know. It's a tiny map, yes, so that makes like smaller champions a little tricky with like stack wise. You can respawn frag them quite well overall, but still at the same moment, 1 second, and they gone on the other side of the map. So yeah, you always have to make make a really good thinking about it. What champions are up right now in this situation? What do I want to play? You know, maybe on second, third map even, or if it's last, you know, how I do want to try to throw off my opponent. Like these mind games that it's like the game is already just starting before the whole matchup. You know, when it comes down to the picks, it really matters a lot already, especially now with this Insomnia. A lot of strong stuff possible there for sure.
Nice, thank you.
Well, Kilson, an amazing start to the season for you. Congrats once again. Always a pleasure to have you here, but we're going to send you off, and you can enjoy that victory.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Congrats, man.
Take
GG.
care.
Bye-bye.
What a nice young man. Love him.
Humble,
Always a pleasure to see.
70%, like, all right, like 75 at least, Kilson. Like, come on. No, that's great. And Dan, that's exactly what I was going to ask. So see, chemistry is ripe this morning in QPL week 1 here. I'm excited. Good job.
At least some of us had chemistry.
I was going to say there's the chemistry, and then there's me. Hi. But it's been a long day, but we still have one more set left, and Wheat, you're going to be stuck with me for this one. It's going to be Cooler versus Wenger, 2 champions, the reigning champion, a previous champion. It should be a fantastic matchup. We're going to take a quick break and then seal the deal here on the premiere day for Quake Pro League Season 3. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Season 3. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only ZSX and legendary DJ Wheat. Boys, we got one more set for today, and it's going to be Cooler versus Wenger, as we mentioned previously. Reigning champ versus previous champ. Dan, how do you like this breakdown before we even get into the pick bans of just players themselves?
I used a great phrase for you earlier, 40. Do you remember what it was?
I think you did.
With all the great phrases that you throw out, ZSX, how could he possibly choose?
I'm a walking parable, Wheat. Ceteris paribus. All other things being equal, Cooler should get trounced by Wenger. So that's what I'm just saying for here. That's what I'm expecting.
This is just becoming Dan's Poet Society, especially with that turtleneck. I love it so much. But yeah, I mean, we're taking a look at the previous champ, Cooler, absolute legend. Wheat has really seen his entire career, but a bit of a fall off here recently in Quake Pro League. We hope to see him return to form, and then Wenger, again, reigning champion, huge victory for the last stage final to finally raise that belt, finally cracked the championship that he was just striving for all this time. And we'll see if he's on form. Again, it's been a while for everybody. Don't know the practice regimens, don't know who's going to be firing on all cylinders, but this one should be a heater.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like clearly kind of the things that I'm looking for in this first few weeks is to get an idea. How's everyone looking? How's everyone's playing? Is anything surprising us? I mean, every single season of QPL, we have definitely had some surprises, right? I would not expect this one to be any different, especially because now we get to have, right, all of the players within the QPL playing in a round-robin format over the course of the many weeks that we're going to go leading up to the Quake World Championship. But, I mean, it goes without saying, if we just look at these two players based off of just what we know from last season, this is Wenger's game to take, right? Is Cooler a phenomenal player and a previous champion? Absolutely. Does chat love him, and do many of us love him given his legacy? Absolutely. But I mean, it would be a surprise if Cooler just like busted through the wall like the Kool-Aid man and laid down, you know, even a 2-1 victory. So would love to see it. The chat would pop off, as says with everyone else, but you're talking about a guy who worked so hard over the last 2 seasons to finally win that championship, and that's who Cooler's up against today.
The only thing I will throw out there, as much as I predicted a big loss for Cooler, is that no matter how good or bad he is and how out of practice he is, he's so gifted that he always just looks comfortable, has a way to find his way into the series and be competitive. I don't think I've really ever seen him, beyond the odd occasion, get absolutely smashed. He always, no matter how out of shape he is, he always finds a way to put up a good game, and that's really admirable about him, and just how gifted he is and how much he understands Quake, and even to this day still kind of defines strategy. So never take someone like Cooler for granted.
Sounds good. Well, Dan, I know you're the artist with that turtleneck, so why don't you paint us a picture with the pick bands as we take a look and dive into this one, Cooler versus Wenger. Why don't you run down the picks for us, if you will, please?
I'm narrowing my brow at a very random visor pick on Deep Embrace. That's the one thing I'm really staring at and trying to place. But apart from that, it's pretty meta across the board. Wenger loves Ranger on Corrupted Keep, and Cooler loves Corrupted Keep full stop, so that's going to be a fun match to watch. Again, the visor pick is a bit at odds with what I see as good on Deep Embrace. It has utility, but again, we'll see what Cooler does there. I'm not a big fan. And then ending up on Awoken, I mean, Killsuit already raised one of the strengths of like an Anarchy on a small map like Awoken. You could circle the map so quickly, and that's what Wenger will do. Probably the biggest thing he's developed over the last couple of stages is his ability to set the pace at such an incredibly high tempo, and that's what the Anarchy will let him do. But he's also going to run into a Death Knight, and if he hasn't got a good stack, he will just disappear. So that's an interesting one.
Wheat, any thoughts on the lineup?
I mean, I think it's pretty funny because right, Dan was just talking about that second map, Deep Embrace, and while some are thinking about the meta as it relates to, let's say, Insomnia, right, Cooler's obviously putting a focus on establishing the meta on Deep Embrace. So Dan, just watch for it. I'm certain that is the reason behind this pick, and of course I am totally.
I don't think you've ever been wrong,
not.
Lee, to be honest.
I have been wrong so many times.
All right, that's fair. Honesty is the best policy. I personally think that he locked in the visor because he likes to hear his own voice lines, and there's nothing wrong with that. If we were to do a 2-1-3-0 situation, gentlemen, Weed, I'm going to start with you. What do you think?
Wow. As much as I would love to see even a 2-1 to Wenger just to make things pretty exciting, I think that you're talking about the reigning champ, and this is it's Cooler's mountain to climb. Wenger's at the top, like rooting him on a little bit. So I'm going to have to say 3-0 Wenger.
Fair enough. Dan?
I know for a fact Wenger's rusty. I don't know for a fact, but I'm going to guess Cooler's rustier. I'm going to agree with Wheat and think it's a 3-0.
I'm going to join you guys. Also, chat as well. It looks like 73% at the time of the predictions.
Can we just stop for a second, because everyone's like throwing out Scale Bear, like. You know, just because Rafa picks Scale Bearer and then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, this is great. Do you see how many terrible Scale Bearer games that we got before Rafa finally like stepped into the reins and was like, this is how you need to play it? So chat, you need to just settle it down just a little bit here. I will get Scale to come over here and take care of all of you.
Chat, there's no filter on Wheat. You need to be careful. He could just rip everybody apart now. So
all I heard from that rant was that deluded rant was that Scale Bearer is a high skill hero champion. That's all I heard from that. Am I wrong?
1,000 IQ plays. 1,000 IQ plays with Scale Bearer. We've all seen him. We've all learned to love him. But Dan, I'm gonna get your big old muscles out of here. I want to spend some quality time with Weed. It's been a while, but we'll get you back shortly, buddy.
Bye bye.
Take care, buddy.
We did it.
What's up, Dan? Bye, Dan. What's up, 40?
It's a pleasure to have you back, Wheat. Truly, absolute legend. And I know it's in your contract. I know we always joke about it, but at this point, I think it's real. It's in the contract that you cover all Cooler games, and I'm starting to just believe that because every time. But it should be a good one.
You know what? I think it has more to do with like, well, at least we can talk about like all of the glory days of Anton, and it's like that's true. I can all day long. We can do it for the next 5 minutes if we need to, but would like to see the glory days return a little bit. Not sure it's going to happen versus Wenger.
Completely agree, but it wasn't really that long ago. It feels like 70 years ago because of the pandemic and not leaving your house ever, but he won in Italy. That was like 2 years ago, so he can do it. It's just a matter of, are we going to get that Cooler? But heard the noises. We're slowly loading up the game, getting into map 1. Again, this is going to be the last series of the day. Chat, so make some noise, lock in those predictions. We're going to start off on Strogg versus Ranger on Corrupted Keep. And again,
I
as
swear
always,
to God,
I'm just
it said
hoping for a
Ruins
close
was the first map, but okay, I'm changing it.
I could be wrong. I mean, I've been wrong probably more than you.
No, I mean, we are literally
sure
loading into Corrupted Keep right now, but I thought that the okay, I was wrong again. All right? Expect me to be wrong like 10 more times today.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. I'd still be wrong more than you.
But I am excited. I am excited for this game, 40. I mean, I want to see how Wenger is doing, coming back as the champion, right? A lot to live up to, and that's not easy. You've got a lot riding on your back. People expect you to put forth, like, phenomenal results nonstop. So, there is some weight on Wenger's shoulders. Excited to see how he carries it.
Yep, we'll see if he can shoulder the burden here as we're going to start off on Cooler. We're live on map number 1 of the final series of the day for Season 3 Quake Pro League. And big damage right off the bat, and Wenger with the boomstick takes out Cooler.
Oh no, like Cooler off that spawn. Was like mad that, nice with the peeker there. But Cooler did not chase. He looked like he wanted to go super aggro, which you've seen him do before. He's continuing that spam with the machine gun. Going to try to get an LG pickup here, but nope, both players very, very low. Cooler is going to grab that mega. Great rockets from Wenger. He's low, but I liked what he was doing there, cutting off Cooler's path, and now Cooler with control of both items.
Yeah, really good prediction rockets there, making sure that Cooler can't escape for free and has to think twice about it. A little bit of a standoff there in the red room. You could tell that both players knew exactly where the other was, but nothing really amounts to it. So Wenger's just going to sit on this one frag lead for the time being here. Mega is going to be next, and he's not going to have any time to do any damage on it. So Cooler gets a freebie.
He does. 1 minute into this game, and thinks they both came out a punching. Cooler's going to hit Wenger from the back with a lot of LG. Peeker comes out.
What
Oh
a
my
play.
gosh, the orb comes up. They literally pass each other in the night. Cooler trying to get that follow-up frag, but it is Wenger who actually converts right there, making it 3-0. And what an exchange that was. Not what I expected to see happen.
When he tries to rocket jump out, Cooler does pick him out of the sky with the buckshot, but that was such a smart play from Wenger. Seeing the peeker instantly and being able to dire orb up and just take him out while he's vulnerable. Really, really smart play. Cooler able to put a frag on the board. He's going to get bullied off of this heavy with the rockets. And oh no, the splash will take out the peeker and Cooler, and Wenger's already up by 3.
I thought he was just outside of range, but Wenger knows all. That's why he's definitely a god. He knew that he should throw it out at least in case he wasn't too far behind that wall, and he was right. Cooler eating that one, will pick up the Mega. Doesn't have much of an arsenal here, though. Just the machine gun and the LG. Going to head over to the heavies. Got to be careful here because Wenger's going to be on his way over, but grabs it. Only thing he's missing here now is the weapons that he needs to go toe-to-toe with Wenger.
Yeah, just a machine gun, shotgun, and LG, and if he makes something happen with just those, then maybe we are sealing the Cooler of old. He is bullying Wenger off his position here, and there's the dire orb to the red room, and the chase is on. Cooler smells blood. Oh,
nice.
Beautiful swap.
Very nice. Actually, I don't even think Cooler was fully into that doorway when he came back out, but he is trying to bring this back now 2-4. He's at least keeping pace with Wenger right now, and although he did give up those initial frags, is making things happen here. Now back above the statue, and not sure how this is going to work out. Is the tri-bolt coming out? Too much damage done as he eats a couple there. Trapped in the corner. Wenger's going to pick up his 5th frag.
Yeah, just way too early getting trapped. Just no way out. I mean, best case scenario does a ton of damage, but even then, doesn't really do much. But with that delay, he is able to get in on the heavy. So props to Cooler for being able to steal away some items, not giving away full control, making Wenger's life a little harder, even though he still has the 3 frag lead.
He's going to put himself back up on the LG, coming back around. Nice 1-2 rockets into the LG. Unfortunately, splashes himself there on the side. Still trying to deny it. We got the orb coming up into a rocket. 2-6, and that is the second time that Wenger has just gotten up close and personal with that orb. Cooler will grab the heavy, but Wenger in a pretty good position right now, and even going to get those vials to cool down his orb here. And I'm not really sure what Cooler's game plan is right now. As we'll see, as both players just kind of been trading back and forth the last couple minutes.
Yeah, good trade of damage there as Wenger knew that he could fall back onto the Mega, and he should be able to cut off this heavy too. It's a mad dash though, and Cooler actually overshoots it, and the orb is going to steal it away, and Wenger should be able to get this, and he does. The peeker can't save him, so just a little bit of a mistiming there. Just, I don't even know if it was a misplay, but he just overshot it barely to at least steal that away, and that's huge.
It was. Peeker is just not... In the matchup that is Peeker versus Orb, Peeker doesn't seem to be doing too well either in this one. Cooler does manage to pick up that frag, though, but he is so near death, and Wenger off the spawn is going to grab himself a rocket and head on up. He had an opportunity maybe to go after Cooler. Cooler's still very, very low. Actually, I think he knows exactly where he is in those back hallways for sure, trying to line up any level of spam he possibly can, but Cooler has not been able to find any health at all, and Wenger still knows about where he's at. Will he be able to get into a good spot? Wenger's going to grab the Mega, and Cooler just holding on to what little life he has.
There's the dire orb again to close the gap and just get up close and personal immediately, catching Cooler off guard, and he goes down yet again. Just really good machine gun cess prior to that as well from Wenger.
Yep.
And this is slowly slipping away. 5 frag lead, 6 minutes in. And it was close. I mean, Cooler's not playing terribly or anything like that. It's just Wenger just has enough chip damage to close the gap and get in either to finish with the Dire Orb or close enough to just rocket shotgun to the face after the Dire Orb telly. And big rockets almost sending him off the map. The Dire Orb flub though. And the Peeker's not going to do it. 7 HP, and Cooler has to chase this down and try and convert it.
That was an unreal rocket as he was being blasted away. Wenger very, very low. Is the cleanup going to happen? It's not, and the 50's picked up by Wenger. He's going to head on over to the heavy, but wrong spot. It's the Mega that's up next. He is in position, however, coming around the corner. Cooler. That nice crowd. Cooler manages to get the frag. He will also get the heavy. No, he comes back over. He's going to contest Wenger off of the spawn. The heavy is up. That will be delayed. Not sure if Wenger is aware. I think he's got a good idea. He's a smart cookie, 40.
Delicious, smart cookies indeed, but still trailing by 4 is Cooler. He does have the item split, so technically in control. He just needs to find the damage. Is the LG surprise from Wenger now, dropping him onto the Mega. And again, this is where the timing difference comes in. Cooler can kind of take his time to path back to the heavy, but does Wenger know he's going to show up a little bit early from Banana LG on LG into the Peeker, and the Dire Orb again, Wheat. He uses it to counteract the Peeker so well. Wenger playing this so smart.
I mean, I feel like Wenger is just waiting for exactly those moments, and every single time he's hit the bullseye, 40. You'd think after that, you know, third or fourth time, that's where you'd kind of try mixing it up. But for Wenger, if it works, keep on doing it. No need to fix what is not broken. So he's still in a great spot, even though there's about 2.5 minutes remaining. A 5 making that 6 frag lead, and the heavy is going to put him in a pretty good position to go ahead and seal this game number 1 and then take it on to Deep Embrace. But you mentioned earlier, they started off, kept a good tempo back and forth, but really Wenger came back, and it was those Dire Orbs that really made a huge difference for him.
Absolutely, just getting so much mileage, and even the defensive rocket going up the jump pad, not letting Cooler get anything. He was so close to converting that, but Wenger's just too good. The Dire Orb has been the difference maker here, as Cooler just using the Peeker at inopportune times against Ranger. Against any other champ, it would be fantastic. You'd force him to rocket jump. With Ranger, he just Dire Orbs, he's in your face, getting big damage here as the chase from Cooler through the telly. With a minute 30 left, 6 frags is the tall order, Wheat. I think we might see another frag or 2 out of Cooler, but I think Wenger has done enough to steal away this first map.
Yeah, I think so too. At this point, even with about a minute and a half, the thing I would say is that Cooler still put on a pretty good performance here. You know, happy with what I've seen. Wenger completely capable of absolute dominance here on Corrupted Keep. But Cooler, you know, was again trying to keep pace early on. He's still managing to pull a few out. At this point, what, 7 to 11? I don't know if he's going to be able to get 4 frags here. In fact, highly doubtful. But still impressive play by Cooler. Just Wenger showing why he was last season's champion, 40.
Absolutely. This is not going to be a walk in the park. Cooler showing the world that he's like, I hear what you guys say, and I don't appreciate it. As the Peeker played now, fantastic. Finally gets taken out as Wenger using that shotgun. Now he's just going to try and chip away at the time, hold position here in the red room, and just see where Cooler's attacking from, and just back away, Weed.
Back away. 30 seconds left in this one. Score right now, line 7 to 11. Oh, he does manage to get another one off of there. Does a little bit of damage to himself as well, but a 3 frag game. Unfortunately, even Cooler knows and stops. That is going to be it. So he takes a big swig of water and gets ready for what will be game number 2. But GG's. Very, very good game. Wenger taking that one, and we'll see what happens as we move on to Deep Embrace next.
Completely agree. I don't think it was a poor showing from Cooler at all. I think he just got caught out by those Peeker plays. Normally, against any other champ, it's pretty safe to do it, especially when you're a full level above. But Wenger just has that intuition and just the reflexes to know, okay, I can Dire Orb immediately, get a rocket or 2 off, and just, he got like 2 or 3 frags that way, maybe even 4, and that was the difference.
Yeah. And, you know, obviously, Corrupted Keep, it's definitely a faster paced game, right? You kind of are it's like running a race for 10 minutes. It's like, you know, you got to run for 10 minutes. It's like, okay, I'm going to keep pace. But Corrupted Keep kind of requires you to sprint the whole time. You can't really slow down. If you slow down, your opponent can bring it right back, that tempo right back up. So, you know, interesting game to kick off with here for this series between these two. But also, I expect Deep Embrace is a little bit similar to that, but we'll see what happens here next. Overall, 40, I think the most important thing is that, we still got a phenomenal game between these two players here at game one. And I think, anything here could happen for game two.
Yeah, and looking forward to getting into it. I mean, I wouldn't know anything about running or sprinting at all, as you can tell. But, I mean, I think you're right. I think the second map is going to be very similar in that regard. We've seen Deep Embrace be both extremely fast-paced, but like Dan mentioned earlier on the broadcast, we've seen it be rather cagey and kind of low-scoring. So I'm interested to see exactly where these players are going to take us on map number 2, especially, again, with that visor pick for Cooler. Interesting, to say the least. Wenger's going to have that Sorlag. He's going to have much more stack. Thicker spit is going to just tick away. It could be an absolute nightmare for Cooler, but I feel like he knows something that we might not. Or, again, it's just the amazing voice lines, which is totally fair.
It could be either. And as we're seeing the frags from the last game, boy, those dire orbs were just on point. I think there was one kind of misfire that Wenger had earlier, but this is it. There it is. Misfire, but then don't worry. I can still use my weapons, which were the nicely placed rocket as Cooler was going for the chase right there. So Wenger's dire orbs were just absolutely phenomenal on that map. And unfortunately, Cooler just ate one too many and would not suggest. They do not taste very good.
Yeah, very burning. Just fantastic counterplay with the dire orb in terms of the peaker and everything, and just utilization overall. Taking a quick peek at the chat prediction, 92% in favor of Wenger. I feel like they've spoken, but again, I feel like Cooler still has the ability. The visor pick is a little sus maybe, but maybe he's got a little something up his sleeve. Maybe he's been practicing labbing on an alias all off season. Who knows, Weed? It's very
redefining
very
that Deep Embrace meta, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. But either way, this is one of my favorite maps to come out of last season as well. That might be 40 because of some of the evolving meta that we saw, and I think that was pretty exciting to see. Still very stoked to see that happen on Insomnia as well. But we didn't get Insomnia on this one, and that's actually not surprising considering these two players. But yeah, as we head into our next one, Wenger could close out the series here in 2. Cooler needs this one to kind of stay alive and take us to a third map. We're going to play the third map no matter what, but for the actual series win. So, Dan said, and you got to remember, Cooler has been a champ in the past. He is a legacy that goes back so many years, and you should never be surprised when you see the Cooler come out to play.
Completely agree, and you have to respect the turtleneck, so whatever Dan says goes. We are loading up into map number 2. Apologies for the delay. I kicked something down below my desk. It's always my fault, chat, but we're going to get into map number 2 shortly between Wenger and Cooler. It's going to be a good one. If Cooler somehow takes this, I think you are right, where people might be like, you know what, Visor might be a solid pick on Deep Embrace, but we'll see. There's going to be 10 minutes before the tale is told.
There will be. We'll find out. We're going into Deep Embrace. And Cooler with that visor pick. Curious to see how he is going to utilize that. We know what Wenger is going to do. And taking us off, we're going to look through the eyes of Cooler off the spawn. Immediately going to get that heavy and the rail. And then pop that vision. See where his opponent's at. That will let him set up. And we do have an exchange of first shots here.
Not a bad first rail at all from Cooler. Does get the spit out of Wenger as well. Trying to find another angle to get another rail. Might cut off here at the LG as Wenger goes flying by. Just trying to track that dinosaur, and that mobility is just going to be really hard to keep up with here.
I do agree with that. Cooler manages to stay on top and grab that heavy. Another rail is hit. Now he's going to kind of go forward in there, kind of hit another rail, but it will not connect. And so far, this pace is kind of what I expected, even though Deep Embrace can be a little faster. Now, Cooler lets his opponent goes right past him, but coming on down, Spit comes out, and the rocket's not good for Cooler in the corner. He is pinned to the wall by Wenger's rocket, and that is going to be the first frag. He pops the vision. I don't know that that really mattered that much. Machine gun was the only thing, but the LG works out for Cooler, and he ties this up 1-1.
Not bad at all as the shaft coming up big for Cooler here. He's going to be able to drop down onto the Mega and secure that. 20 seconds until the vision, and Wenger's got a rail waiting for him in the middle of the map. Does take some early damage around the corner, and wow, what a dodge from Cooler. 34 HP though, and he gets picked out of the sky. Wenger very patient with that shot, making it count.
I think, I mean, patience is probably what ultimately is going to be what wins this game. You know, we've seen it before. Cooler will definitely choose violence, and sometimes that is the enemy of patience, whereas Wenger will definitely do the same, but also knows when he just needs to slow it down and just really play at whatever pace is going to allow him to take the advantage in the matchup. We see Wenger do that time and time again. I love Cooler's aggression, but also we all know when that can like turn against you and not work in your favor. So I do think he needs to be a little careful there in that regard, and patience will ultimately be who has the most in this matchup.
Completely agree, and Wenger will go down. You just have to know when to be aggressive.
All right, that was nice.
When not to be aggressive.
Yes, you do. As famously said by Cooler himself.
By a certain player, I forget. No, he is still staying in this, only down one frag. Does well to keep that ship up, and that's kind of where you need him to be. You need to see more rails, more machine guns, so he could take those close-range fights. Even if he gets, you know, the spit damage on him, he could still finish out the frag and maybe go find some health. But if you let Wenger stack up too much with Sorlag, that's where it becomes an absolute nightmare and just a little bit too much to overcome.
Rockets coming from down below. Spit not up, so Cooler knows he can fight this one. Unfortunately, that LG from Wenger just too good, 2-4. I guess he just launched his spit right there. That didn't work out too well for Cooler. But right off the spawn, a little bit of LG damage. And, you know, one of the big things that we saw earlier from Cooler is a couple of his real nice rails, but he has not been able to get over there and grab one. He does have Wenger on the run now. He's going to use that opportunity to armor up and get back into position. Wenger going for the rail. Oh, and he catches him coming up the side. Cannot get him on the hit. Does grab the heavy, but look at Wenger using that movement to the best of his ability. Cooler just cannot wrap it up.
And just getting there at the time that he did saved his life by that mega pickup. Otherwise, Wenger would have been dead. So using that mobility, as you mentioned, that speed, saved his life, stole away the item. Cooler had an opportunity now. He still does, but that rail is going to even things up between the two. Wenger's slightly better off here with the spit for a little bit of insurance, making sure that Cooler goes down if he presses on, and he will. But again, he steals the item kind of knowing that he's going to die. Can he make a play on the Mega? It doesn't look like it based on Wenger's position, but he is low. Wow, what a play from Cooler.
I mean, that was one of those trying to push the aggression a little bit. That worked out in his favor. He also got the Mega, even delayed it just a little bit. Wenger off the spawn is going to grab that rail. Cooler's ready for him. Big rocket hit happened right there. Wenger low with no armor stack at all. Cooler around the corner, though, takes a direct hit, and then Wenger picks up the heavy, and the tables turn within seconds.
You could tell slight hesitation from Cooler. He almost wanted to re-peek and try and do damage before the heavy, but now he's going to take this fight. The spit comes out, the rail will land. Good rockets here trying to push him off the Mega. It's actually going to help him mid-fight. Will the rocket connect? Wenger's stuck in the corner and somehow rails his way out. Does not panic, hugs the wall, makes Cooler make the move, and lands the shot. What a play, Wheat.
I mean, what a play indeed. That has to be pretty frustrating for Cooler. He knew that Wenger was very close to death right there, but all of his shots just seemingly barely missing while Wenger ticked away. And he was patient right there. He could have just barreled into that hallway and cleaned things up, but he just played it knowing that there was a very limited amount of places that Cooler could go. So nicely played by Wenger, and I really start to feel like we're seeing him, you know, warm up. A great rocket from Cooler coming out. I mean, the scoreline's still pretty close, 40. We're only halfway through this game, and there's still a lot of time for anything to happen.
Yeah, and especially depending on where you get a frag, it could lead to an insanely easy conversion frag here, as he's only down by 3, so Cooler has the opportunity to claw his way back into this. Playing very patient on this LG right now, doesn't have vision, won't have it for another 30 seconds. Acid Spit's down for another 8 seconds as well. So both players are going to have to rely on just pure positioning and weapons, as no abilities are going to be up. Cooler has to find a way back into this and still has no rail and also no rocket suite.
Yeah, that's not great. I mean, he's nicely stacked. He's got a great arsenal. His spit is up. And I mean, going back to kind of what Dan was saying earlier, I know we kind of were memeing about it, but Pfizer has not done anything really at all. Overall, right, in terms of the vision and that gaining any sort of advantage that he has over his opponent. So the spit, however, 40 has been ridiculously effective. It is for zoning, but Wenger has been using it incredibly well, and I think that's really the big reason why we've got that extra 3 frags over on his side. Another big zone happened right here. Cooler's going to go head-to-head here with the shotgun, finally coming out and does manage to get it. It's a role reversal from what we saw in that back hallway in the Mega earlier, and Cooler's made this a 2-frag game.
Cooler staying alive.
Wow.
Great rail. He can convert with the shotgun here. 4 damage, and then the murder hole. He gets there first, and he takes him out. And a bit of a second wind here from Cooler as he's taking advantage of everything. Wenger gives him good fake on that jump pad. That would have been bad. Amazing rail from Cooler. That was like a pixel rail right over the ledge.
Is super nice. And this is actually, we talked about that aggression earlier, and that aggression brought this game back to 1 frag for Cooler. So I like what we're seeing here. Maybe put Wenger on the, on the edge a little bit. I mean, that's exactly
that set him off the edge.
What he needed to do. We're tied it back up now, 6-6. And now Wenger off the spawn, though. Great RL pickup. And look at, I mean, Wenger makes it look so easy. I cannot believe after all of that, what a phenomenal pickup. And of course, 2 great rockets to make that next frag happen. And Wenger says, oh no, Cooler, that lead belongs to me.
Oh my goodness, what a great rocket, and the spit connects, and Cooler's just going to tick down. He needs to find health. He does pop the vision to try and figure out what the safest way away is, as finally the spit damage goes away, but he took a lot,
He did. I like Cooler playing this middle, trying to hit those long-range rails. Wenger just below him. Cooler cannot move out. That LG would be devastating. He goes up the jump pad. Nice rail by Cooler yet again, but the better stack in Cooler's favor. What is Wenger going to do? He's going to make it on over to the heavy. Grab that. Mega is still up, and Cooler is going to grab it. So separate on both sides, but 1 minute left, 40, and this is suddenly now Cooler has to press. He has to press forward.
And that last heavy could be huge. I think Cooler needed to try and persist and get that frag to tie it up. Wenger was more than happy to trade items because now he has the heavy. He has enough stack to fall back on and burn through the rest of this time. And what a lightning gun. Cooler almost connects with another rail, but just no time to fire again. 6-8. And I think Wenger just sealed this one.
Yeah, I mean, with just less than a minute left to go, Cooler's not giving up quite yet. The chase with the LG, Wenger's going to manage to run away. But really, I think the big shift of momentum, happened as Cooler was making that comeback. Wenger with that spawn after it was tied 6-6. 2 perfectly placed rockets following up with that machine gun. He took what was a very bad position for him and brought it right back into his favor. And just because you win the battle, you win the frag, doesn't mean that you're in a great spot, right, heading into the next situation. Wenger showed us exactly why that is the case, and that was some phenomenal decision-making there. I like that we got to see a little bit of that Cooler aggression come up, and let's look at what this is. Like 6-9, that's still a pretty close game.
That's not bad at all. Yeah.
No.
I don't think that really, I mean, it's a couple decisions, it feels like, from Cooler that's just keeping him from breaking out and taking one of these maps so far. I mean, the first 2 are just extremely close. Wenger playing fantastic Quake, But again, it kind of leads you to think, well, maybe if he had a different champ, like what kind of, as you mentioned during the match, what benefit is he getting from using the visor vision? And it didn't seem like a lot to us. So I don't know. Interesting pick for sure, but I can't help but feel like he picks a different champion that has more utility and just more use on this map, and maybe it goes his way.
I guess I just, yeah, I don't know. Understandably, different players have, utility kits, movements that they like. I understand that maybe sometimes they would favor it in a way where we're like, I don't know how that makes sense. But in that situation, it was clear that Spit was winning battles. Spit was allowing Wenger to grab the major items that he wanted to. We saw that vision pop right off the bat. And what did you see? You just saw Sorlag like zoomy around the map. It didn't really give. It gave him that opening rail. Outside of that, just not much else. So I don't know how much different the scoreline could have been. Maybe that's just what Cooler was going to feel the most comfortable with. But I go back to what Dan was saying. Still hard to kind of wrap my head around that one.
Completely agree. I think it would have gone differently if he picked a different champ. Again, not necessarily be the victor, but I think it would have gotten just a little closer. The utility would have made a little more sense and probably got him out of a jam. Because again, the vision's great, but okay, now I see this dinosaur speeding at me through the wall. What's exactly the point? What's that going to do for me? We just didn't see the zoning based on the ability to see exactly where Wenger was. Like we saw the zoning with the Spit, and not to mention the damage. Just Sorlag, I feel like just a better pick on that map. But we will see. I mean, we have a long season ahead of us. Maybe he's still developing something with the visor pick, so it doesn't matter too much. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, he did lose the series on that one, but we are going to go to the map number 3, and it's going to be Awoken. Cooler has DK, and Wenger has Anarchy. Do we see the triple dub here for Wenger? Do you see this going any other way?
I think early on it was pretty easy to say, look, the champion should be able to take this one. It's likely going to be a 3-0. Based off of how we've seen Cooler play in the last 2 games, and given the fact that it is a DK versus an Anarchy, this could be a map that Cooler could win, and I think seeing a 2-1 victory, I mean, Wenger still takes the series, but I'd imagine fans out there would be pretty happy, and Cooler himself saying, hey, taking a map off the previous season's champ, that's a good thing to do. So, right? I don't know. We'll have to see. Do you think it's possible?
I think so.
Given
At the very
DK
least,
versus...
I would love to see it just so everyone is like, all right, Cooler still belongs here. Because there's a lot of people on chat just out of pocket saying some silly stuff, Weed. So we'll see. 76% in favor of Wenger, so a little bit more respect on Cooler's name on Awoken. But the Flame Strike might play a key part of this matchup as we get into it. We're live, map number 3 for the last series of the day. But I think based on the kit that Wenger has with the Inject, even if he gets hit with the Flames, he could just mitigate that immediately with the Inject. And there we go. Right off the bat, we see it.
Right. And I mean, assumed that was going to kind of be the plan. So the question is like, will that mobility come in huge? Is there big nuke potential for Cooler? Absolutely. But as you point out, right, Inject is going to be huge on that too. Now we will finally, have some situations where, based off who's picking up the vials for cooldowns, might actually change it. Want to get in a position where you're able to nuke when there's no Inject available. But, that's a very nuanced aspect of this game. It's 0-0 out of the gate. Both players firing away. We're going to have Wenger in the LG room. LG versus LG here. There's a nice rocket. Looking for that rail shot. We will have the flames come out. And Cooler's going to pick up frag number 1. Get himself a nice, juicy mega as his reward.
Yeah, and he didn't take the extra 2 seconds to grab those vials. Not a big deal. He is going to run the map now. 30 seconds until this Flame Strike comes back. Wenger will have the Inject shortly in about 15 seconds, but Cooler, big stack, good positioning here, middle of the map, and converts with that fantastic rail. Wenger is so injured right now.
I think the nice thing about the Flame Strike is that I don't know that Cooler needs that necessarily, but Wenger does need his Inject in order to not get blown up, right? So that's where I think this gets a little interesting. We actually have a trade of rocket jumps there, but it's going to put Cooler in position to grab that heavy. So he's totally fine with that. Looking for a rail opportunity right outside of that teleport, and now waiting for the exit. Is his opponent going to fall for it? Absolutely not. Venger's 2 on top of that. So I like Cooler playing the middle. Something we see a lot here on Awoken, and he has done a great job controlling most of the major items. In fact, not a single one has gone to Wenger so far in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. Getting shut out of the map, living off the lights. He's trying to hit some damage here. The Flame Strike Converge actually works against Cooler. Does hit a rail, but he's still pretty weak, all things considered. Wenger has both items, has a little bit of a stack to work with here, and he can get in on this Mega if he wants. Again, that inject kind of working as a pocket Mega after the heavy pickup does. Wow, great combo from Cooler there to just absolutely nullify everything that Wenger has just done and almost gets the conversion for his second frag.
Almost happens. There's some nice rails. Unfortunately, none of them connect. But, again, controlling those majors just as important here. Cooler decides he's going to go in on it. Does get tagged with a little bit of rocket splash, so he's got to be careful. Tri-bolt connecting, and Cooler going to run yet again. I really like what he's doing. Forces that inject come out, then uses the flame into a rail, and Cooler makes it 2-0. And I kind of like what Cooler's got going on here. And that was exactly that situation. Cooler saw the inject come out. That's when you drop the flame strike, and that worked out pretty nicely. Of course, like, thanks to the rail there for doing a lot of the heavy lifting as well. Out of the teleporter, though, Cooler with a little bit more damage, and he seems like he's controlling this matchup quite well.
Yeah, doing a great job. Looks, feels comfortable, and Wenger just has to start stringing together some sort of damage to even contest some of these items. Again, he only has one heavy to his name. He's really relying on that inject kind of as a mock Mega. Big damage from up top here. Can he even steal away the heavy? He does, but he gives his life, and Cooler is extremely weak, so potential for a refrag, but he's taking his time and just stacking back up off the banana resources here, and Wenger knows better than to push into Cooler's LG.
Yeah, Wenger is playing real smart right now. Despite the fact that he's down by 3, he's not taking chances that he knows could put him even further in a frag deficit, which I think is really good. He's just got to figure out how he's going to be able to take that control away, because Cooler has a very tight grasp on it. Coming through the window to grab that heavy. He does drop his flame strike, but it immediately forces Wenger to just jettison himself out of that situation. And we're about to hit the halfway mark, but I think that there's a lot of folks surprised to see Cooler 3-0 up here and just having really, really strict dominance so far here on Awoken.
Yeah, just you can see the display of confidence when he rocket jumped up and just flame strike, and he's like, look, I'm taking this heavy, or you're going to try and take it and you're going to die. Pick your poison. Wenger decides to wisely turn away and run. He is going to get in on this heavy, but again, he's cornered now, and he's going to end up taking some sort of damage. Cooler just positioning well, trying to figure out exactly where he's going. There's the rocket jump up, and Wenger, what is happening right now as Cooler takes out Cooler?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I would have stood still for a moment there, too. I mean, completely disoriented. We already have Flame Strike come out. None of it hits. Cooler does take away. Actually, no, he did grab it, but then it just completely disappeared. So now Cooler having to fight from behind. What is Wenger going to be able to do differently? We'll see how he'll handle control here. But that was just a nice situation there for Wenger. Literally bouncing on the head of Cooler. He was Mario. Cooler was a Goomba. And you know how that one turns out. Wenger's going to get another frag here. It's now 2-1. And the control has slipped away. And Wenger is going to tighten that grip.
And just off the back of a ridiculous rocket jump and disorienting Cooler, whether it be an FOV issue or he just didn't even hear it, that rocket jump is everything now, as Wenger has tied this game 6 minutes in on the back of that frag.
Yeah, I see a lot of folks in chat saying, I want to see that in replay again. And, you know, watching it from Cooler's eyes, it looked like Wenger went right above him and then literally was on top of him, then landing 1-2 frag before Cooler kind of realized what had happened with that momentum. Now, we saw Wenger coming around the corner, so that was a little bit different from our point of view. But, yeah, would like to see that one on the replay. But, bigger deal, 40, it's tied 2-2, and we saw dominant control from Cooler there. He was up 3-1. Cooler caught standing still, and Wenger going to get a nice rail for that one. Now, what is Wenger not really able to control that middle area, though, 40, at least not yet. And let's see what he does as Heavy is up.
Yeah, giving away his position with that rail and knowing pushing through that choke point is still crazy. The rockets are good. The flame strike comes out, and the inject needs to come out, but it's not available, Weed, as Wenger does grab a 25 to mitigate it, but... Oh,
yeah,
what a rail from Cooler.
He used that just before it, and again, in one of those situations where if Cooler uses that flame strike after the inject is out, that would probably maximize his capabilities in terms of getting a frag, and that's exactly how that one played out. Wenger off the spawn's going to get LG down into a rocket death, and Cooler finds his lead again, 4-2, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock.
And this is just fantastic from Cooler right now. Cooler's still Cooler, Chad. It doesn't matter. It's far from over, especially with a rail like that from down below. Cooler taking position, but he does have the flame strike as well for a little bit of insurance. Big rocket damage, and that's going to plant Wenger at the bottom of the jump pad. But Cooler just looks cool, calm, and collected. I mean, 2 minutes left, and it's going to take a lot for Wenger to claw his way back into this.
I think Wenger picks up an early lead in this game, right? And then he's able to play from a position that he's really comfortable in. But not, when you are down by 3 and you have to be the aggressor, but you are essentially being the aggressor into something that can absolutely blow you up. And a beautiful double rail, the rocket jump to get into position. He even gives a teabag to the Mega Health before he picks it up. He felt so good about that one. And the exact same thing that happened earlier, Wenger coming around the corner after a rocket jump, and Cooler was just a little bit further back to that one to be ready for it. 1.5 minutes left, and yet look at this. We said that, like, if there was a map based off how Cooler was playing, this could be it, and that's exactly how it's playing out. Don't count out Vendor yet, but we're seconds away from this chapter closing and it going to Cooler.
Oh no, in a flubbed rocket jump, and Cooler takes advantage with a absolutely immaculate rail. 7-2 with a minute left. Cooler does put a map on the board, and Dan was right. I mean, we all kind of thought it, right? But put some respect on Cooler's name. May not have won the series, but he's still Cooler, and he's showing everybody that he absolutely belongs in here. And, throughout the season, we may see the return to form that we all want.
It would be a great thing to see. I really, really like the Cooler that we're seeing here on Awoken. Don't think that Wenger does manage to get a frag, but I think that'll be it. Needs to be careful though. But I don't think we saw Wenger on map 1 and 2, but this is the map where we really got to see Cooler. I think play the way that we know that he's capable of playing. This was like using the full utility. He definitely used the matchup to his advantage. So nicely done. Big nuke on Wenger, but he's going to get the frag, and the final seconds tick down. Cooler did it. Takes it 2-1, 8-4, and grabs a game. Nicely done.
Not too bad at all. Yeah, nicely done indeed. Fantastic play from Cooler to put himself on the board, but Wenger doesn't take the series, so sigh of relief after the first 2 maps, I'm sure, but again, every map is money, so you want to see those 3-0s, so good on Cooler for putting a little bit of money in his pocket, and still, again, showing that he's a contender, whether, Chad thinks he is or not, so it doesn't matter what they think. But Dan, it matters what you think. You were right, so let's bring you back and let's have a little chat and see you gloat.
I'm not going to gloat. I said it was going to be 3-0 Wenger, so I'm happy I was wrong. I'm always happy I'm wrong in these predictions because it means somebody exceeded expectation. And in this instance, Cooler, it was brain versus brawn. I think no matter what map you look at, strategically, Cooler was there. It was just you have to question the draft in some aspects. Like the visor was just useless, and yet he nearly won that match, and that was what was so ridiculous. He went toe-to-toe with Wenger across the board. Execution-wise, he was a little bit iffy. Map 3 was very not so. He was feeling it. And the picks also favored Cooler. He's somebody that really loves this high-tempo gameplay where he can just cycle the items and press you. We saw that in Map 3, and when he had the DK as well to fall back on and used that exceptionally well, there was really no breathing room for Wenger. So it was a classical Cooler performance, and he fully deserved it. Again, it wasn't a fluke, and Wenger was rusty, but he was still playing very good and trying every single moment of the game, so it was just Cooler playing very well.
Honestly, after that third map, I'm even more kind of bummed about the the second game pick on Deep Embrace, because I don't think that Visor is shown even in the previous season meta to be like a game-winning pick on that one. But I imagine it could have gone a lot differently. I know that's playing the what-if game, but I'm going to do it here today. It's you pointed it out, Dan, and I think we saw it play out in exactly that way. And that was still a pretty close game, 6-9.
Yeah, and look at the control there. It's very rare you'd see that level of dominance of a Wenger. Barely touched an item, and that's Cooler at his finest, because, as we said, good, bad, rusty or not, Cooler will always be Cooler and know how to play a game of Quake to perfection, because he's done it his whole life. He's born to play this game, and so never underestimate him, and this is why.
I think born to play this game is absolutely correct. I think we're trying to get Wenger on the line to have a little chat, so just hang in there, chat. But I mean, in terms of the entire day, any thoughts on the matches we've seen so far, Dan or Wheat, before we get Wenger in here?
I think a lot of it lived up to expectation. We saw Rafa dominate, we've seen Cypher dominate, we've seen Kilson back at his best, going toe-to-toe with Avec. And now we see Cooler, hopefully, I think you said it, Forty, hopefully a resurgence of Cooler in Season 3. He's had a couple of iffy seasons, but he still has a belt to his name, which not many people can say. So don't forget that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think just what a phenomenal kickoff here to just week one of what is going to be many, many weeks. I see some sad faces in chat like, oh, the show is over. Not quite yet, almost, but you can be certain that we'll be back again next week. More Quake. Really excited for that. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Got to pace yourselves in this meal, because it's going to be a big one. 18 courses before we get to the dessert at the end.
It's going to be so good. But we're going to get Wenger in the room right now. Wenger, come on in here. Congratulations on your victory. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Dan, I'll let you kick this one off with a question.
Okay. Hi, Marco. How you doing? Yeah. You feeling okay?
Usual. Yeah,
Usual?
Thank you.
Yeah, good. Now, I just wanted to know what your personal expectations are going into this season, because I know you very well, and I know how hard and how much you put into getting to where you were and winning QuakeCon, and how much that meant to you. So, are you still motivated, and what do you see going into the season about where your future lies?
Well, I think there is a lot of catch up to do, and I don't think right now I am championship material, so I need to play and practice, of course. My goal at the moment is to solve things outside Quake, and when everything is solved in my life, then I can start to practice to win again, like usual. That's it. I mean, the goal is always to defend the title, but the opponents are really strong, so I need to practice a lot.
Well, I just want to wish you luck with that, and you sound down, but don't be. You're still a champion, and you will be for at least 18 weeks, so good luck.
That's right. Don't forget that. And I appreciate that perspective, right? So good luck to you on that, Wenger, on both sides, because I know everyone is rooting for you. Have you had a chance to dive much into the new map that, maybe give us your kind of initial comments on it? We saw it a few times today, which was kind of nice. Obviously not in your series specifically, but would just love to hear your opinion on it overall.
It's a really interesting map. It's really heavy, so for some players it's gonna be really good. For some others maybe not so much, but it's. I mean, I need to play more, for sure. I need to play more matchups to understand fully the rotations and what's going on, but it can be a really snowball map, because the spawns are like, 2 or 3 spawns only, so it can be really painful, especially if you're playing a light champion. As we saw with Avec, it's really dangerous, especially against a ranger. Like, you can just get smashed basically if you don't pay attention, so
Yeah, awesome, thank you.
Wenger, congrats again. And I'm just going to ask an easy one, the same one that I asked you before the show, just so everyone in chat knows. Is it Wenger or Venger? And what do you prefer?
It's Wenger. So
It's
yeah.
Wenger. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So now everyone in chat can calm down. Congratulations, man. It's always
you.
good to see you. We're rooting for you in and out of the server. So always a pleasure. Hope to see you again, and take care and congrats.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I mean, also Cooler well played. I think he played really well, and I know that maybe it's like also in his real life some things like can happen. So I wish him the best for the season, and for me, he's always a legend. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
It's just well said. Well said.
Congrats, Wenger.
thank you.
Good job on week 1, man.
Take care,
Congrats,
guys.
and
Thank you.
We will see you later. Take care. Guys, I mean, it's always nice to have a reminder. Real life happens too. So wishing everybody well. I know it's been crazy times for everybody the last year, 2 years. So, take care of your real life stuff too. Quake will always be here, but I'm always glad to have you guys here. I know, Dan, you hate me. That's fine. That's okay. I'll always love you, Dan. Wheat, it's a pleasure to see you. Dan, any closing thoughts on day number 1 for season 3?
Yeah, it's not just the players at Rusty. Holy crap, I've struggled. At the end of the day, I'm not used to this now. It's just so hard.
You look a little white in the face. I was wondering. You look a little pale.
Yeah,
You need to get some chicken in you. Maybe some cereal.
I need more than chicken, trust me. I need help. But it's been a great day. It's really refreshing to be back. I love the global format. The new map pool is like a breath of fresh air. Even bringing back, Blood Covenant even feels like a new map to me. It's been so long. So it's exciting to see where we're going to be in 18 weeks. Jeez, that's a long time. I'm going to be grayer than you by then.
Good luck. Good luck.
How about you?
Yeah, thanks, 40. First off, 40, Dan, it's been great. Want to thank everyone over at Bethesda, id, PGL, etc. Really excited here to kick off QPL 2022. Chat, it's great to have you back. I've missed your memes. I've missed you calling me wrong all the time. I love the love-hate, bittersweet relation. No, I love you all. Thank you so much for showing up. I know it was a shift from Sunday to Saturday, but I'm excited. I like what you said. I like the Saturday Quake tunes. This is great. That's what I used to watch Saturday mornings. Now it's all Quake. I'm down with it. But thank you all for showing up. Thanks to the players for putting in the effort. I can't wait to see how this season unfolds here over the course of 18 weeks. I'm going to be glad to be here the entire time. So.
Yep, that's fantastic. And again, just to recap, appreciate you both. Chat, thanks for being here. Production, id, everybody. Don't forget, Quake is on Saturdays now. Quake Pro League, Saturdays, 10 a.m. Eastern. Global format. Everyone's fighting everybody. But that's it for today. We're going to get out of here. See you again next week. Bring your good attitudes, and we'll bring the drip. See you guys later.